land, no drug alcohol consumption, respect personal boundaries, and most significantly, we commit to assuming the best intentions, granting ourselves and others grace when mistakes are made, and approaching conflict with the goal of addressing and repairing. It was just sweet. It was just sweet. Meanwhile, these are the devils that the rest of the world was being told to believe in. Designated faculty and students stood at the entrance to make sure that nobody entered the encampment unless they had read and agreed to that list of commitments. The noisiest people on campus were the thronging media, but nobody and nothing was out of control. Sadly, despite the reality on the ground at Columbia, the right's wild narrative of virulent anti-Semitism here has been swallowed whole, not only by Republicans, but by a long list of Democrats too. They have all publicly condemned the supposedly rampant anti-Semitism on campus, without, it seems, bothering to check their facts, thus playing into Trump's hands. Meanwhile, MAGA Christian nationalist Sean Fook, I don't know how to pronounce his name, posted on X that Colombia has been taken over by radical pro-Hamas protesters. A line and a great big lie that we hear all the time from Trump, Rubio, and the rest of that mendacious crowd. Back in the real world, the right's hysteria over such supposed anti-Semitism hasn't really been about protecting Jews at all, as many faculty members, including us Jewish ones, have written and spoken about. Rather, the right is weaponizing anti-Semitism as a way of furthering its campaign to suppress the kind of freedom of thought and speech on campus that threatens its authoritarian goals of turning this country Christian, conservative, straight, white, and preferably male, cis male, not to mention their urge to suppress support of Palestinian autonomy. The result has been to make our students feel anything but protected. How can students feel safe knowing they can now be kidnapped from the street or even from their own homes, as was Mahmoud Khalil and Mohsen Mardawi? How can they feel safe knowing there are police and security guards on campus who now have the right to arrest or even physically restrain them? How can they feel safe knowing that their very identity as a Palestinian or an Arab or a Muslim or even as a progressive Jew puts a target on their back? How can they feel safe when they know their visas can be revoked, while the administration not only fails to stand up for them, but disenrolls them and even hands over their names to ICE? No, the real threat to students does not come from protesters on either side. The real threat comes from the government and from an administration at Columbia that has not only refused to protect them, but that has actively betrayed them at every turn. Shame. Hello. Used up my voice. Nina spoke. Filling an hour. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to try to. I'll check on. Can you see? Okay. Thank you.
The live stream off?
Yeah, it's better off. Yeah, but I can be a record with my voice, just on my face.
Just have to hold it close to you.
Thank you. Okay. This is gonna be really brief. I also didn't prepare any statements, but I'm a student at Columbia Journalism School. I'm finishing my Master's of Science here. I'm Italian, and I think that's relevant because just last week was our Liberation Day. Liberation Day in Italy is a day that is still contested, and the reason why it's contested is because it's declared an anti-fascist day. What that means is that our constitution is based on the principle that in order to be a democracy, you need to be anti-fascist. And I grew up in an environment that I now realize I was very fortunate to grow up in which that was a baseline around which everything was structured. And it was not only about political ideology, it's also about economic access and equity. Because the only way that you can be actually anti-fascist, the only way that you can be actually democratic, is if everybody actually has access to those services and those privileges that allow you to be a citizen. when I got accepted to Columbia University, all of the people that I respected the most, the people whose opinion I looked up to, were not excited, because the prospect of me moving to the United States meant a betrayal of those values. This happened actually before the sweep of the encampments at Columbia. The sweep of the encampments to the circles that I was part of were not a surprise. There was never an expectation that an institution that is private and that gatekeeps knowledge through its tuition fees would ever be putting democracy as the first priority. But I came because I respected the work that was done here. I respected the work of my fellow journalists that came before me. I admired the work of the professors that would teach me. And also because I knew that however imperfect this democracy could give the type of protections and the type of infrastructure, frankly, that I couldn't rely on at home. And it's with the same sort of lack of surprise that I see these events unfold, because I always come back to the fact that if you don't have a foundation in which you think of anti-fascism as the baseline to be together in a space, then you cannot have a democracy. And I think the biggest telltale fact of this whole thing is the complete inability and the fear that not only the administration of Columbia, but also people within it, people within administrations of the schools have, to simply say, I am an anti-fascist. I care more about the values of this democracy than I care about my position and my privilege and my access. And all of these are platitudes, but I thought that I would bring it up because I feel like even within the communities that I'm part of here, anti-fascism is not something that people say with pride. And I think it's because it is also part of a wider narrative that has been
oversight of some academic departments. Quote, Columbia agrees to Trump's demands, unquote, the New York Times reported politely. Columbia caves, unquote, wrote The Guardian more accurately. But it was not so simple. In a meeting with faculty the day after the capitulation, then President Katrina Armstrong argued that the university was making only minimal changes to its policies. For example, the Trump administration had demanded a mask ban so that protesters could be identified and disciplined. In Columbia's response, it promised that masks would be banned for people in the act of violating university policies. This was a mask ban, but not a mask ban the government had demanded. Similarly, the receivership of the Middle Eastern Studies Department requested by the government would be something a little milder. A senior provost would be charged with performing a review of what that and some other departments, probably someone from inside the university, Stephen Miller or Elise Stefanik, would not be writing syllabi for courses on the history of the Arabian Peninsula. A transcript of Armstrong's meeting with faculty was leaked to the right-wing Washington Free Beacon, motto, covering the enemies of freedom the way the mainstream media won't, which interpreted Armstrong's comments as an attempt to downplay the promised changes. Columbia grad Barry Weiss's collaborationist Free Press went further, talking to a source close to the Trump administration, who said that Armstrong's comments threatened to scuttle the entire deal with the government. 3 days later, Armstrong resigned. Developments continued. On Thursday, April 10th, the Wall Street Journal's extremely well-sourced higher education correspondent Douglas Belkin reported that the federal government, quote, in an extraordinary move, unquote, was seeking a consent decree with Columbia that would put a federal court in charge of overseeing the agreement and, by extension, the university. According to numerous sources, the university was about to acquiesce again. There was an immediate groundswell of anger. Longtime Columbia law professor Catherine Franke reported an impassioned plea urging Columbia to reconsider. Then suddenly, for reasons that remain unclear, it did. Columbia stepped back from the brink of the consent decree, and that same day, Harvard announced that it was going to fight. Interim President Claire Shipman sent out an email that promised to protect Columbia's independence. So that was 2 weeks ago. Since then, there's been no news on where things stand with the federal government. Communications from the administration have, however, been less encouraging than Shipman's independence email. Trustee David Greenwald wrote to announce that former trustee Jonathan Levine, who has referred to Columbia faculty as anti-Semites, had agreed to head up the Presidential Search Committee, and Shipman has written to announce that she will be launching a review of the university's Senate. Most shameful of all, when Mohsen Madawi, a currently enrolled student, was detained by ICE in Vermont, the university said nothing. It's hard to read these announcements and silences as indicating anything other than that the people who want to appease the Trump administration are still, for the moment, in charge. But it's also extremely important to point out that the path they're charting for the university is deeply unpopular. Last year, during the campus protests and encampments, Columbia was divided. There were people who supported the protests and their message, people who supported the protests but not their message, people who supported protests in principle but thought that they had become too noisy and disruptive, and people who felt upset and even threatened by the protests. The issues in play were complex and tied up with decades, and in some cases, generations of argument, experience, and memories of physical violence. How to handle the protests and their attendant national media attention was a problem from hell. This is not the case with the current government's threats and demands. The Columbia community has been united in its response to these. Historians, sociologists, classics scholars, theoretical physicists, and a number of uptown science faculty and researchers have spoken with one voice. Cutting off science funding because you want the university to change its speech codes is illegal. It is a bullying tactic. There can be only one response. We want the university to fight. We are struck by the fact that a common thread between Presidents Armstrong and Shipman is their emphasis on public relations. They both feel the university has been unfairly maligned as a capitulator. They want to change the narrative, unquote. They have solicited the faculty's help in getting the word out that the narrative is not right. We sympathize. It must feel terribly unfair to the people who made the initial decision to capitulate that they are being described this way. When the decision was made by Columbia, everyone else was doing it too. People said Columbia should sue. But who was going to represent us? Paul Weiss, a giant law firm known for its ties to powerful Democrats, had given in the day before. Harvard, now universally lauded for its bravery, was also in the midst of capitulation. It had removed the head of its Middle Eastern Studies Center. It had severely restricted campus speech. At one point last year, it locked a bunch of faculty out of Widener. Harvard only became brave when faced with a list of absurd demands, demands far more intrusive than the ones Columbia faced to date. Maybe if Columbia had received such demands, it would have said no to. Well, guess what? The world of public perception is unfair. Harvard, which removed its Middle Eastern Studies Center directors, is now a byword for heroic bravery. Columbia, which cleverly amended the Trump demands so that they could be things the university could maybe live with, is now a byword for craven cowardice. It's not fair, maybe, but the fact is, for whatever reason, and in fact for multiple reasons, one university has decided to fight while the other university has not. That's how things stand and how they will continue to stand if Columbia tries to negotiate their way out of this situation. There's no way to negotiate out of this. It is an attack. It is an attempt at a hostile takeover. It is an attempt to destroy the university. It can't be bargained down or pleaded with. There is only one way to change the narrative. There's only one way to face this moment. We must fight. The fact that we haven't initiated a lawsuit yet doesn't impede our ability to initiate a lawsuit, said trustee Keith Goggin in a recent town hall. This is right, and we must act on it. We must go to court to challenge the federal government's illegal freezing of research funding. We must make our case forcefully to the public. We must call this out for what it is. It is not too late to do the right thing. It is not too late to start acting like a great university. For now, it is not too late, but soon it will be. Thank you. Thank you to the contributor. That was contributed by, not by me, by Columbia Rising Substack. Thank you. Okay, so we have just a few more minutes before the 3 o'clock hour. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Brianna Anderson. Yeah. As soon as you can find her, she can find her paper. In those, yeah, you ready?
I mean, I can keep it hot while I'm looking. How's everybody doing? How are we feeling? Let's get some noise. Woo, woo. All right. Yes, yes. It is a beautiful day. Really excited about this weather. Looking for a sheet of paper, but as my colleague is searching for it, it's probably under this. I had just found it. No, really. But we're keeping the mic hot. We're going to keep it hot for 25 hours. I'll just talk briefly about, again, who I am. So I'm Rihanna Elise Anderson. I'm an associate professor, at School of Social Work. So journalism is just logging off. In the next hour, we're going to have various speakers. If you are interested in speaking, please see my colleague Susan for the 3 o'clock hour. So again, if you're interested in speaking at the 3 o'clock hour, please see Susan. I'm just going to read off a few more things that are important to me and my work around mental health and diversity. So even though I'm not in the School of Journalism, I fancy myself a journalist from time to time. And this was an op-ed recently published in Essence magazine entitled, "Trump is giving schools an ultimatum on DEI for youth. This game has real consequences." DEI is the phrase of the moment. In Donald Trump's latest targeting of diversity, equity, and inclusion, he is attempting to end federal funding to schools who do not eliminate diversity initiatives and has created an End DEI portal for students, parents, and teachers to snitch on any perceived DEI programs in schools. While a federal judge largely blocked Trump's executive orders that seek to end federal funding for DEI programs, the damage will persist. Neighbors and our elected leaders will continue to turn on each other over these attacks, causing those most impacted to be marginalized from the conversation, young students. Those who have been around or worked with children know that they're always listening. They can hear and see what is happening around them, and it absolutely takes a toll on them. As a therapist specializing in healing Black youth and their families from racial stress, I know the impact the debate that DEI is having on them. I continuously go back to a response I received from a Black boy in 2016 while I conducted a research study. When I see the news, I just think about what's it going to be like for Donald Trump to be president, and then I start thinking about how I can't get a job, and then after that I start thinking about my race. This teen understood and grappled with how racist, xenophobic, scapegoating rhetoric from a presidential candidate would translate into policies that would further enforce a racist system and keep him at a disadvantage. Today, Trump is saying the quiet part out loud. Make no mistake, our youth have and will internalize these messages. They will be impacted by this rhetoric at a critical juncture of their lives. Or they could have the opportunity to see how diversity, equity, and inclusion can directly fit them and their peers to advance progress for all. That will only happen if we come together, political leaders, educators, business leaders, and community leaders, to keep DEI at the forefront of our collective work. The reality is diversity creates better outcomes. Diverse students and histories learned in classrooms provide better opportunities for all students, not just Black students. We have seen that students who learn in a diverse setting and study diverse topics have better academic and social outcomes. They learn to understand, respect, and celebrate those different from them, and in the process, improve their mental health. We develop an awareness of resource allocation and racial discrimination at a young age, which is why providing children with equity is critical. When young people of disadvantaged backgrounds get more exposure to the resources of other communities, they see benefits in life outcomes. Depriving children of optimal living, which in our society mainly affects those of color and who are impoverished, is cruel, especially when we have data showing that solutions via housing, education, and nutrition work. Attacks on DEI means ending programs that give children from this background an equal opportunity to access resources or halting research on how to eradicate these inequities in the first place. Finally, students of color are psychologically more assured and less likely to be disciplined harshly when there is inclusivity in their classrooms. This helps ameliorate the school to prison pipeline, where students of color, especially those with disabilities or a history of poverty or neglect, are isolated and pushed into the criminal justice system, instead of receiving extra resources. Indeed, in 2023, the American Bar Association found Black students were 2.2 times more likely to be referred to law enforcement than their white counterparts. They also found that 1.7 million students were in a school with police, but no counselors. I've been in classrooms working directly with youth therapists. We are almost at our 3 o'clock hour.
We are at our
Susan, here you are.
benchmark. Milestone. We made it. Okay, 3 hours, 22 to go. All right, here we are. Now, a few things. When you try to get and staff across the university in 3 days to sign up for 25 hours of time, it's amazing. We were surprised at how quickly people came back and said, yes, 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 absolutely, and put it together. There was a tiny bit of chaos. So from the 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock hour, the speakers that we thought we might have, actually, they meant to collaborate with another group that's coming later tonight. So that leaves this mic open for us at Social Work to speak for a little bit. And to get us started, I'm going to read to you the list of 6 demands that we're using to be elevated today to hold us together in the speak out. And then I'm going to turn it over to one of our alum who works with us in advising just to share contemporaneously. We're engaging actually in this durational protest for academic freedom, for student safety, and for health and climate science, for science across the board. And additionally, in support of our colleagues uptown at the Columbia University Medical Campus, they wrote 6 action items, demand items for our Board of Trustees. And I just want to reiterate them because we committed to do that at the top of every hour. Number 1 is to stand up for higher education. Number 2 is to fight back against federal attacks. Number 3 is to protect and defend students and international scholars. Number 4 is to preserve academic freedom, freedom of expression, and Columbia University's autonomy to govern these. Number 5 is to reestablish and affirm the tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion, which without social work, frankly, couldn't be. And finally, to protect our researchers and to provide backup funding. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Stuart to share a story. Thanks, Stuart. I'm going to give you this too for our live program. Yep, thank you very much.
So this is what happens when you need somebody to fill in. You get me. So I'm a student advisor at the School of Social Work and also an alumni. And I'm here to remind the university really that our practice in the School of Social Work includes social justice as a value and the dignity and worth of the individual as an additional value. And so we're here from the School of Social Work to remind the greater university of these values. A previous speaker talked about rise and resist. So when, belatedly or not, Harvard chose to rise and resist, 100 schools followed. That's the value, the importance, and the benefit of, I'll now refer to a sermon yesterday on the steps of the Capitol by the director of the Poor People's Campaign, who ended his sermon by saying, "I will not bow," and invited the people who are participating to share with him in that intonation, "I will not bow." So we say this to the university, we say this to our colleagues. Stand with us and not bow. Stand with us and rise and resist and see the benefits. There was a previous speaker from the School of Journalism who referred to, who came from Central America, And she's chilled by the fact that she's reminded that when she was 12 years old, tanks were arrived at her in the streets of her city. And she was reminded of what it was like when she was 12 years old. Well, I'm not reminded of when I was 12 years old, but I'm reminded of when I was 20 years old. And the police arrived at Kent State and shot and killed 4 students. So it is indeed chilling that we see police marching through our university at the risk of our students. So I just am here to say, we're here to fight for freedom of speech. We're here. I have a student who is an international student. She had the opportunity in her practicum, in her field work, to go and lobby in Albany on behalf of children, immigrants and their rights. But she couldn't go because she was afraid of being photographed and losing her visa. I have students, international students, who don't think they'll be able to be hired because employers won't hire them because of their risk of being deported. So these are just reminders of the reality of the situation on the ground and the challenge we have to lead. Thank you. Good. Kind of freaky. It's kind of freaky. Oh, yeah.
This will help, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Gussie Kapner, and I'm here today to show support for what the students and faculty and staff are doing here today. First, I want to give a shout out to all these fabulous people from the School of Social Work who managed to organize this. As someone said before, we know how hard it is to get people together to do something in a university, and you've done a wonderful job at making this happen. I'm here as an alum of both the School of Social Work. I have my doctorate from the School of Social Work. At one point, I was a field instructor for the School of Social Work, and I actually have an award or two from Columbia University and from Barnard, where I'm also a graduate. So, what I would like to say to you today is not a long testimonial, but to speak as an alum, but also as a member of this community. I'm a member of the Morningside Heights Community Coalition. I've lived in this neighborhood for over 50 years, which means that I've seen a lot in terms of university and community relations and university and student relations. I was here in 1968, and there were changes that were made after 1968. It is time again to make changes in the governance of the university so it can be a university which is more democratic for all of its members and for the community. Just a word about the Morningside Heights Community Coalition. The issues we've been working on affordable housing in this area. We've been negotiating with Columbia to include a percentage of affordable housing in all of their new construction and to preserve the already rent-regulated units in the very many units that they own in the neighborhood. We've also been working on transportation accessibility, the need for an elevator at 125th Street, and on future issues of zoning that would increase the ability to make affordable housing. So, I think this is the first time in a long time that I felt embarrassed to be an alum of Columbia. I'm not going to tear up my degree. I know some people are tearing up their degrees. I'm not going to do that. But it is embarrassing at this time to say that you went to Columbia because people will ask you, well, what are you doing to try to help them to do something different from what they are doing now? We know that it's really a travesty what they are doing now to their students, their faculty, their staff, and to the community. We are not in favor of them having shut down the whole campus to the public for what was previously a public access street. So that's one of the issues that we're working on. But we're more concerned, obviously, by what's happening to the students and faculty and staff and where that will go from here. Um, Turning over the names of faculty, staff, and students to the government, to ICE perhaps in some cases, but certainly to the government in terms of what has recently been done at Barnard here in Columbia, there is no excuse for that. And that is a real first step toward fascism. And we ought to worry about that very, very much. Allowing ICE to be on the campus and in the housing of places where students and faculty live, that is also a travesty. And it does not bode well for the rest of us who they have not yet come for, because they will come for us eventually. The kinds of demolishing of academic freedom that's going on the campus in every way, whether it's in the form of taking over academic departments or removing ways in which things are talked about, or punishing students who are just simply trying to protest peacefully. All of that is a very, very bad sign, not just for this university, but for our whole society. The many, many things that I could cite that are going on here really say that Columbia for higher education is only the canary in the coal mine. And it's surprising to me that they do not recognize that, because this is a signal to all of higher education that this administration wants to get rid of higher education, because that's where people think, that's where people research and do innovation, and that's something this administration in Washington cannot abide. So at this point in time, what we really need to do is to unite all the different forces that are trying to change some of this. The community, Morningside Heights Community Coalition, is behind you, is behind the faculty, the students, and the staff in this effort to try to change the university, to try to help the university grow a spine, really, because it's the cowardice of the university which is encouraging more and more of this attack on higher education. And we all need to be very, very concerned about that. So I am with you. The community is with you. We want to work together. I saw a sign the other day that said community is immunity. I thought that was a good one. And I think we can believe in that together. So thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for putting this together. And we'll try to get more people to come and see what's going on here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yep.
That was wonderful.
All right.
We appreciate you.
All right. Thank you. So, where did I put my papers? All right. We're going to keep this hot mic going. Okay. I'm going to say, hey there, looking to see some friendly faces out there. I'm going to say, when Columbia students are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When science is under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When our faculty is under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When our institution and its programs and its independence is under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. Okay. As I said earlier, for anyone who might have missed it, tuning in a little bit late, this 3 to 4 hour that was originally scheduled is now being filled in with social work and alum voices, and we are delighted to be here to keep the conversation going. There was a teach out at Philosophy Hall shortly ago from 11:48 until 2:25, and while we couldn't convince any faculty to come over, they did suggest 2 readings, both pieces from the Columbia Spectator, both written by Dhananjay and Jagannathan. And so I would like to read those because I think they represent many of the sentiments that those of us who are here share today. We're going to keep this mic open until 4 o'clock when the student workers of Columbia Union join us to share student voices. Okay, so this piece is from March 9th, so it's a bit dated, and it's called Self-Governance is Hard Work, but it sets the tone for the next piece. And again, this voice is Dhananjay Jagannathan from Philosophy. I've been thinking a lot about participatory governance lately, not just because I study and teach political philosophy, and not just because American democracy appears to be fracturing around us, but because of recent events at Columbia. While the Gaza protests over the past 16 months led directly to a wave of unilateral administrative action, the culture of top-down governance has been a feature of the university for as long as I've been here, since 2017. There is good reason for swift and decisive administrative response in conditions of emergency like those faced in late February and early March of 2020 at the onset of the coronavirus pandemic. But what happens next in such circumstances? The rest of us in this institution, faculty, staff, and students, must, in due course, assert our right to evaluate the decisions that administrators have made and steer the course of the institution. We should not simply wait to be consulted on these matters. That is one reason I'm eager to write this column for Spectator, to offer a faculty voice on some pressing issues facing the institution and to spur discussion and debate, not only among my faculty colleagues, but also among members of the wider Columbia community. A basic challenge that faces us as a deliberative community is knowing what decisions are being made on our behalf. While I am encouraged by some of the steps taken by interim university president Katrina Armstrong, again, a reminder, this is a dated piece, to restore trust in the institution and its administration, decision-making at Columbia continues to be undertaken largely behind closed doors. That, in turn, has prolonged an atmosphere of uncertainty and listlessness that hovers over the university. Take, for example, the continued closure of the Morningside campus, which is what we just heard referenced, which is really critical given our shared space with our community. In a university-wide email on September 24th, 2024, Armstrong stated her hope that the gates of the Morningside campus would reopen, quote, in a matter of weeks, not months, unquote. Precisely 4 months later, on January 24th, Armstrong sent a follow-up email acknowledging the continued closure of the campus, but not the thwarting of her previously stated hope. The new message also suggested increased access for our unaffiliated neighbors in Morningside Heights and West Harlem, for whom the campus closure has been a significant burden, a change that was meant to take effect in early February. In light of what has actually happened, we should find this sequence of events and the framing of these events in these public communications troubling. First, Armstrong and other university leaders continue to displace responsibility for the closure of the campus onto a vague threat posed by outside demonstrators, unquote. While the heightened tensions on campus are extraordinary, we managed for years to have an open campus. Even the closure of campus in the wake of the 1968 occupation of university buildings was comparatively brief. What we as a community deserve to know is whether the decision to keep campus closed is driven by concrete and credible threats or simply a generalized concern. Second, Armstrong has not fully explained why her initial hope to reopen the campus had not been realized. Her January 24th email cites the desire of students, faculty, and staff, unquote, to feel, quote, welcome and safe, unquote. Will the current closures persist until these feelings change? How are the feelings of others in the campus community and those outside it weighed in this calculus? Third, in the same email, Armstrong describes a new committee, the Morningside Campus Access Advisory Committee, that apparently holds some influence over these policies. However, the message does not describe its membership or its precise mandate. We may contrast this non-public committee to the Inclusive Public Safety Advisory Committee, whose membership is public. and which publishes the minutes of its meetings. Fourth, the promised changes to campus access for our neighbors have not yet been implemented. The most recent update to campus access, update to campus access, released on February 10th, mentions only alumni and guests of current students, staff, and faculty. In the meantime, residents have sued the university for violating the pedestrian access easement that was established when New York City ceded the portion of West 116th Street running through campus to the university. Again, there has been no acknowledgement that a promised change has fallen through. I want to emphasize that I understand the significant challenges facing Armstrong and other university leaders in balancing the different considerations and constituencies involved in campus access decisions. Quite frankly, I don't want to be in their shoes, and I'm not sure what decision I myself would make in their position. I'm also grateful for the recognition in Armstrong's messages that the campus closures cost us as an institution, which cherishes its openness to the city, to the world, and to our unaffiliated neighbors. The pattern I see here, however, is of hopes expressed in all the right language, matched by intransigence on actual policy. Moreover, the decision to reopen campus is framed as a choice for Armstrong alone, based on advice from an anonymous committee. Given the lack of any obvious emergent necessity, this continued concentration of power should unsettle the rest of us in the university community. What then can we do? The University Senate remains an important deliberative body. However, like the cantiones of ancient Rome, it sponsors public discussion, but does not seem to exercise any real authority. The pages of this publication likewise form an important part of the public record, but cannot by themselves sway the course of events. We must therefore call on Armstrong individually and collectively to defend the current statements of the university administration on the Morningside campus closure and on other contested topics at a series of public events with ample time for discussion, rather than in closed-door meetings with invited guests. Only a public culture of respectful debate and discussion can restore confidence in an administration that has grown too comfortable in wielding unaccountable executive power. If you agree with me, I encourage you to write to Armstrong expressing this view. If you disagree, please do write to me or directly to the editors of this publication and tell me why you think I'm wrong. The project of self-government in any community with a diversity of perspectives and values is challenging. I submit to you that it is also worthwhile. Again, those are words from Assistant Professor of Philosophy and the Director of Graduate Studies for Classical Studies at Columbia, Dhananjay Jagannathan. Thank you. Okay, so that piece is updated. One more. Updated by a piece that came out a week ago, April 21st, called Two Visions for the University, by the same author. The work of the university is teaching and learning, and it's carried out by its faculty and its students. This statement ought to be uncontroversial, but when we look around at what Columbia actually does, quite a lot of it seems to involve neither of those activities or groups of people. The reason this matters right now is that we have for some time lacked leadership that understands the university as an academic institution. That's why I believe our leaders are willing to sacrifice not only academic freedom, but also the academic quality of the institution in service of other goals. Their vision, which encompasses their understanding of Columbia as it is now and their hope for its future, is not mine. I invite you to consider which vision is more likely to see us through this time of tribulation. There are three driving factors responsible for the displacement of academic work: the pivot to directed action, the pursuit of power and prestige, and the transactional model of education. First, let us consider Columbia's ill-advised pivot toward directed action, which is taking us beyond the core activities of teaching and learning, under which I include research and scholarship, that have defined universities for a millennium. Some time ago, I warned against former university President Lee Bollinger's proposal of a so-called fourth purpose for Columbia, a grandiose mission that has led to heavy investment in the Columbia Global Centers and Columbia World Projects, as well as other endeavors that coordinate the university's activities with those outside organizations, including businesses, think tanks, and governments. to achieve social impact. While the initial task force report on the fourth purpose emphasized that opportunities for such directed action should always flow from scholarly curiosity, it is naive to think that hiring researchers in a given area and giving them incentives to drive specific kinds of social change would not reshape what we collectively do as a university. Even those of us who are not specifically part of these protests, while these worldly initiatives can be laudable in themselves, they inevitably siphon resources away from our core activities. Moreover, as the task force report described, fourth purpose initiatives require hiring others who do not engage in traditional scholarship or teaching. How many of those involved in these endeavors have ever set foot in an undergraduate classroom? A useful example of this is the class co-taught in the fall of 2023 by Hillary Clinton at the School of International and Public Affairs, where despite holding the title of professor, she did not hold office hours, read student work, and occasionally did not even attend. The deeper problem, however, is that Bollinger and his successor, Manu Shafiq, had failed to see that, like all great universities, Columbia's impact, quote unquote, to stick to that unlovely managerial word, is in the long term. Meanwhile, our fourth purpose partners in business and public policy are oriented to short-term challenges. The majority of our scholarly work of faculty and other researchers, even in the sciences, enters into debates and conversations that unfold over generations. Likewise, our commitment to teaching is principally a commitment to sending more serious and thoughtful people into the world, the effect of which is scarcely measurable, given the remarkable range of things that our students go on to do. A university, even one located at a great global crossroads, is not well suited to engage in directed action, nor can it do so without compromising on its commitment to its core activities. That's why so many of these fourth purpose activities have to take place off campus and indeed in far-flung places. In my view, the university would be better off focusing on its responsibilities to our immediate communities in West Harlem and Morningside Heights, where residents continue to argue that Columbia has failed to live up to its promises to them. Again, a nod to our prior speaker. Next, let me turn to the pursuit of power and prestige. Being at Columbia means sharing in its history of influence, such as its legacy of faculty and alumni who were Nobel laureates and US presidents. It is seldom remembered that Dwight D. Eisenhower was president of the university when he successfully ran to be the nation's president. Increasingly, this association is a commodity that the university sells. To take the most extreme example, consider the fully online coding boot camp, which by edX, a third-party for-profit company operating under Columbia's name, without the direct involvement of our faculty and staff. After bankruptcy, edX has pivoted to offering so-called micro-credentials, which likewise draw on the university's brand. But even our traditional academic programs advertise access to our network of alumni and to other powerful institutions and groups through proximity to them in New York City as one of their core benefits. It's crucial to distinguish the actual quality of our academic programs, which is, in many corners of the university, very high, both from a generic aura of excellence and from the empty promise of prestige. Even within a given corner of the university, not all academic units or programs are equal in stature, and the weaker ones benefit from association with the stronger ones, giving rise to the aura effect. Prestige, meanwhile, arises from associations that provide at best indirect evidence of academic quality and may well be unreliable measures of it. Once maintaining such prestige becomes a goal in itself, it's easy to lose sight of the value of genuine academic quality in scholarship and teaching. In particular, one of the key principles of academic freedom is that academic quality should be assessed by one's peers within departments, schools, and one's wider discipline. Maintaining prestige, on the other hand, demands making accommodations with the way that the wider non-academic world thinks. Finally, I turn to the transactional model of education. Education can have many goals, ranging from vocational training to individual self-discovery to the pursuit of truth and knowledge for their own sake. Any particular higher education program may present students with a mix of these goals as worth pursuing, but a credential, a sign to the world that one has successfully completed a given course of study, cannot be an intrinsic goal of education itself, only an extrinsic outcome of it. Getting such a credential can be the motivation for you to pursue study, of course, but the credential itself is wholly extrinsic to the activity that constitutes your study. The transactional model of education, in which universities treat students as customers buying a product or service and encourage students to see their studies in these terms, not least given the remarkable rise in tuition, gets rid of this all-important distinction between intrinsic and extrinsic goals of education. This transactional model has a range of consequences for how a university operates. One is to focus on aspects of life that have nothing to do with study, what is now called the student experience. Improvements to the student experience, and especially the administrative support needed to deliver this experience, are responsible for the a great deal of the rise in tuition costs. At the same time, spending on instruction, on paying faculty and maintaining classrooms is down as a percentage of total spending across the higher education sector. My own experience of teaching at Columbia bears out this broader narrative. My first classroom, where I taught literature humanities in fall 2017, was in a dingy corner of Hamilton Hall, with water damage on the walls and fewer chairs in the room than there were students enrolled. I'm proud of all my students achieved that year despite the circumstances, but I can well imagine that some of them were wondering where their tuition money was going. One answer is to serve the debt on the Manhattanville campus. Dorm improvements are a major focus of the university's most recent round of borrowing. At the same time, the promised renovations of Uris Hall, meant to benefit the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, have yet to materialize. Okay. These three factors interact in a variety of ways. For example, mission creep beyond research and teaching and the pursuit of power and prestige, the main incentive for members of the Board of Trustees to continue their involvement in the university, given that they're largely drawn from business, law, and technology and are not academics, reinforce and are reinforced by the transactional model. Since they secure non-educational benefits for students, the result of these patterns of thinking and acting is to displace academic life from the center of the university's mission. One reason that faculty members are clamoring for greater influence in the university, the promise of shared governance, is that it's increasingly clear to us that the university's leadership, in particular the Board of Trustees, do not grasp the value of what we and our students do every day. I have written elsewhere about the institution's apparent willingness to sacrifice academic freedom in the face of the administration's assault. Only those who fail to appreciate the academic character and the purpose of the institution would be tempted by this Faustian bargain in the first place. The bet being made seems to be that even if in the short term, some scholars and students fail to come to Columbia or perhaps even leave it, the brand value of Columbia, tied up in its world projects and the gleaming buildings of its professional schools, will allow for an eventual resurgence. In my view, without its academic heart and soul, there will be little or nothing in this university worth saving. Again, those are words from an assistant professor of philosophy and the director of graduate studies for the classical studies program at Columbia, Dhananjay Jagannathan. Thank you. Woo-hoo. So those were words from philosophy. Those are not voices from social work, but here in this fourth hour of the 25-hour speak out, we found ourselves with some empty air, and so we are filling in speaking, and we have a speaker who might wish to come forward and speak. Great, thanks. Come on up. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Turku Ishiksel. Although the sign says social work, I teach in the political science department here at Columbia. Since 2011, I've had the privilege of teaching in the core curriculum. Each year, I take about 21 undergraduates through a long journey to the 20th century. It's an incredible journey. We get to ask big questions, questions that matter, questions like, what does it mean for a human being to live an excellent life? Where do moral norms come from? And why are they binding on us? Do citizens need to be virtuous for a society to work well? What is the best political regime? What makes for just laws? Why should people obey political authority? Is authority compatible with freedom? What is domination and what are its remedies? We read Plato, Aristotle, the Bible, St. Augustine, Machiavelli, Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, Kant, Madison, Douglas, Du Bois, Martin Luther King, and Arendt. Not necessarily because their books are full of right answers to guide our lives, but because they tell us how our civilization got here, its successes and its failures, its triumphs and its catastrophes, its failings and wrong turns. We subject these great thinkers to the kind of searching, critical questioning that would make Socrates blush. Anyone who thinks that our job here at Columbia as teachers involves indoctrination has never been inside a Columbia classroom. It's an immense privilege to teach at Columbia, one that I've never taken for granted. One reason I've never taken it for granted is that I come from an authoritarian country, one that was never especially democratic, but which has decisively slid into the dark abyss of autocracy over the past decade and a half. Much of my scholarship as a political scientist is motivated by the history and my experience of growing up in an authoritarian country. Like other scholars in my discipline of political science, I think a lot about how in recent decades, in many countries, elections have come to be used for authoritarian ends. Many countries hold regular elections. Leaders come to power through a competitive struggle for the people's vote, but these countries are nevertheless authoritarian. How can that be? Aren't elections the same thing as democracy? Well, elections in authoritarian regimes are a kind of window dressing. Authoritarian incumbents win elections because they ensure that they cannot lose. They restrict media freedom. They manipulate information. They intimidate civil society leaders. They jail dissidents. They ban opposition parties. They outlaw rallies and demonstrations. Once in power, they try to conquer 5 key social institutions, namely the media, the bureaucracy, the military, the judiciary, and universities. So we might ask, why these institutions? First, because they answer to a different authority than whoever happens to be in political power. Their activities are guided not by whoever happens to be in power, but by their own professional ethic. Journalism is guided by a commitment to the public. The bureaucracy is guided by an ethic of professionalism and public service. The military is guided by respect for the chain of command and political neutrality. The judiciary is guided by an ethic of impartially applying the law. And last but not least, universities like ours are guided by the search for truth. In scholarly inquiry, disciplinary standards have priority over other metrics like profits, power, glory, public opinion. Political non-interference is a precondition for our scholarly and teaching mission. In short, the third law of thermodynamics does not change because the commander-in-chief doesn't like it. So these institutions all present an obstacle to political and social control, especially for would-be authoritarians. A second reason why authoritarian governments attack these institutions is because they guarantee the full and effective enjoyment of many individual rights. Many of the rights that we hold as individuals and as citizens are meaningless without a legally protected intermediary organizations through which we exercise them. What would it mean to participate in the electoral process if there were no parties with the freedom to define their own platforms and choose their own leaders? Without media companies' free speech rights being protected, could we have a sufficiently informed public to participate in politics and hold leaders accountable? If charities and nonprofits didn't exist, could we advance the myriad of causes and values that we care about? Where trade unions don't exist, don't exploitative labor practices flourish? Can you exercise your faith without a church, a synagogue, a mosque, a temple that has expressive autonomy over what doctrines to preach and that has property rights over its premises? If law firms lack rock solid legal protections, who will stand up for the principle that everyone is innocent until proven guilty? Who will provide legal representation for politically unpopular clients when the might of the state comes crashing down on them? And most importantly, for us here at the gates of campus, if universities lacked the autonomy to make hiring, funding, teaching decisions in accordance with the most advanced expertise in a scholarly field, universities that offer the resources necessary to pursue costly scientific research and learning, could each of us individually enjoy the right to education, the right to teach and learn, the freedom to express our ideas and to contest other ideas, the right to access information, and the right to practice our professions? Attacks on universities, K through 12 schools, law firms, media companies, immigration clinics, civil rights organizations are manifestations of the same authoritarian onslaught on our bedrock freedoms. So this speak out here today is not an act of institutional narcissism. Frankly, I would love to stop talking about Colombia. I'm sick of reading headlines about Colombia. I bet journalists are sick of writing headlines about Colombia. So let me state this clearly. This is not about Colombia. This is about a systematic authoritarian attack on our constitutional rights for which Colombia is an early and convenient target. I end on a note of optimism. Do you know why else authoritarian regimes have a universal pattern of attacking institutions like universities? It's because they provide essential vehicles for organized democratic action and resistance to tyranny. As many observers of authoritarian regimes have taught us, tyranny thrives on division. It prefers an atomized, squabbling, alienated, anonymous mass. It abhors a vigilant, united, networked, vibrant civil society. The speakers at today's event disagree on so many substantive issues, sometimes vociferously, but we are allied on this fundamental point, that we must protect the institutional autonomy of our treasured university and the personal safety and intellectual autonomy of each of its members. I urge the leadership of our university to do the same. You have one job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We find ourselves at 10 minutes to 4 o'clock. This is a bit of an open mic period. I can jump in unless there's someone else. Is there anyone else who wants to jump in?
I can jump in. Is there someone else from social work?
Oh, yes. Awesome. All right. We have a taker.
doctoral student.
Awesome.
Exceptional doctoral student from social work.
Come on up. You're the next contestant
Yes,
on.
yes. Anna Balakrishan.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
Woo, 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 woo.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. My name is Anna. Hello. I'm a third-year PhD candidate at Columbia School of Social Work. I study equity-informed partnerships in global health, and as you can imagine, it feels particularly hard to do that right now, but also more important than ever. Honestly, it's hard to know where to even start. It feels almost impossible to capture the full weight of what's happening, the fear, the grief, the outrage, the harm. But as social workers, we're trained to look at the whole picture, aren't we? To systems, the policies, institutions, the power and the abuses of power that shape people's everyday lives. We think deeply about how decisions made in faraway institutions ripple out into daily lives, into health, well-being, and human rights. So I studied partnership, and in partnership, how we work together matters just as much as what we do. I've worked for a long time in rural Dominican Republic with a team of community leaders that worked tirelessly to fight for the well-being of those around them, a team of women much wiser and stronger than I am. As I've grown in my partnership work, I asked them, what matters most about how we work together? And they said, we want to know you care like we care, that we will work together hand in hand. care about the community with us. That was pivotal for me. Their words have guided my work and my commitment ever since, not just to projects and outcomes, but to ways of being with one another. And we do care. So many of us care. That's why we're here today. That's why we're asking, demanding of our institutions to care with us. And wow, so much love, so much heart has gone into the work we do. I have the privilege of working with my mentors as part of a multi-country team, now called the Anga Center for Climate Justice, Health Equity, and Community Wellbeing in East Africa. The Anga Center is a network of researchers, organizations, government representatives, and community leaders across East Africa committed to climate justice and health equity. We work together through meaningful partnerships, rigorous research, and community-based approaches to address the urgent challenges of facing climate vulnerable communities. This center was born out of decades of relationship building, of listening, learning, and growing together. Finally, all of that love, all that blood, sweat, and tears came together in a huge way with the news that we received an NIH grant to open a research center to support this work. Imagine, across East Africa, community champions, students, researchers, nonprofit leaders, all reaching towards one another to advance climate justice and health equity. We were overjoyed. And then poof, it's gone. The money was taken away. So now we look at this partnership, this amazing team, at this vibrant, brilliant network of people coming together to create meaningful change, and we risk breaking promises we made. Community team members who have poured themselves into this work now can no longer access the payment they were promised. Students and researchers who depend on this funding now face uncertainty and loss. Years of collaboration, growth, and impact being threatened by decisions made far from the communities that they affect the most. This is not just about the loss of research projects on paper. It's about relationships. It's about credibility, integrity. It's about health, well-being, and justice. Federal cuts to research are not abstract budget changes. They have a human cost. They erode trust, they destroy opportunity, and they deepen inequities. So I would like to remember what my dear friends and partners in DR told me. Care with us. We need each other. We need to show up for one another, with one another. And that's what we're demanding today. We're asking Columbia, institutions across the country to care with us, to fight alongside us, to protect research, to protect students, to protect the future we are trying so hard to build, hand in hand with our communities across the globe. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Okay. Okay. Once again, thank you, Anna, one of our doctoral students from the School of Social Work. To bring everybody who's just come up to speed, we started this 25-hour speak out at noon today. Noon, 1, 2, 3. We are almost at 4 hours. We have another 10 minutes to build to get to 4. We have something very special coming at 4 o'clock. It's the Student Workers of Columbia. Student Union will be speaking out. We think that the mic is a little bit low on battery, so I'm raising my voice because we probably have to charge it. So I'm going to see if maybe the students can do without it, and we'll charge the mic, and we'll charge the non-amplified sound that we're not using. And in the meantime, I would just like to remind everyone that there is a live stream, and I just got some breaking news that I'm very concerned about. So I'm just going to contemporaneously, oh, I see, the Sundial Report's still there. We were just concerned because someone is alerted to the fact that the homepage of the Columbia Senate is down. And so we're concerned about that. It seems that if you Google it, you can still find the Sundial Report. The Sundial Report was actually authorized by the University Senate, and that happened last summer before we broke for the summer, and we had permission at the time from Manu Shafiq to do a collaborative Senate an administrative report on what had happened from October 8th until the end of the encampments, which was obviously very disconcerting for many of us. And at that time, the administration had agreed with us that they would do a report, not unlike the Cox report, which happened in 1968 following the 1968 protests. But instead, the administration decided that they didn't want to participate at that time. So the Columbia Senate passed a resolution to go ahead and to write a report, to do interviews on lower resources, of course, but to happened, because obviously there were lots of problems related to who was doing what, who stayed in their lane, who stepped outside of their lane, why were some of the events policies changed, who authorized that, and some of the things that needed to be authorized by the Senate at the time were not. And so in response to that, we wanted to get some answers and talk to people. And so that pursuit didn't actually come to complete fruition until a few weeks ago when we published the Sundial report, which is available on the Senate website. If you can't find it on the Senate website, I encourage you to Google it. It is a report that uses the Columbia Spectator and other media outlets, including, media outlet is a stretch, including the report that we received from the Congressional Office on Workforce that was led by Virginia Fox. Some of you may have followed Virginia Fox and the Workforce Working Group are the folks in the Congress who interviewed Manu Shafiq and some of our Board of Trustee members, one of whom is now our acting president. So I was just going to read the preface. In the few minutes we have left, I was going to read the preface of the Sundial report, given that we're concerned about what's happening with the University Senate. So I'll start. I'm just going to read from page 6, 7, 8, and 9, the preface. A university's internal system of checks and balances is fragile. If, as Columbia's mission statement suggests, quote, all university will advance knowledge and learning at the highest level, such advances depend above all on the efforts and judgment of a world-class faculty and staff in continuous dialogue with students who both benefit from and spur the creativity of their teachers and mentors. Many people take for granted that the particular excellence of the American system of higher education depends on the unconventional thinking and radical experimentation that academic freedom allows faculty to pursue as they, quote, advance knowledge and learning at the highest level, unquote. The academic endeavor that is arguably at the heart of the university is, however, dependent on a vast infrastructure of buildings and research facilities, sophisticated IT, computing, and library resources, skilled administrators and dedicated staff, and a board of trustees committed to faithful stewardship of the university's financial and physical resources. But relations between the parts of this complicated system can, through inertia or in moments of crisis, go awry. Officers of administration, for example, may arrogate to themselves functions properly belonging to officers of instruction, or the mechanisms of shared governance that ensure all stakeholders a say in decisions conventionally or constitutionally within their purview might be bypassed, leading to profound feelings of alienation and betrayal, and to the sense that key institutional actors or offices have forfeited legitimacy. The exponential growth in recent years of staff and administrators relative to faculty at institutions of American higher education has been well documented, and it has contributed to the displacement of faculty from many of their traditional roles. At the same time, assertive political forces have reached into the university to involve themselves in matters of curriculum, student discipline, and academic freedom. The guardrails protecting these crucial university functions have been battered, and in some cases, breached. The result has been disorientation and alienation. Columbia's response to global events in the fall of 2023 exacerbated existing challenges for higher education. It divided the community and it set the stage for crisis. On October 7, 2023, approximately 3,000 Hamas militants attacked civilians and soldiers on Israel's southern border with Gaza, resulting in the death of nearly 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and the abduction of 251 individuals as hostages. Columbia immediately responded to this violence with administrators issuing statements to reassure affected students of community support and available resources. Israel's declaration of war on Gaza October 8th elicited an immediate outcry and various student groups and faculty released statements expressing solidarity with Palestinian resistance and criticizing the administration's response to the October 7th attacks, alleging discrimination and a complete erasure of Palestinians. Some community members were outraged. Some community members were outraged by these statements, particularly during their time of mourning. The first major pro-Palestinian protest occurred on October 12, 2023, 4 days after the attacks. In the following week, students engaged in both protests and counter-protests regularly on campus. Events of October 7 and the ongoing war in which Israeli attacks on Gaza consistently resulted in high civilian casualties. At these protests, slogans such as "From the river to the sea," "Palestine will be free," and calls for intifada were interpreted differently across the community, and debate ensued over whether such slogans violated limitations on freedom of speech and constituted anti-Semitism. Some community groups felt that attention or university support for Palestinian students in response to the horrific violence in Gaza, particularly for many who were losing family members. As of January 9, 2025, Gaza's health ministry reported that Israel's assault into Gaza killed 46,000 Palestinians and wounded 109,000, with women and children making up more than half the fatalities. Overall, there was deep suffering, misunderstanding, and community disagreement on campus starting in fall 2023. Spring 2024 brought continued protests and the establishment of 2 Gaza solidarity encampments and the occupation of Hamilton Hall. The encampments and occupation garnered extensive media attention and were the source of considerable controversy. The decision of university administration to utilize NYPD to arrest students twice during the encampments, against the advice of the executive committee of the University Senate, eroded trust in the administration. Since the events of spring, the resolution listed, quote, actions of the university in recent months, contrary to the norms and traditions of the university, and counterproductive to its mission. That included, quote, jeopardization of academic freedom, quote, breach of privacy and due process, unquote, and, quote, violation of shared governance principles, unquote. The resolution affecting current events called for an inquiry into the, quote, actions of the university, unquote, and the events surrounding and leading up to those actions. The University Senate envisioned a collaborative investigation led by distinguished and independent external figures, and involving the active participation of faculty and students and the joint participation of the administration. Although the administration initially pledged support in April 2024, the university's general counsel and the chief of staff to the president informed the University Senate Executive Committee chair in July of 2024 that the administration would not provide resources. Understanding the need to retain relevant documentation and the memory of what happened, however, the University Senate assembled the primary documents relating to these events and committed to writing a report of events. It was announced in August of 2024 in the plenary that the Senate would proceed on its own to produce a document. This report, based on a timeline of events, offers an executive summary, a preface, and what we want to do is elevate and highlight the importance of shared governance, a voice, of you being in touch with your University Senate members. We're very concerned that the Board of Trustees and Acting President Shipman announced last week that they want to review the Senate, and we're concerned that at this moment of crisis, when in fact we already have only 2 and not 3 shared forms of governance, we cannot lose the only one that we have voice and active agency in.
Oh my.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
4 o'clock.
Okay, 4 o'clock. All right. Thank you, everyone. We got our sign in? You want to hold the sign? Yeah, we need another sign holder for sure. Oh, we have a bunch of them. Oh, that's your information. Yeah, I'm going to keep it. Okay. How are you? Good to meet you. I'm Susan. Are you guys okay for a little while without a mic? We want to try to charge the sound system. Or do you, okay, because this is really not working. We have to charge it. Okay. So just
up a little bit. That would be great.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
All right, we're keeping it hot. That will get to the live stream so everyone will hear you.
Okay, up next, we are voices from Student Workers of Columbia, UAW Local 2710. We're a labor union representing thousands of academic workers across Columbia's campuses. We're engaging in this durational protest for academic freedom and student safety. Additionally, in support of CU-IMC's action items for the Columbia Board of Trustees, we reiterate the following 6 demands. Number 1, stand up for our higher education. Number 2, fight back against the federal attacks and defend students and international scholars. Number 4, preserve academic freedom, freedom of expression, and Columbia University's autonomy to govern these things. Number 5, reestablish and affirm tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Number 6, protect our researchers and provide backup funding. All right, and we have several speakers from our organization.
Oh, okay. Okay, hi everyone. I'm here as a member of Student Workers of Columbia, the labor union which represents student researchers and instructors at this university. I'm a PhD candidate and an instructor, and I'm here because today we are responding to attacks on higher education, research, and just in general the prospect of learning and inquiry. These attacks are being done in the guise of fighting anti-Semitism, which we all know is a lie. But Zionists at Columbia have cynically enabled this by embracing the lie that Zionism and anti-Semitism are the same thing. Boo indeed. They do this because they know they are losing the war of public opinion. We've all seen unspeakable images in the past year and a half. We have seen Israel commit blatant war crimes and then lie about those atrocities again and again. And Zionists know that the only way they can keep people on their side is to keep people from talking about what's right in plain view. They cannot justify what they've done and what they're doing, and so they endeavor to make it unsayable. They can insist as much as they want and as loudly as they want that Zionism is an inherent part of Judaism and that it's racist to say Zionism is colonialism, or that the criticism of Israel is motivated by hatred of Jews rather than by a love of humanity, but that won't make it true. Like I said, I am a PhD candidate, so I'm writing a dissertation, so I didn't have time to write a whole speech, so I'm going to read a couple things written by other people. The first thing I'm going to read is from an essay by Zev Jabotinsky. Zev Jabotinsky was an early Zionist and one of the founders of Beitar. Beitar, you may know, is the organization that is forming blacklists of people and causing us all to have to go to these things with masks on so we don't get doxxed for reading the words of their founders. But I'm going to read some excerpts from this essay by Zev Jabotinsky called The Iron Wall, which was published in 1923, where he makes very clear that something that if you said today on Columbia's campus would get you accused of being a racist, which is that Zionism is colonialism. Okay, so here's Zev Jabotinsky on what Zionism is. There can be no voluntary agreement between ourselves and the Palestine Arabs, not now nor in the prospective future. I say this with such conviction, not because I want to hurt the moderate Zionists. I do not believe that they will be hurt. Except for those who were born blind, they realized long ago that it is utterly impossible to obtain the voluntary consent of the Palestine Arabs for converting Palestine from an Arab country into a country with a Jewish majority. My readers have a general idea of the history of colonization in other countries. I suggest that they consider all the precedents with which they are acquainted and see whether there is one or either fools whom we can deceive by masking our real aims, or that they are corrupt and can be bribed to abandon us to their claim to priority in Palestine in return for cultural and economic advantages. I repudiate this conception of the Palestinian Arabs. Currently, they are 500 years behind us. They have neither our endurance nor our determination. But they are just as good psychologists as we are, and their minds have been sharpened, like ours, by centuries of fine-spun logomachy. We may tell them whatever we like about the innocence of our aims, watering them down and sweetening them with honeyed words to make them palatable, but they know what we want as well as we know what they do not want. They feel at least the same instinctive jealous love of Palestine as the old Aztecs felt for ancient Mexico and their Sioux for their rolling prairies. To imagine, as our Arab files do, that they will voluntarily consent to the realization of Zionism in return for the moral and material conveniences which the Jewish colonist brings with him is a childish notion which has at bottom a kind of contempt for the Arab people. It means that they despise the Arab race, which they regard as a corrupt mob that can be bought and sold, and are willing to give up their fatherland for a good railway system. There is no justification for such a belief. It may be that some individual boycott of Israel's Caterpillar, Starbucks, Estee Lauder, while we demand at the same time the US-led economic embargo of the Palestinian Authority end immediately. I say to you here, to all Palestinian and Arab people of the Middle East and the forced diaspora, and to oppressed peoples everywhere, that I'm here for only one reason. I'm here because the Palestinian Aswad asked me to come. I have long stated publicly that I would only travel here if the Israeli state had already been dismantled, or if I were invited by Palestinians to travel here to support your struggle. What an honor to be able to be side by side with you today at your invitation. I thank Aswad for giving me this great honor to be here with you and to celebrate this publication in Arabic about gays and lesbians. Sometimes people say something is an honor, but they don't mean it. I really do mean it. History has woven our destinies. I was born into a Jewish family of factory workers 1 year after Al-Nakba. I am with Palestinian liberation with every breath in my body, every muscle, every sinew. History will recall what an important development took place here as you have raised your voices. From the Crusades to the 1948 Zionist occupation of Palestine, colonialism and imperialism have brutally imposed economic, military, and cultural domination. The British Mandate brought anti-sodomy laws to Palestine, a legacy the Israeli occupation kept. The French Mandate brought anti-sodomy laws to Lebanon. That's what Halem is fighting. Now today, here with its first publication, this important anthology, Aswad is opening up a dialogue in Arabic with your own people in your own language about your own culture within your own history. A part of the struggle of the Palestinian people towards the liberation they so richly deserve.
It is commonplace for a union's negotiation team to include elected leadership, such as the union president and the vice president. And during our first session on March 28th, Columbia not only engaged with Grant as a member of SWC's negotiation team, they requested a one-on-one conversation with him while refusing to return to the bargaining table. Simply put, a boss cannot pick and choose who they want to negotiate with, and that is completely unacceptable. To recap again, we were supposed to meet, but Columbia refused to meet with all members of the team. Leading up to this new ultimatum, Columbia insisted on allowing only 20 observers whose names must be provided to the security desk. This is already a departure from past practice. In 2021, we bargained on Zoom with as many members of our union who wished to observe, up to several hundred on some occasions. It worked great, and we came to a contract agreement with the university under these conditions. Over the course of the week, we attempted numerous times to find a solution, including proposing alternative locations off campus and on Zoom at no cost to the university. The university refused to even consider these alternatives. And then the day before we were supposed to meet, on Friday, Columbia told us that they will only be meeting with 12 members. For obvious reasons, we did not turn over a list of union members who will be present due to ongoing safety and surveillance concerns. At a time when the university is is not promising to protect students and university affiliates from government surveillance and from attacks from the federal government, it's outrageous to continue insisting that we hand over the names of union members who will be present in negotiations. We simply will not do that. All of our members have a right to attend negotiations, period. Since our full bargaining team could not enter the bargaining room on campus, we sent a Zoom link to Columbia. We waited for them for hours. They did not join. Columbia's actions represent their latest attempts to wear us out. They're obstructing forward progress on negotiations with no explanation. In their communications to university members on their own website, Columbia recently wrote that they're disappointed that SWC failed to show up to negotiations on Friday. And this is absurd. They sabotaged negotiations all week and still had the audacity to come up and in public tell us that it was our fault that we did not come into the room on their terms. Shame. Our union members are eager to get to the table and talk about pressing matters. We have the draft proposals. We have draft proposals we've been writing and revising and approving for months. We want a stronger contract that protects non-citizen student workers, protects our jobs amid funding cuts, and ensures immediate and neutral recourse for discrimination and harassment. But we remain steadfast in our position on open bargaining. That is fully hybrid bargaining. It's not open unless all members can access in person and on Zoom. We are committed to open bargaining to all our members, including those doing field work outside of New York, those avoiding indoor spaces for health reasons, those who are afraid to come to campus because of fear for their safety, because of their immigration status, and those who have already left the country for this reason. Ranjani Srinivasan, a student worker in the School of Architecture in the Urban Planning Department, zoomed into our first session because she was chased out of this country by ICE after Colombia disenrolled her before they had to, after their visa status was terminated and after their SEVA status was also terminated by the government illegally. To our knowledge, this is also the only instance in which this has happened in the country, where a university preemptively disenrolled a student after their visa status was revoked. Still have not made any contact with Ranjani, still have not made any meaningful efforts to reinstate Ranjani, even as the federal government has now retracted its position on international student visas, have reinstated numerous SEVA statuses and visas. Colombia still has not reached out to Ranjani Srinivasan. Our members are eager to get to the table and talk about the issues impacting our workplace, including urgent health and safety concerns for our international members, guaranteeing academic freedom for our unit. It is our right to participate in collective bargaining with representatives of our own choosing. We are disappointed and infuriated that Colombia has resorted to classic union busting at such a dangerous time for our community members. And just to put this in broader context too, Colombia is participating in union busting here. They're trying in their public communications to act like they have been trying their best to help us at a time of need, of danger, and it is us intransigent teenagers at the bargaining table who cannot get their shit together and come to the table. This is absolutely false. We know this is false. We can see through their masks, we can see through their attempts to pit us, the bargaining committee, against our own members. It is false, it's infuriating. Please help us demand the university come to the table and bargain over the issues that matter to us now in a fair way on our own terms. We want to talk about the issues that matter to all of our members. We need to talk about them soon. Our members are also eager to get back to the table, and Colombia really likes to choose which laws it wants to follow. When Mahmoud Khalil and Mosam Madawi got kidnapped, they threw their hands in the air and said, well, we just have to follow the law. And when its students were being chased out of their dorms and campus housing, Colombia said, well, we just have to follow the law. And when Colombia was threatened with funding cuts, they said, well, we really just have to follow the law. And by the way, let's throw in a couple extra things for goodwill. But when our bargaining team, when it comes to us, when it comes to unionized student workers, the researchers, instructors, the TAs who keep this place running, the educators, institution, when it's our turn to bargain for a contract with representatives of our own choosing, all Colombia has are dirty tricks and unserious offers. As our contract expires and our no strike clause expires in June, I want to be clear that we are all here part of the same material challenge against the status quo. We must disrupt the flow of investments into the ongoing genocide of Palestinians. We must challenge the dominance of billionaire interests over human life. We must link arms with farm workers like Leila Juarez, who are facing the same repression that we are here in Colombia with displaced neighbors in Harlem, and we have to do this together. My working conditions are my students' learning conditions. My safety from police surveillance and police violence are also the safety of our neighbors in Harlem. Our contract it's not lost on us that our contract negotiations are about things bigger than just our workplace, our wages. our rights to a carol in Butler. This is about something bigger than all of us, and we hope you'll join us in our contract campaign.
Yeah.
Are you going? Oh.
Okay, hi, I'm also with Student Workers of Columbia. I'm honored to be on the bargaining committee alongside my comrade who just spoke, and I'm here to talk about solidarity. So solidarity is the bedrock of unionism. Solidarity means that I stand with my siblings wherever they are in the world, no matter what they are facing, because solidarity means that an injury to one is an injury to all. Solidarity means that when my coworker can't get health care for their young child, that is my fight as well as theirs. Solidarity means that we're a democratic union. We fight for each other and not just for the fights that our leadership would like to take. Solidarity means that we are proud to be standing here in coalition with others in our community, fighting for fairness and justice and building a powerful left together. Solidarity means that we stand with our neighbors in Harlem, opposing Columbia's land grabs and fighting gentrification and its effects. We demand that the gates be open to the community, and we fight the distinct but related crises of over-policing on campus and in Harlem. As much as it's important to organize locally and contribute to the communities we live in, solidarity has no bounds. We believe in social justice unionism that ties together global struggles for liberation and recognizes that only by standing together will we all become free. We stand here to defend academic freedom, advocating for the funding of public good research, and protect students from repression and abduction on the basis of their nationality or their speech. But a left that only fights for these things is not enough. We do not want to restore neoliberal order. We do not want just a society that protects individual rights for a privileged few. We do not want rights and legal recognition only for those with high earning potential. We do not want a level playing field for people of diverse races and genders to engage in more capitalist exploitation. In this era of ascendant fascism, we have to increase not only the strength of our fight, but also the scope of our fight. We fight for oppressed people everywhere and build a society where everyone's lives are valued. And so I want to uplift a few news stories just from this month that I believe have not gotten enough attention. I'll be quoting from various news articles, and as you listen, think about which of these stories you've heard, which of these you've mobilized for, and why some stories are more legible than others. All right, Democracy Now! Reports on April 4th, and I quote, longtime immigrant farm worker and organizer Alfredo Lelo Juarez Zeferino was pulled over last week by a plainclothes agent with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. This agent was in an unmarked car who broke his car window and forcibly detained him. Within not even a minute of interaction of getting pulled over, he was already in handcuffs, says Edgar Franks, the political director of independent farm workers union, Familias Unidas por la Justicia, which he co-founded with Lelo. The reason of his detainment was because of how politically active he was. Lelo is currently jailed at the privately run Northwest Detention Center in Tacoma, Washington, where hundreds have rallied in support of his release. I continue to quote, Democracy Now! Spoke to Lelo in 2016 when he was a 16-year-old farm worker in Burlington, Washington. Alfredo Juarez Zeferino says, one of the challenges that comes during summer was that sometimes I have to leave school early. I don't get to finish school. I remember one day, I think it was Sunday, we were picking strawberries and it was raining and it was super cold, like wind, and I was feeling sick. It was around 12 and I wanted to go home, so I asked my mom and she said, well, if I'm not feeling well, we should go home. So my mom told the supervisor, but the supervisor said, if you guys don't get back to work, you guys will all get fired and then you'll have to find somewhere else to live. Just right away, that same day, you'll get fired and you'd have to find somewhere else to stay. Edgar Franks this month says, I've seen Lelo grow up, and it was really shocking to hear the details about what happened to him. It was 7:30 in the morning and he was doing what he usually does during this time of year, driving his partner to go to work. Right now, the work that's available is working in tulip fields. So he was driving, and no less than a couple miles from home, he was pulled over by an unmarked car. He saw a gentleman approach the vehicle. He cracked the window a couple of inches, and the people showed up near his window, and he said, "Why am I getting pulled over? Do you have a warrant?" The people asked for his ID. As soon as he was going to reach for his wallet to pull out his license, they broke his driver's side window, and he got out of the car. His partner was upset, so he didn't want to get more fear into her, so he stepped out of the car. Within not even a minute of interaction, he was already in handcuffs. He was taken to Ferndale at a holding station, and a couple of hours later, he was transferred to Tacoma at the Northwest Detention Center. He's been there ever since. So hopefully, we could do something to get him out. I continue to quote from Democracy Now! Lelo is not only Mexican, he's indigenous, he's Mixteco. The issue of having language and resource accessibility so that indigenous workers can organize. And the question for the interviewee is, do we believe that this is one of the reasons that Lelo was targeted? Edgar Franks responds, we believe that is. We believe the reason of his detainment was because of how politically active he was in bettering the lives of not only farm workers, immigrants, but especially the Mixteco community that he comes from. He's one of the few organizers in the state that speaks Mixteco, English, and Spanish. So, he can communicate with thousands of workers here. And the proof is just how successful this union has been. We passed overtime, we got paid rest breaks, we passed rules for heat and smoke rules. Lelo had a lot to do because he's not only still working in farms, he's also organizing in a direct contact with workers about the needs of our community. I end quote now. So when we fight against fascist kidnappings and arrests and deportations, we must fight for Lelo as well as Mahmoud, Mohsen, and Rumesa, and the thousands of more people held in ICE prisons across the country whose names I don't know. At the detention facility in Louisiana, where Mahmoud is still being held 1,000 miles away from his wife and newborn child, the other detainees call him El Famoso, because everyone knows his name. The fight for Mahmoud's freedom has obviously yet to be won, but we must expand this fight to others too. In Mahmoud's statement to the immigration court where his case was held, he said, I just hope that the urgency that you deemed fit for me is afforded to the hundreds of others who have been here without hearing for months. And let us also heed this call to extend our urgency as activists. Because I want people to remember that when we fight, we win. On April 8th, NPR reports that 3 young children and their mother were released from ICE custody after a brave and powerfully organized fight by their community in a small town on Lake Ontario. I now quote from NPR. When 3 children came back to Sackett's Harbor Central School, they'll find signs and decorations celebrating their return, and an end to an ordeal that started in late March. We've had 3rd graders bringing in cards and leaving it on their classmates' desk, Principal Jamie Cook told NPR. And the 3rd grade class has created a large welcome back sign that they have hung in their classroom. With classes from pre-K through grade 12, the school is a hub of life in Sackett's Harbor, a small town sitting along New York's Lake Ontario shoreline. So when 3 students and their mother were arrested and detained by immigration agents on March 27th, the tight-knit community suddenly had a gaping hole. For days after federal agents descended on a nearby farm with a dairy and petting zoo and made several arrests, no one in the community knew where the family was. Finally, one of the teenagers got access to a phone. The first person she called was her favorite teacher. A rally over the weekend drew nearly 1,000 people, a massive turnout for a town that has a population of 1,300 people. The town is part of New York's 24th congressional district, rated by Cook Partisan Voting Index as the most reliably Republican district in the state. We love them, Cook said of the family, and this week has been painful, and we really just want our kids back. I end quote. I can say that I have never had the organizing power it takes to turn out 1,000 out of 1,300 people to a rally, as much as I'm working towards that. And so when we think about activism, let's not just think about campus protests or Senate floor speeches. Let's also think about communities all around the country and the world coming together to protect each other. Checking time. Okay, we still have more time. All right, so think of the activism in your own communities and cities, activism that is also under threat from the federal government today. On April 17th, the city reported, and now I'm quoting again, the Trump administration has canceled more than $1.3 million in federal emergency grants awarded to a Brooklyn food pantry to feed migrants. They advised the nonprofit that it was suspecting of violating US law by serving food to illegal aliens. The move leaves Campaign Against Hunger, which each year serves 17 million meals to over 1.5 million New Yorkers, in a lurch. To take that much money from any organization that does not have an endowment or a large budget is to take food out of the mouths of those that need it most. For those that need food, it's tough. We are in a sad, tough time. The Campaign Against Hunger received a letter on April 1st from the Federal Emergency Management Agency with news that its grants under the Shelter and Services Program were terminated immediately. The Shelter and Services Program provides funding to nonprofits and government entities to support non-citizen migrants after they are released from Department of Homeland Security custody and while they wait for rulings. Congress appropriated $650 million for the program in fiscal year 2024, including $512,000 for the Campaign Against Hunger and another $60 million to the New York City Budget Office to reimburse the city for costs related to housing new arrivals. At a supermarket-style super pantry in Bedford-Stuyvesant, people pick up food, baby formula, and even clothing during the open hours 5 days a week. Families typically come to the pantry bi-weekly, but given the budget uncertainty, the campaign in April began limiting visits to once a month. What we've had to do, which was very hard, knowing that families are hungry, we had to change the way we distribute so that the little we have can go a long way. How long will we have to continue this trend? I hope not long. Typically, about 13,000 people each week visit the Campaign Against Hunger's locations, but Samuels estimated her organization would serve about half as many families as usual this month. The Campaign Against Hunger is federal cuts to programs and for donations to keep the organization afloat. And I end quote. So while we're fighting the cuts,
I am a native of this neighborhood, which we call Morningside Heights, but which in broader terms is known as Harlem, right? What do y'all think? Would you call this Harlem? Some people would, some people wouldn't. Depends who you ask. But the reason we are here as a nonprofit organization is to express our solidarity with the students and faculty that are here at Columbia walking the walk of democracy. Democracy now. So I don't have any prepared remarks. I'm going to just improvise and share some truths that I think apply to everything that's been going on at Columbia and in our neighborhood. Because at the end of the day, Columbia is the largest landlord and the de facto controller of this neighborhood and the communities that surround it. Would you all agree with that? So if that's the case, I think it's really important that we engage in an interactive conversation and develop some transparency and some collaboration and some trust going both ways with Columbia. But we are not seeing that. And so as the cliches go, the personal is the political, the local is the global. And so that's what we're seeing here in Morningside Heights. The university owns 66% of the blocks between 110th and 125th Streets. That is a decades-long reality. The university began an expansion right after World War II, which continues to this day. The most dramatic recent example of it was the Manhattanville expansion from 125th to 133rd. Do you all know that place? How many people were dispossessed of their homes? How many people were pushed out to create Manhattanville? We estimate that it's about 350 individuals, not to mention all of the business over the course of many years that were pushed out. So that was a major disruption to that neighborhood. And unfortunately, it was supported through eminent domain, which means New York State got involved and heeded the plea of Columbia to kick those people out.
Boo! That's terrible.
I agree. That's terrible. And what we are doing as a nonprofit organization, the Morningside Heights Community Coalition, is we are demanding that Columbia acknowledge its local history. and change a couple of its policies with regard to local housing. The first thing that we demand is that Columbia maintain in perpetuity the rent-regulated status of the apartments it owns and that are occupied by non-affiliated residents, people that have no connection to Columbia. I happen to live in one of them, so there's self-interest on my part. For about 5 years now, I've been fighting Columbia to stay in my apartment. I moved into it about 16 years ago with a family friend that had known my family since 1964 because we lived right next door. So there's no succession rights, which is understandable. That is the law. However, given the legacy that Columbia has of pushing people out, we say, you know what, Columbia, you should follow what the other landlords do, and you should have to maintain your rent-regulated apartments because that allows the community to be stable and diverse. And we think that is an essential aspect of living in community with this institution. What do you all think? The second thing that we're demanding, let me just see if this works. Not really. Oh, there we go, maybe. The second thing that we're demanding is that on new construction projects, residential construction projects, Columbia should include 33% of the units for unaffiliated neighbors of low and moderate income. Therefore, preserving the stability and the diversity of this neighborhood, because that's in the interest of the longtime neighbors in the neighborhood, but also of the university. Because I'm quite sure that students that come to study here don't want to live in a monolithic company town. Wouldn't you agree? We think, and we have heard from countless students, that they appreciate living in a community that is organic, that's actual, that's diverse, as opposed to just having everybody from 110th to 125th and now beyond just affiliated with the university. That's not a healthy ecosystem. So that's why we're here, and we're expressing our solidarity with the faculty and the students of Columbia, because we think that the fight that you're in is the fight that we're in. It's to hold Columbia accountable. And I had the epiphany over the past few weeks that really, when we say Columbia, it's a misnomer. It's not really Columbia, because we love the students, we love the faculty, we love the people that work in our buildings and maintain our buildings. Really, what we're talking about is the trustees. We're talking about the trustees and perhaps members of the senior administration that don't stand up for the legacy and the rightful role of this university as a guardian of democratic values in the United States. It is shameful to see Columbia roll over the way that it has. It's shameful. And I'm not the smartest guy. I'm not the smartest guy, but in speaking to a university professor recently, I had the epiphany. He offered it to me that, you know what? Probably it's not that Columbia rolled over. Probably some of those trustees opened the door for what's happening. What do you think?
Yes.
So it is in our shared interest as longtime neighbors, as students, as faculty, for us to call this out every day and to be out here and to make our voices heard, because if we don't, it's just going to be another blip and it's going to fade away. And we can't let that happen if we want to maintain the integrity and the authenticity and the affordability and the diversity of this neighborhood. So that's all I can come up with for right now. Thank you so much for letting me do it.
All right, y'all. Milestone. We are at 5 p.m. We made it through a whole workday. We are so thrilled to welcome our next set of speakers from the one and only Teachers College. Take it away.
Hey everybody, we are here from Teachers College. We're so excited to be with you. We are so in love with our jobs and we are so scared. We are here from Teachers College to engage in this durational protest for academic freedom and student safety. Additionally, in support of CUI-MC's action items for the Columbia Board of Trustees, we reiterate these 6 demands. Stand up for higher ed. Fight back against the federal attacks. Protect and defend students and international scholars. Preserve academic freedom, freedom of expression, and Columbia University's autonomy to govern these. Reestablish and affirm tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and protect our researchers and provide backup funding. My name is Jennifer Lena, and there are 100 years of educators in my family. I am proud to be in the next generation, and I am worried that in my lifetime, the service that my family has done to this nation in serving as educators will be over. I come as one of many voices from Teachers College. Teachers College is also a place of firsts. We were the first graduate school of education in this nation. I'm going to mention 7 other firsts. We invented the first modern inquiry-based K-12 classroom. Philosopher John Dewey based his discovery that children and all people learn best by doing. We invented the community school, seeing the school as a social and civic hub for the entire community. In 1989, Russell taught TC students the world's first course in foreign school systems. Comparative education as a field has grown from this innovation. In 1898, Mary Adelaide Nutting piloted the first university-based course for prospective nursing administrators and nursing educators. In 1906, Harry Sherman taught a course on the chemistry of food, and in 1911 wrote the first scholarly book on the topic, which was the gold standard for another 40 years. Elizabeth Farrell decoupled the nation's first special education curriculum at TC in 1915. And TC psychologist Deutsch is widely regarded as the founding father of the field of conflict resolution. In 1986, he created TC's International Center for Cooperation and Conflict Resolution. There are amazing value that comes from having free higher education in this country. And Teachers College has been a part of that for over a century. We are simply fighting now to continue to do the work that we do well, to give our faculty the reason to get the government's hands off of our work and our students. I'm excited for you to hear from my colleagues as they share more about how these incredibly awful changes to higher education and our country are impacting them.
I came with props. Oh. Sure. Hi, everybody. I came with props, but I'm going to put it down here for a moment. Thank you. Hello. My name is E.Y. Zipris, and I'm faculty teaching museum education and a doctoral candidate researching conflict within both decentralized and hierarchical spaces. I'm also a graduate of Teachers College 2005 and Columbia GSAS 2007. I have been on and off campus, academic integrity, and our capacity for authentic and rigorous research. In support of this long-standing commitment to the free exchange of ideas, hence my prop, we at Teachers College are developing a framework for the collection and preservation of student and faculty voices in response to the attack on education that we are all experiencing. To do so, we are attempting to actively and accurately document this historic moment to ensure capacity for future research opportunities surrounding the crisis in higher education. But this is nothing new. This nascent collection will add to ones that are readily available, such as the archival material from the 60s and 70s documenting campus social crisis. There is historical precedent at Teachers College for standing for and with our students, as evidenced by this image. I am in museum studies after all. As evidenced by this image and that piece of paper. of the famous educator and philosopher 68 Horace Mann teaching. These collections include material similar to what we are hoping you will help us gather, such as notes from student committees, ephemera, flyers, letters to politicians, and more. If you have material of any kind that you have been holding on to, please reach out. That's me. All communication will be kept confidential, and we can embargo direct access to sensitive material until future dates. Let's work together to make sure that we preserve all our voices of debate and dissent, even as our administration is colluding in the suffocation of our ideas and the disappearance of students. To that end, please note this super fancy box. Thank you. Thank you. Museum people love props. Please note the super fancy box that already contains signs and buttons. I invite you to immediately add to this collection by taking an index card that's in there and anonymously or otherwise writing down words, sentences, ideas that you wish to be remembered or associated with during this historic speak out. To conclude, I asked my students in my current course if they would like me to read or say anything, and I am beyond honored to read a poem written expressly for this moment by one of my incredible students who has given me permission to read it. I offered my students the following prompts: I am proud of, I'm hoping for, I wish for, and this was the response. I hope to finally become myself in all of my glory, without any chunks or chips missing, forced out by constant collisions with authoritative decisions. I hope to take my children for walks, talking among the trees, and stop, touch the cool, clear blue ponds, decorating the scene, able to live a life adorned with love and wonder. I hope to find internal acceptance and equilibrium to share more than a smile with the world. And I hope you get to see it too. That was written by one of our current Teachers College students. Thank you so much. Do you have any props that you need me to hold?
No props. Excuse my touching your body without consent.
Love it.
All right. Hi. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. My name's Nathan. I'm an associate professor at Teachers College, and I'm not normally a mic on a box in the middle of the street kind of guy. I'm finding myself in that position in a bit of a surprise. Normally I'm making stuff. Normally my students and I are building technologies and tools to support young people to be creative, to explore ideas that they're passionate about, or to work towards various kinds of solutions to challenges in their communities that they care about. So I'm not normally on a mic, on a box, in a street. In fact, if somebody started chanting "Whose streets?" I'd probably just respond "Sesame Street" out of some sort of habit. But I'm here because I think we need to be here, because what's going on right now is important, and we need to stand up to this administration, to defend science, to defend our students, and defend academic freedom. I'm going to talk briefly today a little bit about the impacts of federal research funding on my work, but also more broadly on the work of my colleagues at Teachers College. So I think oftentimes the assumption is that Teachers College is a place that teaches teachers. And it's true, we do teach teachers, but we do quite a lot more than that. The range of research and scholarship by my colleagues extends across places like economics and sociology and history, psychology, study cognition and design like myself. I have a colleague that studies the impact of gun violence on children in schools. This is like really important work. And most of us, because of the wide range of work that we do, seek and acquire federal funding for that research. And it's important to note that there is this assumption that somehow or another, these are gifts that the federal government gives to us. And nothing could be further from the truth, of course. Those of you all here, you know that it's actually quite a lot of work. It's very hard work to apply for and be awarded one of these research grants from a federal agency. It takes many months and oftentimes many years to get one. And the federal funds themselves do a lot of different things. Specifically, they create opportunities for impact on the public, right? Those projects aren't just one-off projects that suddenly have an impact after I write a journal article or after I present at a conference. The impact starts as soon as the federal funding starts. It starts in the way in which we are implementing new technologies or new pedagogical models in classrooms, in implementing new systems of interaction in libraries and museums and after school clubs. It impacts the communities and the organizations that we do work with throughout the city, throughout the nation, throughout the world, in fact. So there's massive impact on the public as soon as we start this work. And that impact, by the way, the NIH did a study that suggested that for every dollar invested in research, there's over $2 in economic impact. That's mathematics that even big balls over at Doge can probably understand, I would think. So this stuff matters. But more than just funding projects, it's also funding humans. It's also funding people, right? That's actually the biggest source, biggest recipient of the funds that we acquire. If you've ever done one of these budgets, you know that most of your money goes to people, right? It goes to funding postdocs and research scientists that are actually like moving their entire lives and oftentimes their entire families to come and do work at an institution such as ours, to work on projects that they're really passionate about and that they care about. It's also funding, most importantly, students, right? So graduate students are a huge recipient of the federal research funds that are awarded by these projects. And that means that students like myself, like many of you here, that would not be able to afford to come to an institution such as ours, now have a chance to come here, to study here, to receive mentorship and apprenticeship. But more importantly than that, it's also an investment in their future as scientists, in their future careers and their ideas, right? So they're able to come here with their histories, their perspectives, their values. They're able to start thinking about what is the future of science, what is the future of medicine, of the humanities, of the arts. And so when those federal research dollars get cut, what's getting cut is the future of our fields, the future of our communities, the future of our society, and even of our planet. So that's why I'm here today, just to say a few words there about the importance of federal research funds, what it actually funds, why it matters, and to stand up and speak for our community. And that's all. All
right, am I up?
Should I switch with you?
Yeah, sure, let's do it. All right. All right, I've got some remarks, and we start here. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Alex. I am an associate professor at Teachers College. I study economics, but really, I study the process of human flourishing. I study how humanity gets better, how we live longer and more fulfilling lives. And I'm here to tell you that this is an assault on the process of human flourishing. All right. So I'm going to talk about three things, but I want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Together, we are going to get through this. So I want to talk about three things that might seem separate, but are in fact deeply connected. The first is academic freedom. The second is student safety. And the third is the pursuit of science. Without strong universities, open, safe, and free, none of our other progress is possible. Without them, we lose the tools we need to understand our world and to change it. So let's begin. Think for a moment about the world that we live in today. The vaccines that ended pandemics, the internet that connects billions, the satellites that help us predict natural disasters, save lives, and explore the stars. Where did these things begin, you might ask? Not in the corporate boardroom, in a university laboratory, in a space where researchers had the freedom to pursue questions that seemed impractical or speculative or even strange. mRNA technology. It formed the basis for the COVID-19 vaccines. This was first developed through decades of university-based research. The algorithms that shaped the early internet, university researchers working on government grants long before anyone thought of startups or venture capital. When we fund free scientific inquiry, when we defend the space for it to happen, we're not wasting resources. We're planting seeds whose fruits we may not even live to see. We often talk about return on investment in science, but the truth is few investments yield greater returns. Longer lives, healthier ecosystems, stronger economies, and indeed more flourishing people. None of this happens without the freedom to ask bold and even inconvenient questions. Okay, so we've got scientific knowledge, but that alone is not enough. Knowing how to build a powerful tool is different from knowing why or whether we should use it. And that's where the humanities come in. History reminds us of the dangers of unchecked power. Philosophy forces us to ask, what does justice require? Literature, art, languages,
They expand our empathy, our understanding of people who do not live like us, think like us, or worship like us. Research in the humanities doesn't always make headlines, but it shapes the foundations of a healthy democracy. It teaches us how to listen past public health crises or political division. It is humanities scholars, historians, ethicists, sociologists who help us make sense of the moment. Their work reminds us that democracy is not self-sustaining. It requires an informed, thoughtful, and courageous citizenry, one we can only build by nurturing both the mind and the heart. Let's talk now about our students, the young people who are going to inherit everything that we leave behind. Universities aren't just research institutions, they're engines of social mobility, economic strength, and civic renewal through our students. Educating students is not just about preparing them for jobs, though of course that matters. I am, after all, an economist. It's about preparing them for citizenship. A college education teaches far more than facts. It teaches skills like how to assess evidence, how to recognize bias, how to collaborate with people who disagree. At their best, universities broaden students' horizons. They allow a young person from a small town to study global climate policy. They allow a first-generation student to become a doctor, a scientist, a journalist. Every American student who gains that opportunity strengthens not just their own future, but all of ours. An America that invests in education is ultimately an America that believes in its future. That said, what about students who come here from other countries? They're not just guests, they are also contributors to our joint project of human flourishing. International students enrich our campuses with diverse ideas, languages, and perspectives. They challenge our assumptions and they push innovation forward. Economically, as an economist, I can say that their impact is enormous. They contribute billions to the US economy every year. They often become researchers, entrepreneurs, doctors, and engineers, staying here and making America stronger. Others return home, carrying American values of inquiry, democracy, equality, and innovation into their own communities. In an interconnected world, we need more bridges like this, not fewer. Educating students from beyond our borders is not an act of charity. It is an act of strategic leadership and an investment in a safer, more prosperous world. Finally, none of this happens without academic freedom. The freedom to ask the inconvenient question, the freedom to test a new theory, the freedom to explore ideas that may, at first, seem unpopular or even threatening. Academic freedom protects the space where true innovation happens and where hard truths are uncovered. It was academic freedom that allowed Galileo to challenge the dominant view of the universe. It was that same academic freedom that allowed early abolitionists to advocate against slavery. It was academic freedom that allowed climate scientists, civil rights scholars, and public health experts to speak when others told them to be silent. And make no mistake, when academic freedom is threatened, whether by political interference, censorship, or fear, it is not only scholars who suffer, it is all of us. Our medical advances will slow, our political debates will weaken, and our democracy, which depends on a free exchange of ideas, begins to wither. If we want a future that is safer, that is smarter, that is fairer, we must defend academic freedom now, boldly and without apology. To defend academic freedom is to defend science. To defend student safety is to defend democracy. And to defend the university in all of its messy, questioning, boundary-pushing glory is to defend the future. It's not always easy. It does require courage and vigilance. And above all, it requires a belief that truth-seeking, no matter how hard, no matter how uncomfortable, is worth the effort. That belief is why we are here, and that is why we must continue. Thank you very much.
We are off to the races here with our hour of Teachers College and looking very much to introducing you to our new speaker who you will hear but not see.
Hi. Hi.
I'm a professor of inclusive education, and I'm here to share a few of the ways in which the Trump administration's cuts to higher education and his proposed dismantling of the Department of Education have impacted students with disabilities and their families and the dangers they continue to pose. We all know that the Department of Education, which provides services and oversight for programs such as special education, has seen massive layoffs. By one count, DOGE has halted almost 89 education projects, many of which were under the purview of the Institute of Education Sciences, the research arm of the Education Department. DOGE has also shut down 10 regional labs that conduct research for states and local schools and closed equity centers that help with teacher preparation. The Trump administration has also cut off funding for nearly 100 teacher preparation grants and 18 grants for centers that often work to improve instruction for struggling learners. All these actions hurt students with disabilities. For instance, right here at Teachers College, federal officials cut $2.5 million in funding to support teacher preparation programs that are essential to the success of deaf students. More than 80% of this funding supported TC students directly through tuition scholarships and stipends. The programs that have been affected prepare teachers of the deaf and speech language and teachers of the deaf and speech language pathologists to provide the specialized services that these children need to communicate, learn, and thrive in their communities. As one professor in the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program noted, these children and their families need specialized support from teachers of the deaf to learn language, literacy, and skills required to succeed in school. The loss of funding will further exacerbate existing teacher shortages nationwide, which means that ultimately the quality of services available to these students will be affected. Projects canceled by the administration include contracts that support maintenance of a major database used by policymakers, researchers, and others, as well as work that supports updates to the What Works Clearinghouse, a huge repository of practices available to educators for free. Researchers across the nation have contributed to this repository to improve the quality of services for students with disabilities and are being actively used by teachers. Another canceled program that's based on ongoing research is called Charting My Path for Future Success. This is a research-based effort to help students with disabilities make the difficult transition from high school to college or to the world of work and subsequent independence. People in this program, families, educators, and researchers say this that shows students with disabilities help and create students with develop the skills that can lead to satisfying adulthood. Logan, one student who's been affected by this abrupt termination project. His disability means that sometimes he misses school in order to attend hard to schedule appointments with medical specialists. And when he's in class, he can get so exhausted that he sometimes falls asleep. According to his family, Logan is fully capable of having a wonderful career with the right kinds of supports. After getting intensive supports through this program, he learned to become more excited about school and the future. They were helping me with what I wanted to do later in my life, he says. And this project would have offered important directions for educators to support secondary students with disabilities. As disabled activists, including SON, the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, have argued, the attempt of the Trump administration have fewer ways to advocate for their rights and fewer ways to access help in the event of abuse. These cuts will make existing disparities across lines of race, class, and disability in schools worse. As these activists argue, the changes that
who decides at Columbia may be changing, even more than it already has in the last months. The acting president has announced reform of the University Senate to be worked out over the summer. It's also notable that she's doing so as an acting president, when often acting presidents work as quiet custodians of an institution rather than ones who make bold changes. When a faculty member at the town hall rightly asked why the rush to make these changes, the Board of Trustees member present rushed out of the room rather than answer the question.
Shame.
It seems that the Columbia administration, and presumably the trustees, ironic given one thing that we learned at the town hall. Trustees who are key decision makers know witheringly little about how things work on this campus, about the silence that follows when students make formal complaints of anti-Palestinian racism, about how deeply students care about the safety of their peers who are endangered by ICE, about how much it matters that those most empowered to decide at Columbia right now have, at best, said nothing about the unlawful abductions of Mahmoud Khalil and Mohsen Madawi, as well as of Teachers College alumna Rumea Ozturk from Tufts. Whether we are thinking about funding cuts or admissions or discipline or curriculum, we are right to be asking who decides, both within our university and in our university's relationship with the federal government. This university has been made better at the points at which it answered the question, who decides, in more expansive, more democratic, and more collective ways. That process was not always easy, but it was fundamental. I served a term on the University Senate as an elected representative from Teachers College. It was my honor to present for approval the resolution that established the doctoral program in African American and African Diaspora Studies. AAADS is one of Columbia's newest departments, but it results from decades of efforts to push the university to do better. Black Studies has been a dynamo of knowledge creation. Like so many scholars in humanities and social sciences, I have learned a great deal from this work and hope to continue learning more. Black Studies as a field, as departments and programs and tenured faculty, exist in large part because of students pushing to ensure that they are part of who decides. Students at Columbia in 1968 pushed for Black life and Black history to be recognized as a central part of the university and its knowledge production. The struggle for Black Studies is one that links Columbia to campuses across the country in the late 1960s. Students used powerful words to call for a place for themselves in the curriculum and in decisions about their campuses. So here I get to read you some documents. At CUNY, students said, "We demand," quote, "a school of Black and Puerto Rican studies. This school will be controlled by the community, students, and faculty." These are their words. "The courses and programs offered at this school will be totally geared to community needs. For the first time, we will be able to study our true past history in relation to our present condition. We will know our heroes and our culture, which has been denied us by the present racist society. The school will bring about an increased understanding of the political, social, and economic forces which work to exploit us in this society." Largely thanks to their work, CUNY established departments of Africana and Puerto Rican studies before Columbia. And as is often the case, high school students are working alongside the same struggle. In 1969, a citywide network of high school students demanded, quote, "creation of a student faculty," they said in parentheses, "equal representation, council in each school, which will make binding decisions of the following matters. A, curriculum. B, school staff, hiring and firing. C, discipline." This sounds familiar. These students were part of a broad late 1960s struggle for community control, local educational democracy, and self-determination in New York City schools. As part of that struggle, June Jordan spoke at a junior high school in Brooklyn. June Jordan is a poet, professor, pioneering voice in Black studies, consistent Palestinian liberation activist. She is very clear on who should decide. And largely, I want to close with her words, because they shift us back to thinking not only about what we're fighting, but what's possible beyond this fight. The traditional meaning of power is inhuman. It is at all times intrinsically opposed at least to some human life. Let's remember that she's talking to an audience of junior high students in Brooklyn at their graduation ceremony. It is intrinsically opposed at least to some human life, whether it is opposed to human life in Birmingham, in Ocean Hill, in Harlem, in Detroit, in Watts, in Memphis, in Augusta, in Jackson, in Cambodia, or in Vietnam. If she had written this a little bit later, I think she would have said in Palestine. The old abusive American power is opposed to human life. Let us have no more to do with such power. Instead, let us take control. Let us take responsibility for the freedom and well-being of each other. What we have to do right now is create community machines that, I will paraphrase, take care of ourselves. We have to build a living structure of our own true human community. Jordan's vision was broader and more capacious than most of our conversations are today. We are, understandably, defensive, focused on holding on to what we had more than imagining. We should be imagining with each other what we will build together when we do survive. I have chosen to emphasize the power of student participation in university governance and in university change, because I was moved by what I saw at the town hall. But I want to be clear. We as faculty members cannot pass this fight on to our students. It is ours like it is theirs. We need to be asking who decides over and over, finding allies who see our struggle as an opportunity to sustain democracy in and through education. And so for me, the question of who decides is at the core of the 6 demands that we're here to speak to today. Demands for academic freedom, demands for student safety, demands for the autonomous governance of the university so that it can do its public job. Thank you all.
Woo! Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Let's hear it from Professor Erickson.
There you go.
All right, next speaker up. This goes here. Yeah.
Huh?
I'm going to trigger this. I think this is horizontal.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sandra Schmidt, and I'm Associate Faculty Member in Social Studies Education at Teachers College. And I'm here to talk a little bit today about what that means. So I teach at an institution with a bust of John Dewey in the entryway. We value him as a founder of our institution, but do we live up to the ideals and questions that he offered? While Dewey and his legacy may not have advocated strongly enough for social change, he asked critical questions about our social world, our social relations, and the role of education in forming a public. These questions are essential to what brings us here today. As we speak about academic freedom, freedom of exchange and dialogue, and the pluralist society in which we live, these values are essential to democracy and democratic education. I want to speak of 3 things related to academic freedom. I will first uphold the work we do in our program. I will speak about the importance of deliberation and the exchange of ideas. I will focus on DEI specifically as it relates to my work on gender and sexuality, diversity, and expensiveness. My area of research and teaching is social studies education. Our students are teachers in the New York City public schools. The New York City schools educate a diverse body, bringing together Black, Brown, Indigenous, migrant, transnational, multilingual, disabled, trans, queer, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Sikh, Buddhist, Hindi, housing vulnerable, housed students, just to name a few, but you begin to get a sense of the diversity of our schools. As Melissa Avalise Ramos, the New York Schools Chancellor, said, diversity is a superpower here in New York City, and we are always going to honor that. We are always going to make sure that serving every child and family, we're always going to make sure that we are serving every child and family in New York City. This is the community and students that inspire our curriculum. We argue in our program materials that we do the work of critical social studies. Well, what is this? Social studies educators, researchers, and theorists have an interconnected view of the social world, using social, cultural, political, economic, historical, and spatial analyses to understand the self and society. Critical social studies then ask questions about where that knowledge comes from,
how power shapes the knowledge about the social world, and what is valuable and made visible for inquiry. Critical social studies embraces anti-racist, anti-colonial, and anti-oppressive approaches to education to deconstruct, analyze, and challenge existing power structures, inequities, and injustices. Embracing the legacy and history of social studies education at Teachers College, social studies education at Teachers College maintains an emphasis on civic outcomes to critical inquiry. Critical social studies aims to provide students with the knowledge and skills to act civically, to counter oppression and injustice, and to take action toward a more just and equitable world. We believe that critical social studies strives to meet the following core principles. First, critical social studies teachers employ student-centered, culturally responsive practices. This means that they use students' customs, characteristics, experiences, and perspectives as tools for better classroom instruction and methods that build on and foster student civics capacities. Critical social studies content is drawn from multiple disciplines and interdisciplinary study. It is rooted in questions about knowledge, power, and master narratives as they make content, voices, and people visible or invisible in an inquiry of the social world. 3, critical social studies teachers do not see their education as ending with their degree. They are continually considering their practice and its consequences on their students, the wider community, and the larger world. And 4, critical social studies teachers act for change. They use their awareness of their social world and civic efficacy to select pathways for large or small action. This is our program and its values. Rather than back away from these values in this moment, we make these values ever more present in this work with current and future students. The work we do is not dangerous. The absence of this work is dangerous for democracy and humanity. There is a battle looming around social studies education in K-12 education. While anti-CRT and anti-queer policies reverberate across disciplines, their most direct aim is at social studies. This is one of the reasons we see states requiring less social studies education, while we observe that in this space of fear and polarization is actually the need for increased social studies education. It is often said that the teaching of histories of oppression might make people feel bad. This is an unfortunate way to remove relationality and pluralistic imaginaries from classroom dialogue. I know that the federal government is removing artifacts of resistance from the National Museum of African American History and Culture. They have removed language about the role of the trans community in the Stonewall uprisings. The Pentagon is removing the stories of Black, Hispanic, and female veterans, and the list goes on. The social studies community was in an uproar in 2010 when the state of Texas rewrote its state standards to remove almost every BIPOC, feminist, and queer figure from their history. Even the Fordham Institute, a conservative think tank, refused to recognize these changes to Texas standards in their curricular review in 2011, noting that these were no longer standards but mere propaganda. Creating propaganda may produce an imaginative end, but it cannot hide the struggle over inclusion and diversity that are both the struggle and the superpower of the United States. Hence, we don't teach about oppression and racism, patriarchy to make people feel bad, but to open up our past, evaluate that past, and use it to examine our current socio-political context. When I started, I said that we did this work because we value the context in which our students teach, but that is not the end of the story. It is vitally important that the youth in New York City schools have teachers who look like them, who work to include their histories, experiences, and voices in the classroom, and who seek to do the justice work that will continue to make the U.S. a more equitable society. But I always tell my students that the real work is outside of New York City. The problem is that we need critical social studies educators to teach in suburbs and in areas of the country where diversity is not part of the local social fabric. These students and communities need schools that show the complexity and contestation of this country. They need to invite students to wrestle with arguments and ideas, particularly around difference. This is the work that we do and will continue to do in social studies education. The work is more important when there are so many efforts to repress difference, to engage and to uphold oppression and injustice. Columbia University and Teachers College must protect academic freedom and freedom of expression so that programs like ours can thrive and that we can improve and change the constant polarization and injustices across this country. Second, I follow schools of political theorists that support the need for deliberative dialogue. I teach courses in this.
Deliberative dialogue is about the exchange of ideas and not about attacks on individuals and ideas. When I first joined academia, I was disappointed to learn that universities are no longer the deliberative spaces that I imagined that they were. We are neoliberal machines where business interferes with the exchange of ideas. I could not envision at that time the level of current suppression. It is no longer just the neoliberal values that impede deliberation in universities and the formation of publics in our democracy. We see today the impact of the federal government. We also observe the events of October 7th, 2023, and those that followed. When we couple that with this new federal administration, we've ushered in a wave of fear of open discourse and an era of censorship of dialogue. This is what brings us here today. These demands that are made on institutions that get in the way of academic freedom and the ways in which we as universities choose to respond or not to respond. I name this alongside an already growing society in which we circulate information based on headlines and 140-character tweets without substantive understanding of issues. Hence, we do not engage in dialogue based on meaningful information. We sometimes enter based on misinformation. Nor do we enter in discussions with the intention of actual deliberation. We're becoming trained to not trust those with whom we are in community. We have leaders who are gaslighting the real intentions of policy, and we struggle to acquire useful information. We do not have the time to grasp their real tactics, and we need transparency in order to actually engage in meaningful deliberation within this country and within our institutions like universities. So I ask that Columbia University and Teachers College protect academic freedom and the freedom of expression. But further, I ask that they recommit to forms of shared governance that allow for deliberation about policy. We need leadership that works to reestablish trust among colleagues. We must change policies that we are responsible to ourselves and one another, and not afraid that our efforts to dialogue make us vulnerable to judicial systems on campus and in front of Congress. True academic freedom must allow us to express our differences and to understand these differences as functions of our experiences and roles, and not as threats to one another. Finally, about gender and sexuality diversity. I just returned from a conference where I presented 2 related papers, one on queer geographies and one on my research with queer teachers who teach queer histories. In each, I opened differently about the violence of heteronormativity. This is a violent moment for LGBTQ+ and gender and sexuality diverse people. Both political parties made trans youth tokens in a political landscape that erase their experience in humanity. There is a set of executive orders and state policies that have been issued prior to and since the election that are creating a dangerous and violent terrain. These include the erasure of trans and queer lives from websites, the declaration of a gender binary that threatens the ability of gender diverse and expansive people to travel safely, the surveillance of bathrooms, the lack of access trans youth will have to community, high school, and college athletics, the loss of access to gender-affirming care, and the arrest of supportive parents who've allowed youth to be themselves. And these are just a few of the policies. So far, I feel grateful that TC have upheld our commitments to internally support LGBTQ+ students, faculty, and research. But I want to affirm this need. Columbia University must reestablish and affirm the tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion. They need to specifically mention and name gender and sexuality. TC must do more to make their own commitments visible in the public voice around these issues. Further, with limited access to funding for research on gender and sexuality in the public sphere, we rely on the university to provide backup funding to faculty across the college who are doing this work and fighting this erasure. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Danny Friedrich. I'm a professor of curriculum in the Department of Curriculum and Teaching at Teachers College. And I'm going to read an op-ed that members of the faculty of Teachers College published in the Columbia Spectator on April 10th. Is it working? All right. On March 21st, former interim university president Katrina Armstrong announced that Columbia would meet several of the demands that President Donald Trump's administration set out in its March 13th letter to the university, including reshaping faculty governance and supervision of the curriculum and research. Given that the university is alleged to have violated Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, Columbia was well within its right to challenge these complaints. Specifically, the university could have sued the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services, who advanced these allegations. Such legal action may have forced the government to adhere to the established processes for reviewing and addressing such complaints. Instead, by negotiating and conceding, Colombia offered Trump a victory in his campaign to reduce First Amendment rights of free speech, expression, and inquiry in higher education. By welcoming federal oversight into academic departments and signing Colombia up for the rights project of intellectual diversity, the university helped set in motion snowballing repression and restriction throughout higher education. The University of Pennsylvania, Harvard, Princeton, Brown, and most recently Cornell and Northwestern are also facing funding pauses and investigations like those on our campus. Yet, the Trump administration's attacks are not just limited to higher education. Primary and secondary schools across the nation now face broader threats as well. The administration announced on April 3rd that it will require each state's public school system to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion programs or risk losing millions in federal funding. Like Colombia experienced, the letters outline demands that its authors don't, in fact, have the authority to make, in part because they fail the careful procedures required by Title VI, but also because they assert new interpretations of many areas of the law, rather than leaving those questions to the discretion of the courts. Trump has also advanced his long-stated ambition of shattering the Department of Education by signing a new executive order. Regardless of whether he succeeds in his effort, which depends on congressional approval, he has already wreaked havoc on basic federal infrastructure that schools, districts, family, and students depend on. In fact, Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency has already reduced the Education Department's staff by half. This move got people responsible for dispersing funds for Title I of the Elementary and Secondary Inclusive Education Act, which supports children who live in poverty. DOGE also cut those who oversee the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act for Disabled Students, as well as those who distribute federal financial aid to higher education, among other programs. Major layoffs at the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights impede the enforcement of students' constitutional rights. Campus debate about academic freedom, student safety, and faculty governance has rarely mentioned K-12 classrooms. But as researchers and teachers in a graduate school of education, our work encompasses the entirety of the human lifespan, from infants to elders. We must look across the historic divide between primary and secondary education on one side and higher education on the other. We see these attacks on Colombia as part of a larger offensive by the Trump administration and the Republican Party against all levels of education, whether they be public or private. Attacks on academic freedom and the First Amendment are taking place on multiple fronts, and all of them impact the basic human activity of learning in all its varied forms and meanings. The Trump administration's intention is clear. By gutting important systems of education and research, they can shape our thoughts and words. They can create a new generation without the skills to actively participate in our democracy and push against oppression. While Trump claims to be acting against anti-Semitism, he's undercutting the university's historic ability to govern and sustain itself. Colombia, like many institutions, has much work to do to foster and support everyone's learning by actively addressing anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all forms of racism, discrimination, and hatred. This will still be the case next year, when campus police can arrest students and when administrators have to enforce a vague yet broad definition of anti-Semitism. Yet, the Palestine exception, powerfully evident today, illustrates how political speech can be suppressed and increasingly criminalized by the federal government, thereby putting lives at stake. Unsurprisingly, a key side of Colombia's concessions of academic freedom is the Department of Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African Studies, which will now be supervised by a senior vice provost at the demand of the federal government. Those are the disorderly area studies to be tamed, for now. The Trump administration is a broad attack on anything they consider to be related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, puts a target on ethnic and gender studies, and endangers scholarly work across the humanities and social sciences. Crucially, it also impedes the teaching of those topics to students before they arrive at college. The Trump administration is interpreting long-standing crucial civil rights law in whichever direction serves its immediate interests. As experts on teaching and learning, we know that the most profound moments of learning are usually uncomfortable. They may lead people to question assumptions they have taken for granted about themselves and the society they inhabit. The goal of a good teaching is not to eliminate that discomfort, but to give it a productive use. The barrage of executive orders, investigations, letters, and demands intends to restrict discourse by generating fear in teachers and students. As a result, the policy disadvantages those who are most vulnerable: non-US citizens, racial or ethnic minorities, LGBTQ people, and disabled people. No one at any age can do the difficult work of learning when they are scared of losing their livelihoods or their visas, being arrested or deported, having their ideas or field of studies targeted, or being deemed enemies or non-persons by the highest office in the nation. As educators and researchers concerned with justice and equity, we cannot stay silent. What becomes of the university if it succumbs to the demands of a political party or leader that cedes rights to free speech, free expression, and free inquiry? What becomes of our students, or those of any age, if they're only permitted to think, speak, and be in ways that follow the political winds? Across all levels of education, we should not, to borrow from the poet Dylan Thomas, go gentle into the good night. We, as faculty, inquiry, and debate, we should not continue the historic, often elitist separation between college campuses and school corridors. We pledge to recognize that the challenges facing us are not unique to our institution or to higher education. They are shared challenges that, at this moment, link us all to those devoted to education and to learning across the lifespan. We must find ways to work with one another for our students, our communities, and our still developing democracy. I'm going to add one more thing. Fascism is a political pedagogical project. It requires both politics and education inside and outside of schools. Anti-fascism should also be a political and pedagogical project. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
So I am your anchor, closing out the hour of programming that we brought to you from Voices of Teachers College. We have been really honored to stand with our colleagues, but I'm concerned that our one-directional communication and our scholarly reserve is not fully communicating the fact that we are fighting not only for the future of our professions, we are fighting for your health, we are fighting for the health of your children, we are fighting to make sure that your girls know how to read, we are fighting to make sure that your boys don't have to fight, we are fighting to make sure that there is free thought and inquiry in this country. We are fighting to avoid the fate of so many other democracies that have fallen. We are trying to fight for all of you, but we're asking you to join us. So please, there are a million ways to say no. Say no to fascism every time you get the chance. And now I'll pass the mic.
Yes.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
So when I say mic check, you say mic check back. Mic check.
Mic check.
Oh, I can hear you. Good afternoon/evening. We're in the 6 o'clock hour milestone. That's about a quarter of the way through if you do your math. Thank you, Teachers College, for teaching us how to do math problems. Yes. So we are at 6 p.m. We are so jazzed to welcome CU-IMC Stand Up. We're really grateful for their YouTube channel that we are streaming live from right now. We're so excited to welcome Blake to the mic for this 6 p.m. hour. Give it up for Blake.
Sorry.
Blake is putting some stuff in the bag. We're just going to keep it hot. We're going to keep this mic hot. Yes.
Oh. Hello, everybody. This is one of 3 hours being brought to you by CU-MIC Stands Up. Does everybody know what CU-MIC stands for? No. Columbia University Irving Medical Center. Yes. So if you want to see the other two, Get up early in the morning. Okay? But I'm here now. I'm going to start by reading the 6 demands that CU-MIC Stands Up created, and they've become the backbone of what we're asking to do. Their demands, calls to action, if you will, for our Board of Trustees. They've yet to be substantively responded to, but I want to share them with you now. We call on the Columbia University Board of Trustees to take the following actions. 1, stand up for our higher ed. We call on the Board of Trustees and the President of Columbia University to formally propose and establish a mutual academic defense compact among all members of the Association of American Universities. The request is rooted in the basic principles of defense of academic freedom, institutional integrity, and the research enterprise. 2, fight back against the federal attacks. We call on the board to deploy every legal means to challenge the federal government's termination or threatened termination of grants to Columbia, including the cutting direct cost rate. Rather than engaging in anticipatory obedience with the federal government's political demands, we expect Columbia to aggressively defend our academic mission, including challenging federal actions taken against Columbia that violate values of free speech and academic freedom. 3, protect and defend students and international scholars. We call on the board to initiate and join existing legal actions against the federal government's egregious rights violations, including detention and attempted deportation by Immigration and Customs Enforcement and visa cancellations by federal agencies. We call on the university to provide legal assistance to those affected and affirm the legal presumption of innocence and condemn attacks on international students and scholars. 4, preserve academic freedom, freedom of expression, and Columbia University's autonomy to govern these. The commitment to these principles have been fundamental to the success of American research universities. We call on the board to affirm that reviews of academic programs, personnel decisions about individual faculty, and student disciplinary cases will never be dictated by political pressures or threats to withhold funding. 5, reestablish and affirm tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Columbia is made stronger by its diversity. It remains excellent because of its inclusivity, and it lives up to its values through inclusiveness. We call on the board to affirm that these will remain central values for the institution and that such values will not be disavowed in the face of political pressure. And 6, protect our researchers and provide backup funding. We call on the board and university leadership to commit to providing backup funding for all improperly terminated federal research funds that were awarded to Columbia investigators. The research faculty, clinical, and technical staff, primarily on the CU-IMC campus, affected by these terminations are not to blame for their loss. Indeed, in securing these research funds, they both fulfilled the university's expectations of them and met with approval in rigorous competitive processes of peer review. The board's strategy of negotiation and concessions up to this point has failed to protect them. We call on leadership to take financial responsibility to protect these research studies, training programs, and personnel until such time as a more effective defense has been mounted and the original funds have been recovered. Those are our 6 demands. I'm going to start the festivities with a testimonial from one of my colleagues. My name is Marianthi Anna Joglu. That's a hard one. And I'm an associate professor of environmental health sciences up at the Mailman School of Public Health. Although fortunately I cannot be here in person with you, I very strongly support this effort. The reason why I cannot be here is that tomorrow I need to submit a grant application. Under normal conditions, this is just a job.
We submit many proposals and hope to get one or two so we can support our research, our teams, and ourselves. However, these are not normal conditions. As much as I would like to pretend that life just goes on as usual, there's nothing normal about the last 3 months. On March 7th, we read in the news that the Trump administration is planning on canceling $400 million in federal funds to Colombia. On March 10th at 9:20 p.m., I received an email from my school saying they received notice from the National Institute of Health that one of my grants will be canceled. Indeed, on March 17th, I received the termination backdated to March 14th. The official reason was Title IX investigation. Termination was effective immediately. The grant was a center to build capacity in climate and health research. There has been about 20 awarded to universities across the U.S. 2 of these were at Columbia. Both were terminated that week. Neither the research nor any of the investigators on either grant had anything to do with the Title IX investigation on anti-Semitism. The grant started at the end of last September. We had only just started working on it. Is this coming through?
Did you press the button? You might have accidentally pressed the button on the side where your thumb is.
Okay. Okay, sorry. You probably can hear my voice anyway. Probably don't even need this, but it's okay. The grant was to build capacity in climate and health research. There had been about 20 awarded to universities. I already read that part. None of them had anything to do with Title IX. You got that part. The grant started at the end of last September, and we had only just started working on it. Since this was effectively a research center, it had multiple components. The most important and exciting one for me was that our main goal was to bring folks from all across the university to work together on climate and health. Traditionally, the people who work on climate and health research come mostly from environmental health sciences, epidemiology, biostatistics, climate science, and maybe medicine. However, this is such a complex and multidimensional topic that we thought we needed many more hands on deck. So what we were planning to do was bring people from fields not traditionally linked to climate and health research on board. For example, computer scientists, lawyers, journalists, urban planners, sociologists, ecologists, policy, business, etc. Bringing everyone together could easily revolutionize how we think about, design, and conduct climate and health research. We also had research projects. We are going to examine the impact of exposure to co-occurring climate threats. Example, extreme heat, droughts, wildfires, hurricanes, etc. On the progression of Alzheimer's disease and cognitive decline. We are going to, for the very first time, try to characterize the molecular pathways through which climate change impacts the aging brain. Was this research important? Personally, I think so, yes. Climate change is only making these extreme events more intense and more frequent. And we are all, every single one of us, exposed and affected in one way or another. At the same time, Americans are an increasingly aging population, and the prevalence of Alzheimer's disease and dementia is increasing. There has been some limited evidence linking the two, climate change and neurodegeneration, but we don't know much yet. Therefore, yes, I do think that the project was very important. What we are going to find could really help guide policies and interventions to prevent, or more realistically, ameliorate on the aging brain and improve our lifespan. Is this termination itself the end of the world? Well, this termination is by no means great. We don't get to do the research that we thought was very important and timely. Also, this grant provided support for 20 faculty members up at the School of Public Health. We're all on what you call soft money. That is, we need to raise 75% of our salaries through grants. Yes, this is crazy, I know. We're also funding 2 postdocs on the grant and 4 part-time master's students. We did have PhD students working on the grant, but they were funded by a training grant that also got terminated. That's another story. So not only do we not get to do research, but many of the researchers are also personally very impacted. That said, There are no guarantees that we're ever going to get the grant. These grants are extremely competitive, and research funds are not taken for granted. We need to submit 10 to get maybe one, if we're lucky. So yes, the termination of this specific grant, as devastating as it was for a few of us, by itself was not the end of the world. But it was not the only grant that was terminated. And this is why we live in very dangerous times. As I already mentioned, the training grant funding our PhD students was terminated. In fact, all training and mentored grants was terminated at the medical campus. Big research centers that have been in the university for decades were also terminated, including the Alzheimer's Disease Research Center and the Cancer Center. So let's try and break this down a little bit. First, these grants provide salary for many people. Depending on position, seniority, etc., some of us are at a better, safer position than others. But many people will need to be laid off, since there's no money to cover their salaries. This, of course, has a big impact on the lives of all these people. It also has a big impact on the lives of people around the campus. If many of us have to leave and no new people come because there's no funds, not that many people bring coffee, lunch, or snacks, etc. on the campus. According to a report released last month, every $1 funded by NIH yields $2.59 of economic growth on average. This means that the 400 million canceled at Columbia would have yielded more than 1 billion. Yes, billion with a B. Second, the research can't be done. And unfortunately, this is not only a concern at Columbia. Grants are being terminated all across the country if their topics do not align with the priorities of the current government. And I'm talking about health-related research specifically, since this is my area. Not only are grants being terminated, but there are huge budget cuts happening already, and even more proposed at the National Institutes of Health, CDC, etc., our main funders. So there will be much less research overall, and the research that will go on will mostly be of the kind that aligns with the views of the government. This is mind-blowingly bad. The purpose of health-related research is to find ways to prevent, treat, and cure disease. This will impact the lives and health of all of us, and not only for a couple of months, but this will have long-lasting impacts for many years all over the world. Yes, all over the world, because the U.S. until now has been the leader in health-related research. So we learn here, and what we discover helps save and improve lives, not only in the U.S., but globally. Third, I mentioned training grants being terminated and postdocs being laid off. In my department in school, we will be not admitting any PhD students for the next year because we simply can't guarantee their funding. Because of budget cuts and uncertainty, many of universities have hiring freezes. Altogether, these means that are going to be much fewer, if any. Dallin, are you here yet? Here comes Dallin. I'm like, everyone's gonna introduce themselves when they come up.
All right. Keeping it going for Dallin. Woo woo!
Hello, everyone. I am a postdoctoral research scientist at Columbia University Irving Medical Center. My work involves analyzing gene expression data of immune cells from people with epilepsy and similar data from a community cohort, which lets me see how age and other demographics affect the immune system. Many people watching or listening today might have friends or family members with epilepsy or Alzheimer's disease, or might even struggle with these conditions themselves. Thanks to federally funded research, we have seen 3 new treatments for Alzheimer's disease approved by the FDA in the past 5 years. I hope to dedicate many more years of scientific research to helping find better treatments for brain diseases like these. Shortly after the announcement in early March that the federal government was cutting $400 million in funding to Columbia, including $250 million from the National Institutes of Health, I received notice that my T32 training grant had been canceled. I am luckier than many others, as the grant award period was nearly over and other funding sources are available to me, at least for now. I want to read a short excerpt of what another postdoctoral fellow that I know sent to me. He says, "I am a first-year postdoc in the psychiatry department, In September, I was awarded funding through the T32 grant to study the neural mechanisms of social cognition. This is part of my lab's larger goal of understanding social deficits in people with schizophrenia. This postdoc is a major pivot in my science career. Up until this point, I have worked in animal models, and I did my PhD on rodent electrophysiology. The T32 offered me the opportunity to make this transition. After the federal government cut all T32s at Columbia, I panicked. I was certain that I only had a month or two left in my position and that my scientific career was essentially over. I know many other postdocs felt similar. I have since been reassured by my PI that the department is committed to funding T32 fellows for another year. But the department's commitment only carries so much weight without the support of the Board of Trustees. If there are additional grant cancellations, I am not sure that there will be enough money for my lab to run. For us postdocs to have any sense of security, we need Columbia to commit to provide backup funding. So that's the end of his words, and I'll continue. The basic research that happens at universities across the country is a critical foundation for finding cures to diseases like cancer, diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, even things like depression and PTSD. Basic research helps us understand what causes diseases or makes them worse, and helps us find targets that drug companies can use to develop treatments. Basic research also boosts our economy, returning about $2.50 for every dollar invested in the NIH. I'd like to see a 401k that can do that. Scientists, the people looking for better treatments, and the workers who could benefit from our research are all at greater risk if funding is cut. Thankfully, universities across the country recognize the seriousness of the situation for themselves and for everyone. Over 500 university presidents have now signed on to a statement defending academic freedom and standing against funding cuts. Thankfully, Acting President Claire Shipman is one of these. Some universities are going further, establishing mutual defense compacts to unite against the effects of funding cuts or challenging these cuts directly in court. Because my research and my future plans could be affected if those funding cuts become permanent, you might think that I would want the university to capitulate to the administration's demands so that funding can be restored. Nothing could be further from the truth. I believe my future as a scientist is best served by universities standing by principles of academic freedom, even if funding cuts remain and I have to find other options. I also believe in the vibrant research community we have built together here at Columbia. I was raised in the beautiful state of Utah, and while my education there was invaluable, I was not exposed to the wide range of diverse backgrounds and experiences that we have here. I can say without a doubt that my life and my research training have been enriched beyond measure by the range of voices and individuals here in the city. Recent efforts to oppose programs of diversity or promote DEIA when receiving NIH. While we don't yet know exactly how this will be interpreted or enforced, this could break down the diverse research community that has helped me to thrive as a scientist here. I hope to see Columbia and other universities reaffirm the importance of diversity in the academic world, even in the face of this pressure. Our international community also faces a great deal of uncertainty in today's climate. There have been many of them who would speak more freely if they did not have so much to risk. I cannot and should not speak in their place, but as a citizen, I want to say that I wish to keep my personal and professional connections with every one of them, even those who I disagree with. I hope all universities, here at Columbia and everywhere else, will be able to say the same with their actions as well as their words. There have also been international students and graduates who made the brave choice to speak up for their beliefs despite the risk. I want to express my admiration today for Mahmoud Khalil, Mohsen Madawi, Rumeysa Ozturk, Ranjani Srinivasan, and many others in the academic community here and elsewhere. I hope to see Columbia and other universities come to their aid and defense for their sake and for the principles of free speech and immigrant rights nationwide. Finally, I believe that our options are more than just capitulate or lose funding. The research that we do here helps advance Columbia's mission, our lives and careers, and the well-being of uncountable numbers of people in the United States and around the world. Some universities are beginning to explore ways to mobilize resources to maintain this important work through this period of uncertainty. I have obvious reasons for wanting to see this happen at Columbia, since I want me and my coworkers to continue to be able to work here. But it's much more than that. A strong alliance between our academic institutions in this country is a vital part of preserving free speech, boosting our economy, and improving the quality of life everywhere. Most of us go through our day without even thinking about the hundreds and thousands of ways our lives are improved because of research and innovation. We owe it to ourselves and our children to keep our academic and scientific community strong and to keep the earth safe, preserved, and beautiful for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Right, Blake is coming back at ya. Let's go. Woo-hoo, give it for Blake. Mic mute.
Thank you. Thank you, darling. So for my personal selfish view, I was fortunate not to have my salary bothered by these cuts. I wasn't on a federal grant. Big part of my job is to provide research methods consultation to postdoctoral fellows and junior faculty. That's part of what I do at the New York State Psychiatric Institute. So as a result, I have all these T32s coming to me about the design of their projects, how to analyze the data, and I see a lot of them, and then you get to know them. Dedicated young people, the future of this of our field, and to be there and have all of a sudden them say, "That's it. That's it. We're not taking away just research funds from highly distinguished full professors who have been around forever. We're taking away the salaries and the very basis for operation for young postdoctoral scholars. You're done." They're saying you're done. I almost tear up thinking about it. Can you imagine? It's even worse when I think about the psychiatric epidemiology training program, which is my intellectual home. And this is a program that was started 53 years ago. It's the longest continually running T32 fellowship program in the country. It was started by my colleague and mentor, Bruce Dornwind, who recently just passed away at 97. My colleagues and I, and sometimes we look at each other and we sometimes say we're glad he wasn't here to see this. For 53 years, we're producing scholars, both post-predoctoral fellows, got their PhDs, and postdoctoral fellows who went on to academic careers. And if you look around in the psychiatric epidemiology area, the world has been affected by the graduates of that program. By the graduates of that program for the last 53 years. And it's gone. After 53 years, it's gone. So with that, I'm going to read another testimonial from a predoctoral fellow in that program. So she's a graduate student funded by the PET program. Her name is Navdeep Kaur. She said I could use her name. 6 years ago, I began working as a data analyst for Carrie Keyes in a field completely new to me called psychiatric epidemiology. Carrie encouraged me to attend weekly seminars hosted by the Psychiatric Epidemiology Training Program, or PET. P-E-T, right? Okay. I had attended many seminars in the past and assumed PET would be the same. Professors leading talks in front of the students and faculty asking questions in the Q&A that were simultaneously too complex and niche for me to understand. Students piled in the back of the classroom, too afraid to ask questions for feeling silly. When I first attended, the room was packed. During the Q&A, a professor named Sharon Schwartz announced, "In this space, we allow students to ask questions ahead of faculty." I was shocked. Was this an intimidation tactic? Perhaps trial by fire? I'd never heard of such a system. And I didn't yet feel safe to ask what I deemed to be silly questions. So I sat and listened as PET fellows led by example, asking what we now affectionately called half-baked questions. These are questions that may be wide in scope and not well articulated on such short notice, but are always the most poignant and thought-provoking questions because they stretch the imagination. They're the kinds of questions that sit with you for days, as you tinker with theory and labor with logic. I finally understood. PET is a space that centers fellows' educational experience, exposing them to a breadth of topics that push the boundaries of their thinking. The following year, I proudly entered PET as a pre-doctoral fellow. I quickly discovered PET is more than an educational space. It is a space for camaraderie. As a PET fellow, I lived through COVID lockdown, experienced familiar violence and housing instability, got married to my soulmate, bought a home, and watched my mom battle stage 4 cancer. Experiencing several major life events during graduate school is common. Life does not stop when you enroll. Unfortunately, peer-to-peer support in PhD programs is not the norm. However, PET fellows uphold an environment of acceptance and mutual aid fostered by decades of fellows that preceded us, and informed by our critical understanding of how structural determinants of health manifest in our daily lives. Over the years, my peers have become a vital source of support for me, both professionally and personally. Most importantly to me, PET is a place for self-discovery. During the program, I began recognizing signs of serious mental illness in myself, and I received immense support from fellows and faculty as I navigated the complex U.S. mental health system. It was through this experience that I found my calling, to use my epidemiologic skills to reduce structural barriers to mental health care access for people like me. I lean on my lived experience to inform my work, and in turn, my work helps me gain a deeper understanding of myself. PET has continuously funded students since 1972. Its founder, Bruce Dorwin, pioneered research on the impact of structural forms of inequity like socioeconomic status and racism on mental health. Bruce also believed in the value of mentorship, as evidenced by his creation of PET. Inspired by Bruce's work, PET continues to uncover root causes of mental health inequity and service of marginalized people. Fast forward to March 2025. As I stood next to Sharon and other PET fellows at the 2025 Stand Up for Science rally in Washington Square Park, the news broke. The Trump administration canceled $400 million in NIH grants awarded to Columbia University. Shortly after, we were notified that PET T32 was gone. The news was devastating. I had dreams of returning to PET as a postdoc and a professor to lead the opportunity to share my progress and learn from new PET fellows. While we continue to fight for the reinstatement of the PET T32, I find solace in knowing the spirit of PET will never disappear. Bruce passed away earlier this year, but his mission will persevere in the spaces we teach and in the mentees we support. Thank you. What time is it?
6:35.
Okay. I'm good. Is Adina, are you here yet? No, she's not going to come till later. Okay, well, let's keep going.
Let's keep going.
Yeah. I'm going to tell a little personal story. Start with a little personal story. My son, my eldest son, lives in Lisbon, Portugal, and I went and visited him a few months ago. And while I was there, he suggested I go visit the Museum of Revolution and Liberty. And this was a museum documenting the struggle against the decades-long dictatorship of Antonio Salazar. And as part of the exhibits were Salazar's speeches during the time he was in power. And I found those speeches striking because he was very into the glorious history. He wanted everyone to know the glorious history of Portugal. He said, let's see, what do we have? He was decrying the attention of youth, Portugal. He said, great past. In another speech, he said, "To the souls riven by the doubt and negativity of this century, we have tried to restore the comfort of great certainties." He believed that all Portuguese history is God, fatherland, family, glory, love. Just kidding. That last one came from Donald Trump's 12 education. Statement is part of a raft of things he's been doing that essentially seems to be to homogenize history. You know, as history that is besmirched by slavery or Jim Crow or genocide of the indigenous.
Maybe I'll just start this. Okay, are being silenced through fear and intimidation. Protesters are being effectively disappeared. And Colombia, unfortunately, has not met this historic challenge with the resistance that it really demands. And if you're not angry or sad or scared about it, you're not paying attention. Yep, that's right. Bottom line, we can stand up and fight for our institutions and for our democracy, or we can stand by and watch it all be dismantled in the pursuit of power and profit. I just wanted to take my time actually to expound a little bit on the CU-IMC Stands Up calls to action. And so the first one is to stand up for higher education. Columbia University School of Nursing has already been affected by political attacks and demands that aim to control what's taught and what's studied. One of the earliest attacks came in the National Science Foundation compilation of that list of words. Remember when this came out? That list included gender, LGBTQ, of course, my favorite, women or woman. These are the terms that would actually trigger funding reviews. So it's, effectively censoring research in these areas. And these are the areas that the nursing school happens to excel in. The school also felt compelled to scrub any DEI language from public-facing materials. Not an easy task, given that part of the express mission of the School of Nursing here is to educate nurses to advance social justice and health equity. Now, I want to give credit where credit is due. And there was that joint statement published by the American Association of Colleges and Universities last week, and it was signed by hundreds of university presidents, and that included our president, acting president, Claire Shipman. So that's a significant show of unity in defending the core principles of higher education against political encroachment. But it's not like it's a legally binding, document. And it's my understanding that Columbia leadership is still negotiating with the Trump administration. And we know that targeting universities in this way is part of a broader, dangerous pattern. Fascists move to suppress free speech, progressive thought, scientific inquiry in order to consolidate and maintain political power. And if you're not angry or sad or scared about that, you're not paying attention. Thank you. Bottom line, higher education must defend itself, not negotiate its own silencing. Yes. Woo! Our second call to action is about fighting back against federal attacks. I know Columbia had a real disadvantage of being the first to have to decide how to respond to the Trump administration demands, but other universities, even early on, have taken a stand, filing lawsuits, for example, really publicly refusing to bow to threats. But Columbia's strategy of compliance has left the Columbia community vulnerable in a lot of different ways, and it has resolved nothing. The UK Observer even reported recently members of the Board of Trustees were in direct contact with Republican members of Congress and the Trump administration, and not for good, not for battle. And if you're not angry or sad or scared about that, you're not paying attention. Bottom line, Columbia is clearly not leading the fight against the illegal weaponization of federal research funding for political gain. Our third call to action, protect students and international scholars. International students and scholars are a major part of the lifeblood of research. Ranjani Srinivasan, Yunseo Chon, and others. The response has been a distinct and shameful failure to protect members of our community. all of them caught in a web of immigration enforcement actions, specifically targeting people engaged in political activity. Got to see it if you haven't. Maybe you were there, some of you, I'm sure, don't necessarily need to see the documentary, but if you aren't, it's very important. Those protesters all standing together, and their demands for Colombia to divest from weapons manufacturers profiting from Israel's war on Gaza and the Palestinian people, their bravery in asking Colombia to stand with conscience, not with profit, their unity across their differences, these all embody the very ideals of solidarity, of justice, of humanity, and of compassion that we want to foster in the next generation. When universities call the police on student protesters, they do more than just escalate a conflict. They mirror the patterns of authoritarian regimes that treat dissent as San Francisco State University that responded to student calls. Oh my goodness, that's awesome. Only university so far that's responded to student calls to action and actually divested from companies dictated by political threats. In particular, this is a key tactic in the fascist playbook. The risk is always that Jews will ultimately be made less safe by these tactics and will ultimately be blamed for the loss of academic autonomy and all the other fallout consequences. And if you're not angry or sad or scared about that, you're not paying attention. Bottom line, Colombia should resist this manipulation and mischaracterization as an institution running rampant with anti-Semitism. It is not that. And it can continue to address and adjudicate legitimate claims of bias, of all types of bias, whenever they do occur. Fifth one, reaffirm diversity, equity, and inclusion. We can't allow political pressure to roll back decades of progress toward a more inclusive and representative university. Diversity and equity, they're not optional ideals. They are essential to academic excellence. There's plenty of data that support that greater diversity on college campuses enhances student experience across academic, social, and personal development dimensions. These experiences in college are linked to, guess what? Increased civic engagement and a greater commitment to social action post-graduation. It's no wonder an authoritarian regime wants to suppress DEI efforts in higher education. So if you're not angry or sad or scared about that, you're not paying attention. Bottom line, Colombia must stand firm in defending DEI, not just to protect its students, but to protect the very mission of higher education, to cultivate free, courageous, and independent minds. Do I have time for one more? Yeah. The last one is protect researchers and provide backup funding. Medical research does not exist in a vacuum. Research at CU-IMC shapes the future of public health, health-related technology, and health equity. At the School of Nursing, there are research programs to improve asthma control in heavily affected areas in the city, to improve social connectedness and health among vulnerable populations, to improve nursing home care. And now there are current threats to funding for research to develop interventions to reduce preterm birth, major problem in the US, to prevent HIV transmission in vulnerable populations, to develop mental health support in low resource settings, and to actually harness the volumes of data documented by nurses in electronic medical health records so that they can be used as an early warning system that can reduce hospital stays and ultimately save lives. Colombia should be leading the legal fight to restore grants and provide backup funding from its relatively vast resources. And I know I can read, I can listen. Colombia apparently has a smaller endowment per capita than many of the Ivies, but it also owns a lot of real estate. And I'm suspecting that, as with the federal government, spending on things that matter is not usually a matter of resources, but a matter of will. That's right. Yes. So far, it does not appear that Colombia has the will to commit financial resources to fighting back against these federal attacks. Meanwhile, in related news, we have public figures like RFK Jr., who continue to spread dangerous misinformation from vaccine denialism to scientifically unsupported claims about autism and food toxins, cuts to watchdog agencies that actually protect our food and water supply, all posing this existential threat to public health efforts. And if you're not angry or sad or scared about all that, you're not paying attention. Bottom line, without independent, well-designed scientific research that is inclusive of all populations, especially the most vulnerable, and without universities willing to defend and support that research, the public will suffer irreparable. And I'm scared. And the bottom line is I and my colleagues at CU-IMC Stands Up, we urge the president and the board of trustees to show courage, to listen to the Columbia community, to stand up.
Yes.
It is not too late.
Thank you. Woo! Nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome you. And we're gonna have Blake wrap us up. Thank you so much. Gonna put the dongle on so everybody on the live stream can hear him. Get up on our pseudo podium here. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming. This was great. We think that we have a dialogue and we come to some agreement. But I think this is a time when the middle ground is a nasty place, right? This isn't, oftentimes the word extremism is used as a pejorative, but that's that's not defining a position. It's only defining it in terms of relative to other positions. It doesn't define it in terms of its moral content. So look to what position has the moral content, right? And hold firm to that. That's what we need to do. Thank you all very much. This has been great.
Woo! Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we have a wonderful team from the political science department who can come on up to the podium. You are up. You are the next contestants. And we're going to swap out the table. What? You can keep the mic on. Then I can. Okay, we're gonna keep you guys on deck for a second. We're gonna. Do you want to start before 7? Because we have 6 minutes. You ready to? Oh, anybody want to jump in? Anyone want to jump in for 6 minutes? Okay. Well, we're wondering if we can just keep a hot mic. We're not going to be on the live stream. We're trying to do a little bit of work there. Does anyone want to just share how you're doing, what you're thinking? It's just voice. There's no. The live stream is facing that way, so nobody knows who you are. Anybody want to share? Any thoughts? Yeah. Live stream is working. Oh, okay. We're just gonna facing the other way.
Shout out to our phenomenal faculty.
Right?
I've been here for a few hours, but I'm happy to keep being here and coming back later on.
Great, thank you. Anybody want to say something? Okay, we have a great. You all on the live stream can't see it, but we have probably a dozen, 20, 25 folks who are coming by and visiting and checking in. A lot of folks have been by several times today. Anybody want to check in and give any feedback about how you're feeling?
You all doing a great job. This is awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for speaking out. It takes all of us. The theme of this speak out is all day, all night, all of us. And we really appreciate the incredible, we got some incredible support here coming up from the political science department. Great shout out. And we're almost at another milestone. That's the end of how many, let's see, we started at noon and it's 7 o'clock. Yeah. 7 hours. Let's hear it. Woo-hoo! 7 hours, y'all. Thank you so much. And okay, I'm a very goofy psychologist. I love to do energizers. So you've been out with us for a long time. We're just gonna get energized for the political science folks. So I have 3 names. My first name is Rihanna. So I'm gonna take my head and spell my first name, but you all can also take your head and spell your first name. Here's how it looks.
So that's my R. So get into it. Whatever your first name is, get that head moving. Get the head moving. Woo! Okay, now here comes the fun part. Your middle name goes in the middle of your body. So if you don't have a middle name, guess what? You can use mine. It's Elise, E-L-Y-S-E. So E, woo, L, Y, S, E. Let me see what you got. Middle names, let me see it. Okay, that's not really. Okay, some of you are hula hooping. I mean, unless your middle names are just O's. Okay. And then finally, your last name. Give me some balance. Let me see what you can do. Mine is Anderson, so I've got an A. Woo, it's a long name. I got to get my yoga training in. All right, and then I'm going to switch to the other leg for the last few letters. Yeah, you're welcome. Physical therapy and psychology and intervention. Good. Woo woo! All right. What time are we at? Are we at time? All right, we still got 2 minutes to go. More activities, more energy. Oh my gosh, so much energy. Okay, we've got a jumping jack expert, Victoria Fry over here. Ready? Woo woo! One. For what time it is? 7 jumping jacks. For what time? Come on, jump! Everybody jump! You're like, I'm not jumping. We're about to see. No? We will be dancing. Dance party at midnight. Dance party at midnight. All right. Okay, so we are 6:59, 23 more seconds until we welcome them back up. Who's our first speaker? Around my neck. All right, for our 7 o'clock hour, welcome the fantastic staff.
Thank you so much to all the organizers of this great event. We are political scientists. Nope, turn it, tip it, turn it on, tip it like that. Okay. Hi everyone. We are political scientists from Arts and Sciences and from SIPA. We teach undergraduates in Columbia College and the School of General Studies, as well as Barnard, and also master's students and PhD students. We are engaging in this durational protest for academic freedom and student safety. Additionally, in support of CU-IMC's action items for the Columbia Board of Trustees, we reiterate the following 6 demands. Stand up for our higher ed. Fight back against the federal attacks. Protect and defend students and international scholars. Preserve academic freedom, freedom of expression, and Columbia University's autonomy to govern these. Reestablish and affirm tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Protect our researchers and provide backup funding. So as political scientists, we study democracy and autocracy, populism, social movements and resistance, terrorism, civil war, and lots of other things. We have thoughts on the relationship between the assault on higher education and the larger assault on due process and the institutions required to keep democracy strong, as well as thoughts on how to fight back. My colleagues and I will spend the next hour talking about what we know from the study of politics and the situation Columbia finds itself in, and how we can defend our university and our democracy. So I'll start us off. I'm Paige Fortna. I teach international relations in the political science department. Then I will turn it to my colleague Tim Fry. Then Vicky, where's Vicky? Vicky Murillo. Then Nadia Urbanati. Then Karuna Montana. Alex Hudel Fernandez. And finally Elizabeth Saunders will bring us home. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for organizing all of this. So we academics, we disagree a lot. It's what we do. Disagreement is how knowledge advances. We debate, we discuss, we think critically, we push back on each other's arguments, we come at things with different theories, from different assumptions and different perspectives. We do this every day in our labs, in our seminar and conference rooms, and especially in our classrooms. We teach our students how to disagree with each other and learn from each other. They do this in their dorms, in cafeterias, and on the lawns and steps on campus. Disagreement and debate undertaken in good faith and with open minds makes our research better, makes our thinking sharper. Disagreement and debate are also fundamental to democracy. Over the last 18 months plus, however, provoked by some outside of our community who have not acted in good faith, and amplified by what the media tends to cover, by what goes viral on social media, by mis and disinformation, divisions and disagreements at Columbia have come to define us to the outside world. Our neighbors and those who read about us in the news think, quote, it's a war zone at Columbia. That's something somebody actually told me in Riverside Park. It's a war zone up there at Columbia. But as somebody who studies actual wars and does field work in actual war zones, I can tell you this is not what a war zone looks like. But what is happening to Columbia now, along with other universities, this is what an assault on democracy looks like. The concerted and premeditated attack on Columbia is outlined by so-called conservatives like Max Eden, who recommended this in an op-ed last December on, quote, overhauling higher education. He was referring to then nominee, now confirmed Education Secretary Linda McMahon, when he wrote, to scare universities straight, McMahon should start by taking a prize scalp. She should simply destroy Columbia University. I call Eden a so-called conservative because government interference in the workings of a private institution are the antithesis of conservative values. It is also, according to a recent poll, deeply unpopular. 70% of Americans disapprove of increasing the federal government's role in how private universities operate. Even more, 77% oppose cutting federal funding for medical research. But the Trump administration's attack is not just on Columbia, of course, but on higher education as a whole. We may have been first on the chopping block for federal funding, the prize scalp in Eden's words, but of course we were not the last. Attacks on funding to a long list of colleges and universities has followed and will continue unless we fight back. Similarly, our international students were among the first, but certainly not the last, to be targeted under the so-called catch and revoke program of ideological deportation, to be arrested for their political views and denied due process, the bedrock of democracy since the Magna Carta. And since we're political scientists, as a reminder, if you're not up on your 13th century history, we'll just remind you of what the Magna Carta says in clauses 39 and 40. I'm quoting the Magna Carta here. No free man shall be seized or imprisoned or stripped of his rights or possessions or outlawed or exiled or deprived of his standing in any other way, nor will we proceed with force against him or send others to do so except by the lawful judgment of his equals or by the law of the land. To no one will we sell, to no one deny or delay right of justice. End quote. It's not a coincidence that efforts to undermine due process, while certainly not limited to what is happening to our international students or to the end run around established legal procedures for Title VI issues, are part of the attack on universities. As any aspiring autocrat knows, universities are pillars of civil society that, along with NGOs, nonprofits, independent lawyers, and law firms, serve as bulwarks of democracy. All of these pillars of democracy are under attack right now. So faculty are here today, political scientists and many others that you've been hearing from over this 25-hour speak out. We're here not despite our disagreements and differences over the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or definitions of anti-Semitism or other political differences, nor despite differences between faculty or students and the university administration, or differences among those of us who study natural sciences, social sciences, humanities, law, medicine, public policy, business, or any of the other subjects that we study at this great university, but precisely because of those differences, to defend our freedom to debate, to disagree, to advance knowledge without political or government interference. The open attack on the autonomy and financial viability of Columbia and other institutions of higher ed threatens to destroy an engine of American greatness, a system of higher education that is the envy of the world, that drives innovation and technological advancement, culture, and human well-being in communities across this country and the world. It threatens our very democracy. Our university changed its name from King's College to Columbia after the American Revolution. We decided then that we would be the college of no king,
We call on our trustees to uphold that bedrock principle. Thank you.
Woo, excellent. It really is a soapbox. Huh?
It's really a soapbox.
Okay. That's been live. Hello, everyone. Hi. Hello. I'm Tim Fry. I am a Columbia graduate 2 times from the School of International and Public Affairs. I won't tell you in what year. It was a long time ago. And also, I have a PhD from the Columbia Political Science Department. So this is really, really my home institution. I've lived longer in this neighborhood than anywhere in my life, most of it down on 112th Street when I was a graduate student, some of it over on Riverside Drive. So I have a lot at stake in this assault on higher education that we've all gathered here to discuss. Now, in my professional life, I've also studied autocracies for most of my careers. I teach a course on autocracy and democracy. I had a research center in the Soviet Union, in Russia, for, I was going to say, I started studying the Soviet Union in 1985 when it was an autocracy. And for 10 years in Moscow, I co-directed a research institute with a Russian colleague that was closed down for political reasons. So this is all very close, close to my skin. So from where I stand, what I see going on in the United States is best characterized as an attempt at autocratic takeover. We are experiencing a classic attempt to create an authoritarian regime in the United States. How do we know this? First, we can see the executive branch undermining Congress by illegally withholding funds duly appropriated by that body. The president does not have this authority according to the Congress, but he has usurped this power from the Congress, and they have willingly given it to him. He's been undermining the press by demanding settlements in exchange for dropping suits. And I'm not sure if $40 million for a biopic about Melania Trump is really the market price. One can see this not so much as the invisible hand of the market at work, but something much more sinister. We see the administration undermine the legal system by extorting funds from law firms in exchange for not bringing suits against them and for not revoking security clearances. We see the administration intimidating judges, not just by arresting them, as was the case in Milwaukee recently, but also by the move within Congress to impeach judges who made decisions against the Trump administration. This is classic authoritarian stuff. Also, closest to home, we see the administration undermining the institutions of higher education, the crown jewel of higher education in the world, through means that we all know too well. And I'll remind you that 2 years before there was any protests on campus, then Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, said that professors were, quote unquote, the enemy. So in some ways, the U.S. case is even more frightening for the speed and the full frontal assault that we see across a whole range of attacks on institutions. Typically, autocrats use salami tactics. First, they go after the media. Then they go after the courts. Then they go after Congress. And they do this one at a time. And they deny that they are actually undermining democratic institutions. They deny that they're trying to seize power in their own hands. They justify their actions based on popular support or on their own performance. However, here we see the administration engaging in all kinds of democratic erosion across a wide array of fronts, and in historic time, in 100 days. I mean, when Vladimir Putin came to power, right, it took him more than a decade to really consolidate power into his own hands and to completely eradicate civil society. We see the Trump administration trying to do that right off the bat. Okay, so what can we do? What are some lessons from the study of autocracy about how we can fight back? First of all, is we need to fight through legal means. We need to use the courts as much as we can. Now, I know people will say, the administration will not abide by court decisions, but sometimes they do, right? Witness the Trump administration backing down on the cancellations of visas for international students recently. That was achieved because the courts they were losing so badly in the courts that it was an embarrassment for the Trump administration. Okay. Now, even if you don't win in court, it's important to go through the legal discovery process. It gives you press coverage. It forces the administration and the public to see the true face of the regime. It unearths all the incompetence, all the illegality, all the illicit behavior of the regime and makes it visible for all to see. Even in autocracies like Russia, this is a very viable strategy. You might remember Alexei Navalny. He got his start by buying tiny shares of stocks in large Russian companies, going to shareholder meetings, and publicly criticizing them for stripping assets and for taking them to court. The press picked up on this, international investors picked up on this, and it was an incredibly successful campaign. Autocrats hate bad press, so the more that we can do to give them bad press, the better it is. Related, second point, is we need to recognize that this is more than a legal fight. It's also a political fight. At its core, it is a political fight because the laws do not enforce themselves, right? The decisions of judges, the decisions of politicians are shaped by the political context. And when the autocrat is unpopular, it's much more difficult for them to keep their own party in line, and it emboldens civil society to stand up, right? And it's just much harder to govern as an unpopular autocrat than a popular autocrat. And what the autocrat wants to do is create this image of invincibility, right? So what the goal for pro-democracy fighters should be is to puncture that image, right? To create the opposite narrative, right? To reveal them for the weak, strong men that they are. That's a plug for my book, by the way, Weak, Strong Man. You can get it at Amazon. Okay. So what should we do? We should take part in protests like this. We should write op-eds, particularly in your local newspapers, particularly if you're from Trump country, like I am. You should argue with the persuadables. Pick your friends that are the least democratic, that you would think would be with you on one issue. For example, due process. This is something a lot of Republicans are very uneasy with, right? The violations of due process are very much a winning strategy for pro-democracy fighters to take up, right? So, and we need to remember that we are attacked not because we are weak, but because we are strong, because we represent a threat, because we represent everything that authoritarians fear: expertise, independent thought and organization, competition in the marketplace of ideas rather than unquestioning acceptance of dictates from the powerful. This is why we are attacked. We have to remember that. Okay? The third lesson from autocracies is we need to also get our own house in order, right? We need to not give autocrats an easy line of attack. When I would tell my business friends in Russia who were afraid of being attacked by the Putin administration, I would say, don't do stupid stuff, right? Don't bribe people, right? Make sure your visas are in order. Make sure that your books are in order. Don't give them an easy out, right? So I think that what this means for all of us here, and this is a harder message to give, is that we need to do better. We need to understand our rules better. We need to pay attention to what is happening on campus. We need to speak out in support of university interests. We need to listen to those within the university with whom we disagree, right? This is the hard part, right? Because our job is a really difficult one. Balancing free speech along with individual security is one of the most difficult tasks in democracy. And it's very easy for our political opponents to exploit the difficult challenges we face in trying to resolve this problem. So I want to ask everyone at Columbia to devote just a little time each day to this important task. Okay. I'd like to finish with a quote from Vasily Grossman's Life and Fate. Now, anybody read Life and Fate? Tremendous book, tremendous book. Vasily Grossman was a reporter during the Soviet, the court jester who always.
I think are quite similar from the comparative experience, and that should give us pause. President Trump is not popular, and his popularity is declining. And this is not just by chance. Some of the cost of his declining popularity is self-inflicted. Economic damage by shifting policies one way or another, and even by implementing policies that are popular with his constituencies in a way that is super unpopular, that it's too dramatic, too radical, and it's abandoning any due processes. So without popularity, it will be harder for him to keep the party in line, but it will be also good for anybody who wants to resist these efforts, because without public opinion, it will be easier to resist this, to resist these attacks. And we can see that as time passes, he's becoming less popular and more actors are starting to resist. That was the trick. There's no salami tactic. So Trump took on everyone at the same time, including not just domestic actors, not just the universities, the court, civil society, but also international actors, right? So this is only making him harder to sustain a coalition and should open an opportunity for those who want to resist to coordinate in response to his attacks. So in short, I think he's looking like a typical example of executive aggrandizement that might erode democracy and move in the direction of democratic backsliding. But because he's not doing it with the traditional playbook of democratic backsliding, this opens an opportunity to defend democratic institutions and civil society organizations, including university. And we should call on our university and all universities to take in this opportunity to defend our core values and the core values of democracy. So we are observing this happening. I want to bring some hope here, and I think Alex will also follow that line. I think that we often, with the actions of the administration, we feel fear, and fear paralyzes, right? But we should also think that the overreach of the presidency has been met with mobilization across the country, and as we see in public opinion, is resisted by the public. So we should shift from fear to anger against what is unfair, and anger that mobilizes us in our response. I think the American public values due processes, human rights, division of powers, the value of research and education, as Paige mentioned. So we should be standing on these values and establishing limits to executive overreach in areas that affect the core mission of universities, like instruction, research, and outreach to the communities that we should be helping. I think the lessons from the political science literature from the fight against executive overreach can be useful for the United States. And here a lot of it is what Tim has said. Really moderate your goals, build broad coalitions, use institutional mechanisms like the court. These have been the most effective in preventing democratic backsliding in other countries. Remember that public opinion is crucial, so really pay attention to the media, to the narratives, and to the impact that these attacks have not just on the institutions and the civil society groups, but also on the people that they defend, protect, and are serving. And coordinate. This is something, don't try to lay down and wait for it to pass. Coordinate across universities, across civil society organizations, coordinate in a non-partisan way, and really try to build around the consequences of these attacks. This is crucial to influence public opinion and also to reduce the damage that these attacks are doing. So I was going to give us as an example to talk about the experience of Argentina, where the government froze the budget last year. And again, within the first part of the first 100 days of the administration, And I think what this was the only action where the government had to come back and retreat. And the reason why it retreat is because the attack was met by a massive mobilization of more than 1 million people in a country of 44 million. So this is quite significant. But this happened because public universities are free and they provide instruction to many people. So a lot of people care about public universities and the consequences of that. And also because public universities have shared governance. And that means that the student movements that are very powerful mobilize in defense of universities. So, and the last thing, and this is something that we share with Argentina, is that those using universities, those graduating, the alumni of universities are of all different parties. So this was not like, you know, a partisan goal. So we should try to learn, and from this lesson, some recommendations for our universities. It's crucial that we try to influence public opinion, and not just by looking at serving ourselves, but of those that would be affected by we are not being able to do our work. We should, as Tim said, prioritize non-partisan issues and due process, because citizens of all political parties defend these values in the United States. We also should call on universities to coordinate with peers and other organizations to defend those more vulnerable to these attacks, like students deprived of visa, patients left without cares, and others whose rights have been infringed and have little resource to defend themselves. And finally, we should take this opportunity to re-engage civil society so that American associations are less dependent on professional and the money of foundations and come back to in-person participation, which is crucial to defend democracy. And in talking about civil society, let me read something that Alexis de Tocqueville published in Democracy in America in 1835 when talking about the US civil society. And I'm quoting here, in democratic countries, only the social power is naturally in a state to act like this. But it is easy to see that its action is always insufficient and often dangerous. A government can no more suffice on its own to maintain and renew the circulation of sentiments and ideas in a great people than to conduct all its of our democratization, permanent democratization process in our democracies. So I used as an example, actually as an inspiration, a very small book which came out in 2016, precisely in the important year, Brexit year and Trump first time, published by Umberto Eco, and the title of that small book was Ur-Fascism, that is the eternal fascism, that kind of mentality that belongs to all societies in so-called West civilization. And he listed 14 of them, 14 elements of this mentality of fascism, which doesn't need to be inside of the state, which does not need to be a party, is a very widespread mentality. Of these 14, I like to illustrate only 4, and they will be very, very quick actually in doing so. The first one, which really was for me very impressive, and he called it traditionalism. What is a traditionalism? Traditionalism is the myth, it is really a myth, that there are our societies, or all human societies, are made of, doesn't matter, I do it well, are made of non-political, quasi-natural primary goods that cannot be changed, or it would be better never for them to change: family, religion, and the fatherland. These are supposed to be eternal goods that we want to protect, and this myth is very strong in right-wing governments. I see them in Europe, where there are strong right-wing majorities. They make them intolerant toward what? They made them intolerant toward women's reproductive choices, for instance,
because they consider motherhood as a national issue, as national good in order to reproduce the nation. But it's not for them an issue of rights or freedom of women themselves. So they are intolerant toward the right of reproduction. They are also intolerant because of that traditionalism toward the supporter of other religions that are not the dominant Christian one, because they identify the tradition where with their own religion, the majority religion. And the last one of these effect of traditionalism is ethno-nationalism. The idea that nations are not simply an aggregation of historically made by people, but they have a kind of ethnical, origin that cannot be contaminated with externalities or other people. This is the first element. There is a second element, which is also very interesting, of this mentality, which, everybody almost a little bit shares of them, because for this reason, for me, it's very important to detect and decode it. The second is the homogeneity of values. So this can be achieved without even suspending basic rights, but by making people feel, people who are minority people, people who have different sexual choices, or they have different culture, they are minority, to make them feel to be a permanent guests in their own country, like to humiliate them and to make them feel that they have to humble themselves, to be not much loud when they talk, not to be visible, possibly to be like in a situation of disguise. Thus, we, although part of the community, we are exactly not the same, and we have to be very humble in recognizing that we are not the same. This is terrible, right? The third one is inequality. Now, inequality is perhaps the crown of these several elements. Why so? Because equality was the ideal coming from the 18th century in particular, that inspired the revolutions, thanks to which now we are here talking against the existing power in government. So equality means the critics of equality, they tell us the following story. Wherever you go, you recognize it. The story is the following, which is an anti-democracy story. The story is that in order to be equal, you have to be equal. It's not a game of words, meaning all those who are the same, they deserve to be equal. So equality is not a relation between different people through equal rights, so that diversity is treated as if it's part of the community and thus equality. So equality for them is a definition of existence, so that in order to share the same rights, we have to be identical, sameness. This is terrible because it means that any community is a community by subtraction. You have to subtract all those who are not the same, right? And this is terrible because it is not only a non-recognition of diversity, but diversity is considered to be fake. Either you are like us or you are simply not part of us. So it's not equality, it's inequality. The fourth, element, there is something on the floor. It's like blood, it's red. Okay, so the fourth one is identity. That is a big issue today. Wherever you are in a populist country or in a nationalist country or in a right-wing government country, I come from Italy, so I know very well. So identity, the concern here is with an ancestral belonging to be protected physically and symbolically. So for this reason, all this anti-immigration that we witness almost everywhere in the West or in the Western countries called democracy is based on the idea that we have to protect our identity symbolically, culture, flags, colors, and physically, borders. So the outcome of this in many countries, in my country, but in Europe, everywhere, but also here, we know, it is a sentiment and the practice of xenophobia. Xenophobia is a justification for the violation, for instance, of the UN Convention on Refugees in the Mediterranean and here elsewhere, which is a justification for Western democracy to close themselves to those who are not part of their nation, which is a violation of the very principle of democracy, if you want to say so. Because yes, you can exclude, of course, but not based on that argument, because that argument is a essentialistic one. Now, to conclude, because I will be very quick, and so underlying these 4 elements, if I had time, I would go through all the 16, but there are too many. There is one important unifying idea, the idea of hierarchy. That is, there are peoples, there are groups of people who are superior to all others. So there is a kind of anthropological inequality of human beings, which was a salient feature of fascism. Salient. Now, I don't want to say that this is exactly what we have, but certainly it is a widespread belief in our liberal society or liberal democracies, and also a reason, in my view, that helps us to understand the crisis of constitutional democracies. Because, of course, it is the highest altar against equality. Now, all these elements together, and the other ones I spared you for listening, are important to us to understand a mentality. I think that institutions are relevant. I think the strategies for movements, organizations are crucial. But I think that for us, particularly students or professors, or even citizens who love their country, to understand the mentalities that is changing and going on is crucial, because it's a way of, first of all, to be very attentive, to encourage us also to resist when we realize that this is what we think and other or our friends think, and also a way to be conscious that democracies are not islands. They are part of a large history, long time back, many centuries back, that is capable of producing good things, of course, but also brings within itself traditions that are far from pleasant. So, thank you. Oh,
You take this. I'll take this.
two combinations.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I see. Let's see. We'll try this. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Karuna Mantina. I'm a proud member of this political science department and this university, and I'm very thrilled to be here with all of you. My area of focus has been for the last many years the origins, history, and future of nonviolent protest, especially Gandhian satyagraha. And I think I'll say 2 things about its history. So one is to remember, it might be surprising, that the history of civil rights and civil disobedience are extremely closely tied. The milieu that gave birth to Gandhian nonviolence was, again, the history of civil rights activism. Does any of you know when the ACLU was first founded? Anyone? Guess? 1919. And although in America we often, of course, we celebrate the ACLU, they're doing amazing work every single day for us. But in America, we tend to think of the history of First Amendment or the rights of speech, assembly, the things that the ACLU has fought for. We tend to think that they were enshrined as they were in the Constitution, and that's where our original fight came. But really, the most important origin, or at least the one that formed the foundation of the ACLU, 2 of the founders, for example, Crystal Eastman, Roger Baldwin, were linked to radical, pacifist, socialist, progressive critics of militarism and conscription that were being targeted by wartime repression. So that was the First World War, in the middle of World War I, and it highlights something that we should be remember, that there are familiar cycles in the history of American repression and the fight for civil liberties. So the techniques and mechanisms of a national security state was first seen fully in the First World War. You saw the suppression of free speech, the firing of academics, detentions, deportations under the Espionage and Sedition Acts, which were thinly, not so thinly, recalled, were under the Alien Enemies Act. There was the targeting of ethnic migrants. We know this as the Red Scare, the Palmer raids, all of which reminds us that, again, we're witnessing today some things that resonate with our own dark past and also very close to home. So Columbia President Nicholas Murray Butler, the longest serving president of any college ever, 45 years, advised professors, especially of German extraction, to not discuss the war, and let alone oppose the war, and professors were fired. The same Butler, 20 years later, expelled class president and president of the student union, Robert Burke, in 1936 for leading anti-Nazi protests. That saga is like a mirror image of the repression of student protests we've seen this last 18 months. So movements of war resistance and conscientious objection were the origins of our modern civil liberties, and they began to fight and protect those critics of war. But this was also the milieu that shaped Gandhi and the birth of nonviolent protest. So on the other side of the world in 1919, Gandhi was also beginning his first nationwide satyagraha, and also it was based on civil rights. I think this points, at least to us, to both a different and more open-ended, maybe more radical, global conception of civil rights, the potential for civil rights to not just be defensive. So I think it is important to remember Gandhi's first campaigns, both in South Africa and in India, were about civil rights, and they both are very prescient for the contemporary concerns. In South Africa, the invention of satyagraha was around rights of immigration. The South African government had basically asked all immigrants to prove their immigrant status, Indian status. They took away their papers, so that meant you had to re-register, which meant everyone's rights were precarious. And in India, the question was sedition. So Gandhi's first nationwide mass satyagraha was in response to what were known as the Rowlatt Bills, which were extending wartime emergency powers to combat sedition. Gandhi viewed them, and this was a quote from the Satyagraha Pledge, they were unjust, subversive of the principles of liberty and justice, and destructive of the elementary rights of individuals. Here, I think what comes sharply and I think important is what was at stake. When we think of conscience, we tend to think that it's about specific moral and religious convictions. But for Gandhi, the attack on basic civil liberties was an attack on moral personality or personhood as such. He argued that submission to such laws would entail, quote, forfeiting one's humanity and accepting slavery. In such cases, it was not just a right, but a moral duty to disobey. Gandhi termed this kind of disobedience defensive. It's akin to what he says was self-defense, necessary, automatic, involuntary, necessary to laws that are, quote, inconsistent with one's self-respect and human dignity. So I think we can see that we are all trying to defend universities as spaces of free speech, but universities and professors and students can't be free if we don't also protect the dignity, the respect of our constituents. And I think that, of course, the fundamental thing is if we think of students who are now in incarceration, like Mahmoud Khidlia, like Mohsen Mahdawi, then those are the first things we have to think of, not just as defensive, but as about our own dignity that's implicated in that. So the second point I want to say, the other thing I think to remember is that for Gandhi, there was a specific policy, the Rowlatt Acts, that brought about or instigated this mobilization. But there was the point of resistance was not simply to overturn or be defensive. That's of course our first goal. But he also talked not just about defense, but he also, and the return to constitutional rights, all of those are offensive, and due process, all of those things are for our protection. But he also talked alongside defensive or self-defensive civil disobedience, he talked about aggressive civil disobedience. This is when you build internal strength, you have what he would call, and I will come back to it because I like his words on it too, it's not just a way to defend, but we have to also, when you undertake aggressive civil disobedience, it's not just about protecting, but you are trying to transform or expose the structure of power that enabled the enactment. So you're not just opposing one unjust law or one unjust policy, but something larger. So this might be more general and aggressive civil disobedience. And that's when you also have to experiment and think more positively about enacting longer term ideas. So lastly, I would say we all think a lot now about how to build protest. And the first step is always going to be defensive, protect where you're attacked, respond, stand up, shout. But it's also that aggressive civil disobedience has to, it's not, aggressive means channeling a long-term, disciplined, planned program of an alternative way to think and defend. And I'll just reiterate 2 points that have been made before. Some of that is being able to show our internal strength. So to build new kinds of, not just say we're a solidarity, but to build unity between faculty, between students, and reconnect our own community so that we are safe at the next attack. And secondly, we have to reach out to broader civil societal movements and other places to build that net that will again protect us from the next round of attacks. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. So unlike my esteemed colleagues who study protest and dictatorship, I am a humble American-focused political scientist who doesn't have a lot to add on that front. So instead, I'm going to focus a little on some personal reflections from my family that inform both what I think is at stake in this moment as we fight for higher education in this country and its connection to democracy, but also what's giving me hope about this protest and this broader counter-mobilization that we're seeing right now across the country. I'm the proud child of a proud immigrant to this country. My mother is from Chile, the very south of the world, who found herself in the middle of the Midwest in Indiana, go Hoosiers. And she came in the wake of a coup d'etat in that country, where she had been both a student and an organizer in the resistance to the dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet, who came to power in 1973. I grew up learning from her just how tenuous democracy can be and just how quickly we can slide into authoritarianism. And it hasn't been lost on me that here, as in Chile, the first target, as we heard, of so many authoritarian leaders are institutions of higher education and students. We know from our colleagues, as you heard, that authoritarian leaders see institutions of higher education as sites of independent thought and speech, and students as potential sources of counter-mobilization. Now we're seeing students here in this country whose only alleged crime is voicing political opinions that go against the current regime being grabbed off the street here in Morningside Heights in Somerville, Massachusetts by secret police, held in detention facilities without access to counsel, and threatened with deportation. All of that has brought chilling echoes for me and my family, reverberating back to the stories I heard from my mom and her family about her fellow student organizers and activists who were detained, tortured, and killed by the dictatorship in Chile. So too do I see parallels with the attacks on university governance, a seemingly obscure topic, but one that carries enormous importance for the health of democracies. One of the Pinochet regime's first measures when it came to power was assuming direct control of university operations, policing what could be taught, what could be communicated to students, and monitoring the speech and activities of faculty and staff. Just as importantly, the government there made deep cuts to the financing of higher education, just as we're seeing here. But I promise you hope, so that's what I'm getting to now. And I'm going to share a little bit about why I feel hopeful about the current state of the resistance here in the United States and what is at stake that I want to fight for, and I'm so happy that we're fighting for together. And that comes from my family too. My sister and I have often remarked about a fundamental irony about our Chilean families. The US, of course, was deeply involved in the coup d'etat in Chile and in so many other countries in Latin America through the CIA, and it tore through our family as it did for so many others. If it were us, my sister and I would often say, we would be so cynical about the United States, about its government and its horrific human rights abuses around the world. But despite the legacy of the United States involvement in Chile and elsewhere in Latin America, our mother and her family are among the most patriotic people that we both know. Our mother, for as long as we have been alive, has been firmly dedicated to possibilities and hope that our country, the United States, can offer, and is one of the strongest defenders that we know of our civic institutions. I still remember introducing me as a child, with some embarrassment, I have to say, to the mayor of our small town in Indiana, the police chief, and our US Senator at the time. She communicated to our family with deep pride the importance of these civic institutions, the importance of the legacy of our America, also the birthplace, she would tell my sister and me, of mass higher education through the land grant system that took the rarefied model of universities from the Northeast and from Europe and expanded them to millions more people, and in the process served as engines of economic mobility for so many people. And our country, moreover, she reminded us, was the birthplace of the modern lending library, again, another institution that underpins social and civic integration. It was exactly those US traditions that she was so proud of, our embrace of immigrants, our system of mass higher education, our libraries that made her remarkable journey possible from deep poverty in the south of the world to the United States, where she was able to raise a family and raise me and my sister. So when I think about what's at stake in this battle that we face right now, I'm choosing to channel my mother's hope for our country, for the possibilities it offers. It's imperfect, to be sure, but it's not broken. As our US Poet Laureate Amanda Gorman has put it, it's simply unfinished. And we have so much to be proud of, so much to protect with that legacy, starting with the protection of our institutions of higher education, like this great one and so many others. So I look forward to continuing that fight with you all.
You all know there's going to be a quiz after this, right? Okay, it's my job to finish the hour. My name is Elizabeth Saunders. I'm a relatively newcomer to Columbia. I started in the political science department in January of 2024, so last spring. And a lot of people have asked me since then, do you regret that you took this job at Columbia? And I tell them, no, of course I don't. I'm so proud to be in this university environment because I learn from my colleagues, and you've seen how wonderful they are. And I learned so much from the students who are just an incredible group that is more than capable of asking hard questions, confronting challenging ideas, and I am inspired by them every time I encounter them in class and in the hallways. And I'm very honored to be able to be here with this incredible group today. So I'm going to close our hour by reading from a letter that 5 of us in the department drafted, imagining how we would respond to the Trump administration's letter of March 13th. And we published this as a letter on March 17th, and you can read the whole thing. A political scientist named Dan Dresner has a very well-known Substack. Just Google Dan Dresner guest post. He was kind enough to publish it for us as a guest post. So I just want to stress that this is not this letter is us imagining the university's response, and it is not an official university response. So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I will. I'll read you the best parts. Okay. No institution composed of real people with different views is perfect. The problems on our campus are real and complex, but in no way justify the targeted, menacing, and disproportionate sanctions and threats that the government has leveled against our university and against individual members of it. Your letter, moreover, ignores the concerted, ongoing effort our community is making to confront hate. As James Madison wrote in the Federalist Papers, as long as the reason of man continues fallible and he is at liberty to exercise it, different opinions will be formed. Living with these conflicts of opinions is the price of liberty. And while it may not make the news, Columbia students and faculty representing a wide range of viewpoints respectfully engage with difficult issues and debates every day in classrooms, in dorm rooms, in cafeterias, conferences, and seminars. The government's cancellation of federal grants disproportionately affects the university's medical school, which was not the site of campus protests. Harming medical research exposes these sanctions for what they are, pretext for this administration's self-defeating attack on American higher education. Let us be clear-eyed about what you are willing to sacrifice in launching this attack, which will touch every university campus. Universities improve the lives of Americans far from their gates every day in hospitals and clinics that treat patients, in laboratories that generate life-saving breakthroughs, in businesses that leverage the technologies that scientists pioneer to create prosperity and jobs, and in countless courtrooms, embassies, and meeting rooms where jurists, diplomats, and business leaders defend our country's interests around the world. Universities are one of the engines of American greatness. Likewise, those who stand to suffer the most from actual or threatened funding cuts to Columbia and other universities are among our society's most vulnerable, including first-generation college students who depend on federal loans and grants, patients who depend on the cutting-edge care that university medical communities provide, clerical and custodial staff, and small businesses in broader university communities. Across the country. Funding cuts will harm ordinary Americans completely unconnected with last year's protests on college campuses. Columbia has already implemented many reforms, and that process is ongoing. But to take these actions under financial threat from the government without due process and with no guarantee that compliance will not produce a new set of demands would establish government control inside a private university. No university can fulfill its mission while subject to government micromanagement and minute oversight of its research activities, internal governance, personnel matters, and curricular decisions. Originally established as King's College, our institution was reborn in 1784. Come on, it's the good part. I'll repeat that. Originally established as King's College, our institution was reborn in 1784 as Columbia College in the wake of the American Revolution. Since then, our nation's bedrock system of civil liberties, hard won in war and protected in our Constitution, has guided our mission. Columbia will remain the college of no kings. Thank you.
You all get one course credit for this.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Oh.
Thank you so much. Yep. Okay, and so next we, as I switch this sign out, I'm going to do that.
Yep.
Okay.
We are welcoming our colleagues from the social sciences.
Okay.
And we would invite them to begin to approach. We are going to also engage in a little movement. So,
All right. Social sciences. Woo!
See if you can still move your knees.
Working over there?
Because we are going to be here for 25 hours.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Okay.
All right.
All right. We just need. Yeah. Too far away? Okay. All right.
We're still live. We're still talking.
We're still
There's
live.
still a
We're
mic
still
on.
talking. There's still a mic on. Who's going to go first? Hi. Nice to see you all.
Okay, we may have to use either the people's mic or just our voice.
Yep.
Right?
For just a little while, we might have to use the people's mic or just our voice. That's for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So welcome, social sciences.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Hello, everybody. How are we all doing? In hour 8. Hour 8? Okay, all right. So my name is Adam Reich. I'm a sociology professor here at Columbia, and we are presiding over the social sciences hour
You may have thought, I just heard from social sciences. Isn't that what political science is? It's true. That is true. But the political scientists, they wanted their own hour. So we gave them their own hour. And now we're other social sciences. So great job, political science. I'd like to just begin by introducing Ibanya Washington from economics. Would you like to come and talk? Well, I've changed the order.
You've changed the
Yeah.
order.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you to the amazing organizers. It's just incredible what you put together here. Thank you so much. I will start with the detaining, imprisonment, illegal visa revocation of our students. This is immoral, illegal, and inhuman. And we don't understand why the university does not speak out against it. Obviously, this is extremely detrimental to the impacted individuals. But it's also creating terror amongst the students who remain. Students who used to, oh, I get a mic. Yay! Hold it like this.
We don't.
No. Oh, okay. Students. Okay, so it's also terrorizing our students who remain. Students who used to be, no. Now what? Okay. Students who used to smile, greet me in the hall that way, you see them now with their eyes wide like saucers, just stunned. They tell me they can't sleep. They have physical ailments like stomach aches. And perhaps the most damaging of all, given what we're here to do, some of the students who spoke the most are now the quietest in the classroom. You can't learn this way. You can't learn if you're afraid to ask questions, if you're afraid to give your opinion and have someone else disagree, and you to explain why your opinion is yours and learn how to formulate a good argument that way, and then listen to someone disagree with you and hear them formulate theirs. So, if not for the morals of it, Columbia University needs to come together with other universities and fight back, because this is detrimental, this is existential to what we are here to do, which is to teach and learn. Let me say a word particularly about the PhD students. So PhD students agree to go to school for 20 plus years. They're some of our best and our brightest. They could have gone to work at a hedge fund and made a lot of money, right? Something on Wall Street. But if you ask them why they're here, they tell us that they want to make the world a better place, some corner of the world. Maybe somebody wants to develop technology to help people walk, or somebody else wants to help develop programs that connect people to jobs, or stop the spread of disease. But it's 99% of the time motivated by make the world a better place. Okay, so what have these PhD students gotten in return for wanting to help us make our world a better place? Well, since January 20th, some have lost their access to data. They were working with federal data. Now they can't do their projects. Some have lost their funding, so they can't pay subjects or travel to where they need to, or get data sets, what have you, run lab experiments. And for those who have not yet received the email saying that their funding or their data has been taken away, they're still checking that email day after day with their breath held, they're still worried about the future. They're interested in topics like, oh, gender inequality in pay, or how to get disabled students better access, right? And we know those topics are on the no-no list. And so what's the future of funding if that's what you want to work in? Worse than that, what's the future of employment, right? Researchers work in the government. Well, those jobs have been decimated, and researchers work in academia. And Trump is doing all he can to shut down universities. So this is much bigger than any $400 million. So, like I said, an existential threat, and Colombia needs to step up and start fighting back about this. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say wearing my professor hat. But now I want to say some words in solidarity with the folks uptown. And just so we all understand what the deal is here, it's students on this campus who dared to say things like Free Palestine that the federal administration is mad about, but they took the money away from the folks up the street who do things like treat cancer patients, find better cures for cancer, fight Alzheimer's, right? Obviously makes no sense. Okay, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientific researcher, but I am a patient, a frequent patient. So for 13 years, I've had a chronic illness. And this illness, it's in my nervous system, in my respiratory system, in my musculature, gastrointestinal, in my skin. Okay, so it's just a lot. Okay. For 11 years, I went to various doctors and no one could help me. 2 years ago, I finally got connected with a doctor who's able to help a little bit around the margins, make it hurt a little bit less. Okay. Not the worst symptoms. I still, if I eat food like protein, I'll be sick for 25 hours or more, but a little bit better. In any case, I was meeting with this doctor in March, and he's running out of ideas. So he told me, well, you may need to wait on the research. Now, he said this the same March day that Colombia capitulated and said, we're going to work with the Trump administration to try to get our money back. So I was already despondent that day. And then on top of it, this person tells me to put my faith in science when the government is doing all it can to destroy science, right? I'm talking about a rare disease. The big pharma is not going to fund research into this, right? We need the federal government. We need the NIH and the CDC to do that sort of research. And if not them to do it directly, we need them to fund this research so that our folks up the street can be working on these issues. Can't. Well, that. But we can't do research without the people. And we can't do research without the funding. And it's impossible to be creative or innovative when people are trying to control your thoughts. So I would say to Colombia, stop chasing this $400 million. I mean, you might be successful. It doesn't look like it. But if Colombia were successful, it would have won the battle but lost the war. Because this is much, much, much bigger than $400 million. It's about our well-being, our health, our freedom, our future, right? So Colombia needs to step up It needs to stopgap that funding so research can continue up the street. And it needs to join together with other universities and go to the courts and go to our representatives and go to the media. Colombia needs to stand up and fight back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivania. You know, social sciences are in the house when the lights start to come out. Woo!
There you go.
Okay, the lights are starting to come out. I'd like to introduce now Alan Cohen, who is a social scientist who happens to be uptown at the School of Public Health, but we've decided to embrace our uptown brother, so he's here to say a few words.
Oh, you got it. Okay, so yeah, so Alan Cohen here, and I'm actually a biologist, but if you work in public health, then you certainly know some social science, and I was kindly invited to say a few words here to all of you. So I didn't come with prepared remarks, but I'm going to start by, I imagine many of you who are not here to hear some of the talks from uptown that explain a little bit how the funding works there, what it means that we're getting cut. But for example, my salary and my contract, I'm supposed to get at least 80% of it from grants that I get from the government, right? So now it's like the money that comes in is actually really just making Colombia bigger. The central administration taxes it a bit, but most of that money is going to pay my salary, to pay the salary of staff, to pay the salary, to pay student stipends. So it's really just very basic stuff to be doing public health research at all that money is paying for. And what this also means, though, is that those of us from uptown who are speaking out, what we're saying to Colombia is, you can take away our jobs if you need to. If you need to lose this money to fight back against this government, then that's what you need to do. And that might mean that we lose our jobs. I won't be happy about it, but that is what we all must do when we realize that the choice is between negotiating, getting some agreement which is going to be changed down the road, and essentially saying, okay, yes, I'd like your foot on my neck, please. Or the other choice is to say, you know, I'm going to get hurt because I don't have much power here. But if we don't come together and start fighting back together, then we're each of us going to succumb to that same boot. And we know where this movie goes. We know where this road is heading, right? Okay, going to jump a little bit. Like many here, I have kids, right? My kids are watching this whole thing. We moved here from Canada about 3 years ago. Yesterday, my son says to me, Daddy, can we go back to Canada now? And, you know, that's where we're at. But, you know, I think the kids are also wise in this. Like, they think about the movies they watch, the stories they read. In any of those stories, was the good guy the leader that, like, swept people up off the streets into the back of a van? That was never the case, right? Who can look at this situation and have the least bit of doubt which side's the good side, which side's the bad side? We all know that, right? So all of us uptown, all of us downtown, we've suddenly found that across the whole university, professors who didn't know each other are starting to come together. And when somebody does something great there, some of the others are going to take that and build on it. I can't remember any situation where I've seen so many people coming together without infighting about this detail or that detail, just helping each other out. It's been really amazing, and I think that's given to us by the focus we need to have to face this challenge now. I think I'm going to stop there for now and pass it on to whoever's next. I'm not sure if this helps at all. Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to bother.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna do a quick halftime performance.
Yeah,
Lights.
yeah.
Lights. We're gonna hang your
Oh,
lights.
lights.
And
Whoa.
we're gonna give you your microphone. Okay.
So sorry, am I screwing something up? Sorry.
25-hour speak out. So we have to speaking.
There we go.
Right.
Now, so that works. But
Yeah.
the NYPD doesn't like amplified sound, so we'll just keep it a little bit lower, like a little bit like that. How's that?
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then, yeah.
But I just have to hold it very close.
We have one of our organizers cannot fall and hurt herself.
Oh,
hi.
We've got
It should work.
Yep.
Hello?
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Do I need to hold it, or can I just leave it in the box?
You can just, well, we wanted to keep it hidden, so
Yeah,
maybe, how could we actually put it so that it's not obvious if you have it out there? You know
Put
what?
it under
Let's
the
put it on the table. Hold on, wait a minute.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right.
All right, we're still
Okay,
talking,
here we
we're
go. We're
talking,
still
we're
talking.
talking.
We are still
Because
talking.
it wouldn't be a
25-hour speak
Like,
out.
if anyone stopped talking,
stop talking.
everything.
We don't stop
Okay,
talking,
when we
we're
do.
academics. That's what we do.
Oh,
Keep on
yeah.
talking.
All right.
Keep
Let
on
me,
talking.
yeah,
All right.
hold on, stop for a second, and let me,
Woohoo.
you got it?
Hold this. Can people hear me? No?
Hold it a bit closer here.
Speaking out.
Yeah.
25-hour speak out.
Okay, now can people hear me? Hold it like this.
Let me try. Okay, let's see.
I think that works.
Okay, if we put it so. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, there we
There
go.
you go.
Okay, I'll admit that I'm improvising here. I was just in the audience and Adam drew me in. I'm Denise Milstein and I'm a sociologist here at Columbia. I'm a lecturer. I run the master's program in sociology. And maybe I'll talk a little bit about my history because it's coming up a lot for me lately. I was born in Uruguay a year into a brutal dictatorship. My country had the highest percentage of political prisoners in the world between 1973 and 1985. I grew up in an environment of fear and censorship. Uh, we listened to music that was against the law on unmarked cassette tapes in the car. My house was searched when I was little, twice, and I have a memory of that. My family was very much impacted by authoritarianism, but not just my family, obviously, my entire society. I moved to Canada when I was 9 years old and was surprised as a kid that I could talk about whatever I wanted in school. That it was okay to talk in school about the things that we talked about at home, that it was okay to talk about politics in school. And little by little, over the years of growing up in Canada and then later on in the United States, I learned to live in a place where it was okay to talk about my political beliefs, where people were not so afraid of expressing themselves, of standing up when they saw injustice, of standing up for equality. So as you can imagine, the past few months have been overwhelming for me, and I think overwhelming for anyone who's ever lived through a dictatorship. It's shocking to see suddenly students afraid of turning in assignments on courseworks, students asking me if they should change the title of their thesis because it has the word inclusion in it, students afraid of speaking up in class, and students unsure about their future because what they want to study is race and ethnicity, and the words that they want to use seem to be prohibited at this point. So that's a little bit of my personal history, and then connected to what I'm experiencing now. I want to bring a little bit of hope here, even though I think a lot of us have been experiencing hopelessness in this time. My hope is that through the struggle to defend the university from the assault that it's currently experiencing, that the university will become more democratic, that faculty and students and staff at the university will have more of a voice than they've had over all these past years, that this is possibly some kind of a turning point where we learn to work together to make the university a place where everyone is welcome and where we can foster ideas that are challenging to power, ideas about freedom, and then of course research that moves us forward so that we can address climate change, so that we can address the health problems that our society faces, so that we can address racism, and yes, so we can address what's happening internationally, the injustices that are happening on a worldwide level. So that's my hope, and I think I'll leave it there.
All right, I gotta. Okay, I must keep talking. Okay, my name is Suraj Naidu. I'm a professor of economics at Columbia. Have you guys ever seen the movie Igby Goes Down? It's where a very young Kieran Culkin is asked by his older brother. So he's introducing his older brother, and he says, "This is my older brother. He studies neo-fascism at Columbia." And the brother says, "It's actually economics." And so that line has sort of stuck with me as I have become a professor of economics at Columbia. So what I want to start with talking about today is a little bit about just, like how am I going to fill 15 minutes? So I'm going to spend some of it talking about just sort of like what actually the academic research says about the effects of academic repression on long-term outcomes. So, this is not the first time this has happened, even in America. Can you imagine? So in the 1950s, some of you might know that there was, in fact, a Red Scare, and where professors were hounded out both at the federal level, but also by state and actually university authorities coming after professors for would-be communist sympathies, and not just professors actually, and even more important constituency was Hollywood and writers and movie directors and actors. And so there's a couple of very recent papers in economics that have kind of studied the effects of, basically researchers went out and got the list of the people that were called up in front of either state or federal anti-communism committees, and basically who were asked to either snitch or were blacklisted, and basically the results on their subsequent careers and their academic production. And so it's interesting the differences. So in Hollywood, you basically have, these very famous directors that were sort of, blacklisted, had to move to Europe, and basically their movie production totally fell while they were blacklisted. But interestingly, when the blacklist ended, basically by like 1957, 58, their careers had sort of like come back. So it was like a temporary fall, but then they kind of slowly catch up to where they would have been. Particularly, I think, directors and actors kind of come back to where they were, if I'm remembering that correctly. But for academics, the academics that are called up in front of anti-communism relative to their peers. So you have peers that are on the same kind of like publication and citation trajectories, and then one of them is called up and sort of in front of one of is accused of being a communist, and then they stop publishing, and they basically never come back. Even after the blacklist ends, there's just like this permanent reduction in intellectual production among the faculty and academics that are kind of repressed under McCarthyism. And I think one of the reasons those are different, the differences between Hollywood and academic production, is because we're like kind of doing something that's very cumulative in some sense. And so when you're, a lot of research trajectories, you're building on work that you've already done. The next thing you do is, and not just in your own work, you're building on a literature, you're in conversation with other scholars. And when that process is interrupted for a very long period of time, it's incredibly hard for you to come back, because you've like got to get back up to this research frontier. And when you're at sort of the leading edge of knowledge production, 5 years where you're blacklisted from universities is just a lifetime's worth, and you never can make that back. Well, like in movie production, you can kind of come back because it's not cumulative in the same way that that academic production is cumulative. So these papers that have been sort of coming out, and they're obviously were written before this current event, but I think they give you a sense of like what the long-term effects of like repression of academics does. and who knows, right, what discoveries might have happened, how much faster we might have found certain things if we hadn't had that. And so the counterfactual of like, if there hadn't been a Red Scare, might have been, we might have had so many more movies at the same level of Streetcar Named Desire. We might have discovered so many things that much faster if that hadn't happened. And so, and there was like, it was very interesting also in that period where they're both going after, similar to now, they're both going after the hard sciences because they're worried about communists leaking nuclear secrets to the Soviet Union. But they're also going after the humanities and social scientists because they're worried about the domestic subterfuge at home. And so they even call up people that are very conservative at the time. So there's this, whenever someone gets their PhD in the past year, I've sort of given them this quote. So there's this political theologian, this guy Ernst Kantorowicz. He wrote a book called The King's Two Bodies about how the body of the monarch was in fact like the representative of the state in the 13th and 14th centuries. And so he's a very conservative guy, reads a lot of like medieval theology in his work. And then he's called up in front of the California Anti-Communist Committee. He's at the University of California, Berkeley, and he's told to sign the loyalty oath to the United States. And he says, "No, I'm not going to sign it." And it's like, "Why are you not going to sign it?" And he says, "There it is." I love this quote. It's like there's three professions that are entitled to wear the robe. It's the priest, the judge, and the scholar. And wearing the robe is the thing that sort of signifies your independence of mind, your like independence of judgment, the fact that you're like, you have you're a repository of accumulated wisdom. That means you're like the custodians of this written heritage, and your job is to like be faithful to it and to pass it on. And of course, we don't always have to be correct, but the important thing is that there's like a tradition that you're bequeathing, and that the professions that get to wear the robe are kind of like supposed to be insulated from immediate financial and political pressures because they're accountable to this long tradition of accumulated knowledge. And so I really love that. So when somebody wins, successfully defends their PhD, I'll tell them, you're now one of the professions that gets to wear the robe. And so you've joined kind of this weird Harry Potterish regime, and you should be proud of it because you're now like in theory you're supposed to be insulated. And what does that mean? And I think it comes back to what we think about what academic freedom means. So people think, oh, academic freedom, is that like free speech? And I think, well, yes, it's free speech, but it's also like you're living in a free city. Like a free city was a city that was not ruled by the sovereign. It had its own independent governance. It was accountable to its own people. And I think in a lot of ways, the ideal university, obviously we have to play by the laws and play by the rules, but if you want to be a place in which new ideas live and are found and are discovered, in some sense, the only people that are able to kind of do that are academics that are these custodians of this knowledge. It's why peer review is so sacred. It's why the only criteria for hiring are often the evaluations of other scholars. And so, these kinds of traditions that live inside the university, it means that like what academic freedom is that there's like a wall between the kind of rituals and traditions that happen inside the university. And trust me, they don't make a lot of sense in many respects. It was nothing you would engineer, but because you've inherited them from like 800 years, they're kind of part of the tradition of academic self-governance that sort of insulates this place from immediate financial and political pressures. And so when I think of what academic freedom means, it means that kind of like these norms of self-governance. So I want to then switch from this like defense of academic freedom to a little bit of the more like negative sides of things. And I feel like it's only like, I feel like I would be not being honest if I thought, boy, I love Columbia and I don't think there's anything wrong with Columbia that couldn't be fixed, because I think that is just clearly false. And I think like I want to give you some statistics about, that also might help explain, I think, why the universities are such an attractive political target for demagogues in our current moment. So, this is research conducted by Opportunity Insights and Raj Chetty and co-authors at Harvard, where they've sort of managed to do this work of linking where students apply, where they go to college, and then their parents' household income, as well as the income that they get when they become workers and enter the workforce. So one thing you can look at is who gets into, let's call them Ivy Plus institutions. So the Ivy League and like the schools like Chicago, UC Berkeley, very academically elite institutions. And it's overwhelmingly people from parents with incomes in the top 20%, and it just goes up even within that. So when I was stupid and didn't get the memo, and so I started making slides for this thing, and I was like, oh right, it's out in the open. And so I was gonna ask Adam to like pantomime my slides, but I won't. It's a very okay. So if you draw a graph of parent household income on probability of attending an Ivy Plus institution, it's basically a hockey stick. It basically looks totally flat and then goes straight up at the end. And it's because like kids from families of particularly rich households are incredibly overrepresented in the student bodies of these Ivy Plus institutions. And so if you're like kind of anywhere below the 80th percentile of households, it's very difficult to see like what this institution is doing for your kids because your kids are really underrepresented there. And when you can actually do this, because they've linked it also to SAT scores, you can also do this conditional on like academic achievement, on a measure of academic achievement of SAT scores, and you still get this hockey stick. Except it's a little bit less hockey stick like, because it turns out if you're poor and you have a really good SAT score, that's actually, you are likely to get into an Ivy League school, but then it bows out in the middle, where it's like kids that are really academically excellent, but they're in the middle of the income distribution, they're underrepresented in the Ivy Leagues relative to the kids at the very top with the exact same SAT score. And so if you wanted to think about why the universities look like such vulnerable targets, I think you could look at kind of just, and again, I think there's a disproportionate number of Canadians up here, and I'm Canadian, and one of the things you sort of see in Canada, it's much the patterns of admission and the differentiation across universities in Canada is just much less than in the United States. Just people are much less attached to where you go. Where you go as university is much less predictive of where you're going to wind up in the rest of your life. And so it's just like it's a place where like the higher education, there's plenty of like narrow pathways into the oligarchy, but it feels like particularly, and Chile is another one, but the US is like this, where it's like higher education is a particular filtering device for if you want to be a social elite in the United States, one way to get there is through elite higher ed. And I'm not sure that's really consistent with the research and teaching missions that the university is supposed to get its tax breaks from, the reason it's a nonprofit, the reason we grant it this academic freedom. It's hard to reconcile with it being a filtering ground for children of the very, very rich. And so, I think that's something we should like grapple with as a university, is just what are our priorities and how do we reconcile these kinds of diverse social missions we've been entrusted with. And then the last thing I'm going to talk about is what are the sort of effects that we know of getting into these Ivy Plus institutions. So it'll surprise many parents out there. It turns out like all of these fancy like exam schools, like Stuyvesant in New York or Boston Latin in Boston, these schools that you need to take an exam, and if you're just above a cutoff, you get to go in, and if you're just below a cutoff, you don't get to go in. But it turns out if you look at like outcomes later on, like probability of getting into a good school or even earnings, turns out totally doesn't matter. Like if you look just on the two sides of those of that discontinuity, whether or not you just got into Stuyvesant or didn't, totally not predictive of like what happens to you later on. And it's surprising, for a long time this is true actually about a lot of universities, where like it actually turns out a lot doesn't matter. Like if you're the kind of person that could have gotten into a given school, if you didn't go there and you went to some place that was cheaper, by the time you look at your earnings at age 30, 35, they're the same. So in terms of your labor market outcomes and sort of like household well-being, they're pretty the same. Where it really does matter where you go to school is if you want to be in the 1% of income. And for that, the Ivy League is really great. And actually, I don't know if this is a good metric or not, but Columbia is a university that's unusually good at sending people from the bottom 20% of the income distribution into the top 1% of the income distribution. We're not as, what? Okay, yep. And so what what Columbia is not as great at as other universities is admitting a lot of kids from the bottom 20% of the income distribution and sending them into the top 20% of the income distribution. So like SUNY Stony Brook or all the CUNY campuses are much bigger engines of social mobility in US, or Cal State Long Beach. These are like the real, or University of Texas Brownsville. These are the universities that are extremely good at both letting in a lot of people from poor income backgrounds and giving them like middle class or upper middle class jobs. And that's kind of like the and Columbia is not a particularly great school at delivering social mobility. But I guess it's good at generating social mobility into the top ranks of the American social elite. So I was going to talk about trustees and the governance of the university, but I think do you want to talk about that? Yeah. Okay. 20 minutes. Okay. Why stop now? Okay, so I went diving into the literature on what we know about university trustees and how they're selected, and it turns out there's very much like not a very cool topic of study is university trustees, this thing. Yeah. Oh, you want me to wear it? No problem. I've been talking the whole time. So one of the interesting things is just like, we talk a lot about the corporatization of the university, and I've often wondered, what does that mean in any kind of like way that you could measure and compare over time? Can we like actually attach some numbers to this idea of the corporatization of the university? And it turns out one of the things you can do is measure what are the backgrounds and other kind of social roles of trustees at sort of, the top 30 universities over time. And somebody did this going back to 1975, but made some really, like, the graphs were okay, I guess. I would have liked more. I can't see. Why can't you just not be critical? I don't know. Why can I? But the very interesting thing is also measuring just how much more. So it used to be in the 1970s, a lot of the trustees, the other kinds of roles that they had, they were on the boards of directors of other nonprofits. So like the Met or like the Natural History Museum. So it might be just that you had inherited a ton of wealth. And so that was the kind of person that would be on the trustees of like many of these kind of like, charity kind of organizations. But one of the things that's disproportionately happened in the university trustee space is like the presence of people with corporate backgrounds. And you can tell of many reasons for this. I think there might be even very good reasons for this. So there's a famous, famous in the small set of people that study this thing, I guess. But there's this Bayh-Dole Act in 1982 that enables universities to take ownership of innovations that are developed by university researchers, and that becomes an increasing share of endowments in particularly like hard science focused universities. But also means there's a lot of room for like business university synergies, where like businesses want to be in the orbit of universities for sort of seeing what's hot, what's happening, where state-of-the-art innovation is sort of happening inside universities, and sort of the private sector wants to be part of that. But I think also some of it is just that And I would like to know more about this, but it's just like the trustees, it's like a social club for elites. And we have increasingly elites that have made, gotten very successful doing kind of good things in the, being very successful in the private sector, which is great, but it means that there's like very little attachment between the kinds of people that become trustees and the academic and teaching and academic freedom sort of missions of the universities. And so if I had to just think about what would be ideal, in sense of like, what does it mean to democratize the university? It would be great to just democratize the university, and I'm all for that. But even like, if we don't get all that way, even just having a governance structure of the university that was actually somehow had some skin in the game about sort of the core missions of what this university does would be really great. And so I will then turn it over to Adam Reich and give him the lanyard.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Suresh. It's my pleasure to close out the social sciences hour. Woo! I didn't know what I was getting into when I began my PhD in sociology in 2005. It turns out that making one's life as an academic is like making another kind of family. If you've gotten your PhD, then you have a PhD advisor. When it works best, this person serves as a kind of cross between a teacher and a parent. And this means that you have older and younger siblings, all of the other students of your advisor, and of course your PhD advisor also had a PhD advisor. So you have grandparents, you have uncles, you have aunts, you have cousins, and once you begin to teach graduate students, well, then you sort of have children. And if you're lucky, someday you'll have grandchildren. You may not like all of your family all of the time. In fact, chances are you feel competitive with some of them. The family nevertheless shapes you. So I wanted to spend my time tonight reading a bit from the writings of my extended academic family, both those who've come before me and those who are coming after. So first I want to talk about my advisor, then I want to talk about my students. My PhD advisor was a man named Michael Buravoy. Buravoy was a larger-than-life sociologist and the most generous and thoughtful advisor that any student could ever have. He studied the labor process under capitalism, why and how people are willing to work as hard as they do under a system that paid them so little. He was a Marxist sociologist, but not at all dogmatic. He was a voracious reader of theory and was always pushing himself to learn new things as much as he pushed his students to do so. Over the last few years, he had become enthralled with the work of the sociologist W.E.B. Du Bois, who wrote about the relationship between economic inequality, race, and nationhood. Michael's laugh was infectious, and he was the most marvelous teacher I've ever seen. He would get so excited as his students came to understand new concepts that he would literally barely contain himself, standing on chairs on a table in front of the room, nodding somewhat maniacally, encouraging his students in a thick British accent. My own teaching has been so indelibly influenced by him that one of my teaching assistants told me last week that she thinks I teach with a British accent. I could fill 25 hours with stories about Michael Buravoy, the time he bribed a student to finish his dissertation by promising him to buy him a car if he did so. He did it. How when student workers on campus were advocating for higher wages, he took an entire lecture hall of students out of class in support, conducting his lecture on Foucault from the steps below the roof where students had chained themselves together. How despite being a big shot within the discipline, the president of the American Sociological Association in 2004, the president of the International Sociological Association between 2010 and 2014, he nevertheless lived in a rather cramped apartment in the Lake Merritt neighborhood of Oakland, California, which continued to have shag carpet and weird 1970s wallpaper throughout the 2010s, how he was nearly obsessive about his daily bike ride from Oakland to Berkeley and his regular walks around Lake Merritt. He was walking in his neighborhood earlier this year on the evening of February 4th, 2025, when he was killed in a hit and run about 2 blocks from his apartment. Michael's death would have been tragic, no matter when it happened, but it felt particularly unfair and almost, it threw me into despair that he was taken from us in this particular political moment. More than any other sociologist I've ever known, Michael saw the potential of our discipline not only to understand the world, but also to change it with our understanding. In his 2004 ASA presidential lecture, he spoke about the importance of public sociology, of a way of doing scholarship that engaged with the organizations that could make best use of it: labor organizations, schools, churches, arts organizations, and advocacy groups. If the economists' audience is the Fed, that might not be fair to economists, and the political scientists' audience are the elected leaders, the sociologist audience is civil society. The organizations that Tocqueville understood were so critical to preserving freedom because they helped us in practice connect our private interests to the public good. So he was concerned fundamentally with organizations like the university. For most of his career, Michael spoke about the importance of public sociology, but if we're being honest, he was an academic's academic. He didn't really work with organizations. That was what his students did. In fact, that's what he would say when you pushed him on it. He'd say his students were his public sociology project. But that began to change over the last decade or so as he became increasingly concerned with changes occurring at his own beloved public university, the University of California at Berkeley. He was co-chair of the Berkeley Faculty Association between 2015 and 2021, and I'm going to read just a little bit. Okay, 9 minutes. I'm going to read a little bit from his article, Redefining the Public University, which he wrote in 2011. It was written in a different time period, about a slightly different context, but it's certainly relevant to us here as well. The university, he wrote, is in crisis almost everywhere. In the broadest terms, the university's position as simultaneously inside and outside society, as both a participant in and an observer of society, always precarious, has been eroded. With the exception of a few holdouts, the ivory tower has gone. We can no longer hold a position of splendid isolation. We can think of the era that has disappeared as the golden age of the university, but in reality, it was a fool's paradise that simply could not last. Today, the academy has no option but to engage with the wider society. And the question is how and on whose terms? On the one hand, the university has come to look more and more like a corporation, and its managerial ranks have expanded rapidly. At the University of California between 1994 and 2009, the ratio of senior managers to ladder-ranked faculty has risen from 3 to 7 to 1 to 1. And the salary structure has been distorted accordingly. The president of the university now expects to earn the equivalent of a corporate executive salary, in Columbia's case, perhaps even more. At every level, inequality runs amok. Between universities and within universities, between schools and within schools, between disciplines and within disciplines, between departments and within departments. Those who cannot sell their research initiate new ways of selling their teaching through online services that lead to dilution and lower costs of instruction. On the other hand, Beauvois saw the dangers of excessive state regulation and regularization. While he may not have anticipated the speed and chaos with which Trump has sought to take a state wrecking ball to the university, he did anticipate some of its absurd results. Just as Soviet planning produced absurd distortions, heating that could not be turned off, shoes that were supposed to suit everyone, tractors that were too heavy because targets were in tons, or glass that was too thick because targets were in volume, so now the monitoring of higher education is replete with parallel distortions that obstruct production, dissemination, and transmission of knowledge. We face enormous pressures of instrumentalization, he said, turning the university into a means for someone else's end. Against the regulatory and market models of the university, he suggested we have to formulate alternative models of the university. First, the university should be viewed as a critical public sphere in which there's indeed discussion among academics about the nature of it and its place in society. Second, it should help to foster deliberative democracy. Here, the university has to be at the center of organizing public discussion about the direction of society. As the more conventional representatives of publics, trade unions, political parties, voluntary organizations, religious associations are falling down on their public mission, the university has to take up its calling as the pivotal institution to orchestrate a deliberative democracy. So that was Michael's vision. And I think that many of us here in the social sciences believe in some version of that vision. So having talked about my academic father, I just want to end with my last 5 minutes to talk about some of my academic children. It feels weirder to say academic children than it feels to say academic father. Some of my students. I sent them an email early this morning to ask them to share any reflections they had about the importance of sociology in their life and in their work. And I'll share just a couple before we go. This one is from Rebecca Breslaw, Barnard class of 2017. As an undergraduate, she writes, I took many classes in the social sciences. I was interested in understanding inequalities I saw growing up, as well as those that were not visible to me as a kid. Anthropology, women's studies, Black studies, and sociology courses all helped me develop a critical lens through which to approach these big inequalities. The summer between my freshman and sophomore year, I was given the opportunity to work on a project with the United Food and Commercial Workers organizing Walmart workers in Florida. This project set me on a path that led to an organizing job with Fight for 15 and later a career as a public school educator. I'd be lying if I said I reference Antonio Gramsci or Kimberly Crenshaw in my day-to-day life, but the methods of questioning and analyzing power that these thinkers presented to me still undergird my actions as a citizen, teacher, and person invested in building a better future. We need universities that protect pathways like the one I had access to and support thinkers like the ones I had the pleasure of reading and learning with. And I'll just read one more from Angel Solis, General Studies class of 2021. My first encounter with sociology, he writes, came in prison, an encounter that would alter the course of my life. Until then, I'd lived as a participant within my society, but never as a conscious student of it. Deprived of historical and structural understanding, I knew only my block, my immediate experience of poverty, and the urgent call to survive. But survival unmoored from critical awareness is a perilous compass, and mine ultimately steered me to captivity. Sociology, he continues, was the lens that shattered the illusions of isolation and randomness. It revealed that my circumstances were not isolated failures, but the product of vast historical forces and deliberate social constructs. In that revelation, I found more than understanding, I found purpose. Sociology taught me that the world, though inherited, is not immutable. It can be challenged, it can be remade. Today, I devote my life to that labor, to confronting the systems that wounded my community, and to forging new pathways where others might walk freer, wiser, and stronger than I once did. Of course, tonight I've just shared a little bit of my scholarly family. Trump threatens all of these scholarly families, which matters because this is how knowledge of all kinds is produced, through inheritance across generations, as Suresh is talking about. If we cut off these family trees, They can't easily be remade. Thank you. Thank you to the hosts of our Speak Out. And we are now going to pass the mic to Teachers College. No. Next is Climate School.
Climate School.
All right.
Let's also remember 25 hours to come. Thank you so
you.
much. As the child of Bruce Bowerman, the child of Bruce Lee, Joe Bayless,
It's the mic.
I want to thank you for reminding us of the importance of our ancestry in academia, and yeah, just this is a public good. We are part of a public good, and we have a public responsibility to civil society and to be public sociology. Would you like to say something?
Yeah.
All right.
So I'll just pick up and keep talking
Awesome.
and pick up where Adam. So I'll just say something about one of my academic advisors was a guy named Sam Bowles, who was like kind of a legendary and still active economist. But he has actually a great story about somebody who you might not expect. Milton Friedman. So Milton Friedman was actually a great believer in academic freedom. And for all of the politics which probably most people on campus disagree with, I'll just say that my advisor Sam Bowles was again offered a job. He had a job at Harvard, but they required him to sign a loyalty oath. And he was a protester against the Vietnam War and was like, "No, I am not going to sign the loyalty oath at Harvard." And then they looked like Harvard was going to fire him. And so Milton Friedman called him up and said, "If you ever need a job in Chicago, there's one here for you." And you'll see this actually over and over in Milton Friedman as like someone who would kind of, I think it was actually consistent with something he says in Capitalism and Freedom, that you need weird independent sources of wealth as actually something to protect democracy. And so he might have sort of had it in his mind that like these kinds of institutions were important for democracy. But I think it's actually even on the political right, there was at one point a real attachment to academic freedom as like a real value, and it's not necessarily something that is owned only by like the political left. It's was once a value held broadly.
Well said. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So next up, now we have Dr. Gallet. You can put that back around your neck, and then I will hand you the mic. From Lamont Dougherty Earth Observatory, the Climate School. Thank you. Woo, welcome.
Okay. Evening, everybody. I just want to make sure you know that Dr. Tedesco is the Lamont Research Professor from Lamont Dougherty Earth Institute. I am a member of the staff at the Center for Sustainable Urban Development at the Climate School. I'm also an instructor in the Climate School. I'm a graduate of the law school. We're also going to be joined by a member of our student staff from the project that Dr. Tedesco and I are doing together. His name is Leo Diaz. He'll be here shortly. And then we'll have symmetry, which is a nice thing. So let me lay out a couple of things that I'm going to be talking about for the first 20 or 25 minutes of the hour. First, I'll repeat the 6 things that you can never forget we need the university to do. It's not that we want the university to do it. We need the university to do it. I'll introduce myself a little. I'll talk to you about how I got here and some of the experiences I've had that I think are germane to this question of how we navigate a time like we are living in. I've had some experience in that, fortunately or unfortunately. I'll speak about the Environment and Climate Justice at Columbia project that Leo Diaz, Dr. Tedesco, and I are working on with so many wonderful colleagues, and explain why environmental justice is so important and so valuable to everybody in our society. I'll call on the university to go big on all of these issues, and then I want to appreciate my students and pass the mic. So what are we standing here for? We are standing up for higher ed. We need to provide mutual aid and mutual support. We need to fight back against federal attacks. protect and defend our students and our international scholars, all 13,975 of them. We need to preserve academic freedom, freedom of expression, and Columbia's autonomy to govern itself. We want to reestablish and affirm the tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We want to be honest and open about issues such as environmental and climate justice. We want to support partners fighting for justice inside and outside the university. If we do our jobs well, justice will never be the dirty word that this administration is trying to turn it into. So, the Environmental and Climate Justice at Columbia project was conceived as an open space, as a meeting place for collaboration and dialogue on environmental and climate justice on campus, across institutions and disciplines. In 2023, we were awarded a Catalyst grant for this work from the Columbia University Provost's Office. Marco Tedesco and I and our colleague, Dr. Jacqueline Klopp, who is with family in Calgary in Alberta and couldn't join us this evening, were the principal investigators on this. But since then, as many as 60 colleagues, researchers, instructors, administrators, students have all been involved in this work over the last several years. We've met regularly, internally, with peer institutions, with community partners in support of these foundational goals. One, the establishment of a permanent environmental and climate justice initiative at Columbia to serve as an interdisciplinary meeting space, incubator, laboratory to support and catalyze needed research, education, public service, and practice on environmental and climate justice. We want to develop a climate justice data initiative. And since Dr. Tedesco is so very well qualified to talk about this, I'm going to steal zero of his thunder and go on to our third goal, which is a heightened commitment from the university to the critical, urgent social and environmental demands of this moment and of the future. This is all essential if we are going to achieve the core goals of the Columbia Climate School, which include fostering equitable climate solutions and establishing solutions-oriented long-term partnerships at multiple scales within and beyond the university. And it is so very much to the credit of the leadership of the Climate School that these are at the core of the Climate School's strategic framework and have been from the start. Some of the key benefits that a permanent environmental and climate justice initiative at Columbia would provide: it would support more effective climate policy development and planning. My work with the Resilient Coastal Communities Project and the Climate School has demonstrated that justice and inclusion can turbocharge the effectiveness of public sustainability planning. People will be safer from floods, safer from extreme heats, safer from wildfire if we harness the power of communities. And I'm actually going to give some citations here, and I'm happy to provide them at a later date if you have difficulty finding them. This is Morris, Berdzars et al., 2024. This sort of initiative would promote restoration, healing, and justice, and undo some of the structural inequality that I discussed below. It would enhance research, instruction, and practice at Columbia, boost Columbia's role as a community ally, an essential role that Columbia will never fully achieve, but must strive more effectively and constantly to get closer and closer to. So here's the Environmental and Climate Justice at Columbia Project's plan for making this all happen. First, we want to strengthen interdisciplinary collaboration and ethical frameworks. We aim to create a network or hub to bring together Columbia units. There are 17 different schools and projects and centers at Columbia. They need to coordinate better and amplify each other's work in this area, as well as engage more thoughtfully and systematically with other academic institutions. We want to institutionalize commitments and accountability. At Columbia, Columbia should provide support through training and resources and build accountability mechanisms to enable our faculty, staff, student body, administrators to avoid engaging in extractive practices, with communities and instead empower those communities to build equitable partnerships that align with their needs and that bring their leadership to the fore, not ours. We want to develop, nurture, maintain, sustain relational-based partnerships grounded in mutual support and accountability. This is not something that can be done from the ivory tower. It needs to be done from the community. We need to be there before we can ask them to be here with us. We aim to actualize Columbia's fourth purpose through co-production, interdisciplinary collaboration. We want to provide dedicated resources and integrate partnerships into curriculum and research, create accountability and feedback mechanisms. Mainstream equitable knowledge and ethical data practices. Again, I'm going to defer to Marco on that. And finally, ensure sustainable student involvement through the establishment of internships, fellowships, and a long-term engagement framework that respects, appreciates, and elevates the wisdom of our students and affiliates. So here are some proposed initiatives for consideration by the university, and the next steps will follow shortly. We are looking to establish an environmental and climate justice help desk for our community partners throughout the New York, New Jersey metropolitan region. We want to develop environmental and climate justice incentives for faculty and staff to participate more fully and effectively and in a more satisfying way. We want to create a community liaisons program. We want to be out in the community, and we want to bring our students to that work, and we want our students to learn what it really means to show up and make a difference, because that, I think, is an intrinsic part of a full and rounded education at Columbia today. We want to establish climate justice fellowships to bring more folks into this work and engage and support Columbia's awesome alumni who are involved in this work. Next steps. We appreciate the support we've received from the Provost Office and the Climate School leadership, who are very supportive, by the way, of our being here today. Another thing to appreciate. And we need them to stay with us as we finalize the vision I've just shared with you by helping to review and refine these initiatives and goals with community partners to make sure we've gotten the community input right and that we are not speaking for the community, that the community is speaking through us. We want to deepen the institutional commitment, both philosophically and practically, and work towards full funding for this vision. This vision is only going to succeed if folks are funded to do this work, if folks are supported to do this work, if they advance their careers by doing this work. I have a statement on recent events at Columbia that was created by the Environmental and Climate Justice Network, and I'm going to read it to you before I talk about some of the social science that really gives resonance and essentiality to the work that I'm proposing we do as a university. Our statement from earlier this month is, it's a challenging time at Columbia, and we've been joined by Leo Diaz, who is one of the principal architects of this statement. It's a challenging time at Columbia, from the unlawful detainment of Mahmoud Halil, SEPA 2024, to recent decisions by Columbia's central administration in response to the Trump administration's malicious interference in our university affairs. As faculty, researchers, staff, and students at Columbia who center justice in our work, we will always defend freedom of speech, freedom to protest, and academic freedom on our campus and beyond. As Dr. King wrote from his Birmingham jail cell, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. In that spirit, we remain steadfastly committed to advancing climate and environmental justice for all. We also remain committed to the protection of our community who tirelessly advocate for these values. In this period of great turmoil, uncertainty, and efforts to roll back some of the founding aspirations around justice that are part of our evolving constitution and country, we urge you all to stay strong and connected with us as we continue to try to make the world a place where there is indeed justice and freedom for all, with clean air, water, and soil, and a livable climate system. We urge our peers at other universities to come together and defend these shared values, and higher education at large. We will be watching for opportunities to engage as a community, as we are today, and any other means of collective or bespoke action and we'll keep you informed as these opportunities become apparent, and we will make every effort to share the website for the Environmental and Climate Justice at Columbia project. Now to the substance of why this is so important, why we are so at risk, and why the messages coming from Washington are so fundamentally, viciously, and brutally incorrect and wrong-headed. You know, earlier this week, or perhaps at the end of last week, there was a so-called meritocracy executive order issued by the Trump administration, attacking efforts to promote restorative justice and calling for the willful disregard of how laws that might appear impartial impact communities, in some cases less favorably than others. And it relies, this executive order, on the incredibly simplistic idea that in the US, quote, everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed. Now, as to this question of whether in the US everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed, Dr. Robert Bullard, who many credit with establishing the field of environmental justice, admonishes us to remember that the term environmental injustice is not just slang, it's real, and that injustice fundamentally undermines any possible notion that, quote, everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed. Some evidence of this: non-Hispanic Black children have higher blood lead levels than non-Hispanic white children with the same level of income. Taya and Yanowski, 2021. Where is the equal opportunity to succeed in that? Adjusting for both poverty and rurality, as the proportion of people of color increased, so did the presence of fracking wastewater disposal wells in Texas. Johnson and Werder, 2016. Where is the equal opportunity to succeed in that? Disparities for blacks in regard to particulate air pollution are more pronounced than disparities on the base of poverty status. Mikati and Benson, 2018. Where is the equal opportunity to succeed in that? On average, Black Americans are exposed to 56% more pollution than they produce. Latinx Americans are exposed to 63% more pollution than they produce. And non-Hispanic white Americans are exposed to 17% less pollution that they produce. Tessum et al., 2019. Yes, you guessed it. Where is the equal opportunity to succeed in that? Key issues and correlations that produce these results: home ownership and segregation. Home ownership in low-income Black households is less than half home ownership in low-income white households. 25% fewer middle-income Black households live in homes they own compared to middle-income white households. As to segregation, poor Black households are 30% more likely to live in low-income neighborhoods than poor white households, and the average Black household with annual earnings of $75,000 resides in a higher poverty neighborhood than the average white household with average earnings of less than $40,000. These racial wealth differences are not simply due to familial or inheritable differences. They are the result of a community context with worse access to education, employment opportunities, healthcare, and open space. And that is why we must do the work of equity to ensure that one day everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed. This work of equity is not dogma, it is honesty. And I am quoting Kyle Younger and his letter to the editor in the Columbia Spectator this week. Now, you must do the work of equity thoughtfully and positively, for sure, and that is not easy. But to not do it at all is simply dishonesty. It is not American, it is not ethical, and it is not acceptable. And so I'm going to repeat what we are standing up for, thank my students, and turn the mic over to Dr. Tedesco. Stand up for higher ed. Fight back against federal attacks. Protect and defend students and international scholars, all 13,975 of them. Preserve academic freedom, freedom of expression, and Columbia University's autonomy to govern these. Reestablish and affirm the tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Be honest and open about issues such as environmental and climate justice. Support partners fighting for justice inside and outside the university. Protect our researchers and provide backup funding. I want to thank my colleagues for the work that I share with them. I want to thank my students with whom I was from 4:10 to 6 p.m. this evening as they presented on how to depolarize the climate battle, how to gain the sort of success that can be only gained by reaching across the aisle, by learning so fundamentally effectively what it will take to be change agents, whatever jobs they end up with. And I want to turn it over at this point to Marco Tedesco, Lamont Research Professor of Marine and Polar Geophysics, and my wonderful colleague at the Climate School. And thank you all very much for the work you do.
Mike, thank you so much. Surrender.
Yeah.
Dr. Malay and Galay,
Galay.
excuse me,
Yeah,
sorry,
it's fine.
going on 12 hours straight, so
Thank
getting a little loopy. Woo!
Thank you. Hello. Okay, my name is Marco Tedesco. I'm a Lamont professor here at Lamont Earth Observatory, the Climate School. I'm actually a climate scientist. And it's the first time I stand up here in front of everybody speaking at a 25 hours. So there is one reason, and my background originally is I work on ice sheets. I work on how the ice is melting, how fast one melts the ice, where is the ice going to the ocean, how fast the ocean is rising, and what are the consequences for our economies, for the people living along the coastlines. I teach a class about the economic and financial impacts of climate change in the School of Professional Studies, and I'm a member of the Senate in the Research Officer Committee and on the External Relations Committee. So what is bringing somebody studying melting of Greenland, working with brilliant somebody like Paul Gallet on environmental and climate justice, and and with Lille, of course. In reality, what happened is that I've been studying Greenland for about 25 years, and as a scientist, I always wondered how contributing am I to the society really, besides fulfilling my own desire of asking questions and looking for an answer in an exotic place. And I realized during the pandemic that I was so privileged to have a job, a good salary, and nothing was really happening so bad to me that I could use this time for helping somebody. And I heard on the radio a show on NPR about this woman, Halba Hernandez in Miami, who was being evicted because of climate issues related to gentrification happening in Miami. So I spent the next 8 months building a data set that did not exist to try to show how really those areas where Alba Hernandez was living were actually the target of speculators from real estate in Miami to evict and kick off those people so that they could build new initiatives in real estate. So I used actually my expertise, and after 25 years of career and building my career, becoming an expert in my own field, it was a wonderful learning experience to find the arms open when people like Paul, Jacqueline Cobb, Sheila Foster, Leo Diaz, and others, Karina Gore at UTS, who were really contributing for me to learn how do I put my knowledge and my expertise at service of climate and environmental justice. And I think this is the most important thing that I learned, which is we all do our job. Nobody is more important than the other. And in order for this to happen, we really need to be sure that we're free to discuss, free to decide, and free to make mistakes. I grew up in Europe, in Italy, and there is no such a thing as a losers and winners. We make mistakes and we learn from our own mistakes. But in conversation, you need to have two parts. And I think what I'm learning, what I'm trying to say is that there is also a new brand of young climate scientists who are working very heavily towards applied science. There is a very strong need of applications in mitigation and adaptation. Somebody just passed me the news a few minutes ago about the dismantling of the climate assessment group from the United States. The climate assessment by the Trump administration. So the climate assessment is produced every year to understand not only what's going to happen to the climate, but what are the consequences on the economy, on the finance, on our society. And the group has been officially dismantled as we speak. So there will be no more official United States government funded assessment of the impacts on economic and financial impacts in this country. So it is, what I'm trying to say is, it is incredibly important for academic freedom to support the cross-disciplinary nature of the skills that we need to properly tackle climate change. I mostly focus on data. As Paul was mentioning, we really have to work with the communities and say, what are the things that the communities are really in need, rather than what are the things that we want to give them. This is a very a complicated process, because I believe that in academia, most of the time, a lot of academics, they think of themselves as being the highest standard in terms of deciding what they can or cannot do. And this is something that's been working for a very long time very well. But I think when you look at climate now as an applied science, you need to look at it, and part of it as an architecture, as an engineering applied science. You would never build something that nobody's going to live in. You were never going to build a road that nobody's going to use. And the same has to become with data sets. The digital infrastructures is very pervasive, but is not mature and is not ready for tackling any of the climate justice or environmental justice initiatives that we really need to push through. We don't have enough information about the specific communities that we need to support. We don't have enough granular information about how the disasters are impacting specific communities. We have no information about when really changes are happening and how to measure these changes. Just to give you an example, one of the grants that we got funded here at Columbia was to study via artificial intelligence how investments on communities in terms of green energy could help these communities to switch from a social vulnerability point of view. And this grant was the first one to use artificial intelligence. Friday, I got the news that the Trump administration canceled the grant with the National Science Foundation. So at this point, one thing that we really need to start realizing is that we live in this digital world where we think we have access to a lot of data. We do. But the data we have access to is not the data we really need. It's data that is used on us to build money somewhere else. The real data that we need, it needs to be constructed, needs to be built, and needs to be built with the communities. Because if we do not have access to the information that, and the knowledge that the community have, we cannot really provide support, because everything will be stopped at the barrier between the social, cultural experience and the fact that we think we're much better than the people we're trying to support. So in this regard, data, digital infrastructure, one of the things that we've been trying to do with the effort that Paul Gallet was mentioning, we're trying to build more and more understanding. What does it mean, data, and improving data in terms of climate justice? What are the ethical values behind it? What are the things that some data sets need to have? How do we protect ourselves from people who can create false data sets towards some other situations? And most importantly, why don't we use the most powerful techniques like AI to address the most urgent problems, like the social vulnerability questions? So this is something that I really like people to think in general when they look at climate, when they look at the climate justice problem. We do not have the information that we need to address the most urgent issues in terms of climate justice, even though there is the possibility to make huge leaps in a very short amount of time. So I have no idea how much I've talked about it, because I'm not used to doing this, but I want to give the baton to Lil, because he's been talking a lot. And I wanted to thank the organizer for having us, Climate School, and Lamont for supporting my presence here. Lil, please. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so Marco left me 30 minutes to speak, and I have
15.
I have 20 minutes of remarks. So we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna go slow. Thank you for being here. I want to speak about Colombia's historically extractive relationships with our local communities. I want to discuss Colombia's gentrification of Harlem and the university's continued relationship with fossil fuel companies as a background for why we need investment in environmental.
Keep it attached.
Keep it attached. Okay.
Almost like a.
I'm gonna eat the mic. Thank you. Eat the mic. Okay, so gentrification. Columbia is the 5th oldest institution of higher education in the United States. Woo. We were originally located in Midtown New York City between Madison Avenue and Park Avenue, and in 1896, University President Seth Low moved the campus to its present location in Morningside Heights. That same year, the major institutions in Morningside Heights, including the Cathedral of St. John the Divine and St. Luke's Hospital, formed the Morningside Protective Association to keep out of the district, quote, what is objectionable, by preventing large-scale, lower-class development. Now, this institution failed massively because the one train opened and a lot of working-class people moved into Morningside Heights. So the association was disbanded and a real estate boom occurred. Additionally, the Great Migration brought Black Americans en masse to Harlem, and by 1930, 70% of Harlem was Black, according to the Census Bureau, leading to the Harlem Renaissance. Now, at this point, the Columbia administration was led by President Nicholas Murray Butler, who created the College Board and also, for some reason, got a Nobel Peace Prize. He was the president of Columbia for 46 years, which is longer than our president many times ago, Bollinger, which is kind of crazy. He began plans to acquire property to insulate the university from the Black Harlem population. In January 1946, Butler wrote a memo to Marcellus Hartley Dodge, and I think all of those names are buildings on our campus, who is a trustee, stating the need to, quote, shut off forever the greatly feared invasion from Harlem by buying all property until 122nd Street. So it's 1946. We currently own all the way up to like 135 with plans to increase. So between the 1940s and the 1960s, the university acquired more than 100 apartment buildings in Morningside Heights, many belonging to working class Black and Puerto Rican families, to create student and faculty housing. If you're a student or a faculty member, you might live in one of these houses. And it's estimated that more than 7,000 residents in the area were displaced, according to the New York Times. In 2007, the New York's, now Columbia is led by, President Bollinger, who also served for like 20 plus years. Not as much as Butler. The New York City Council approved Columbia's expansion plan titled Manhattanville. Now, most of the places in the Manhattanville expansion zone sold their property or said, we'll sell to Columbia. But there were like 3 restaurants that are like, no, we're not going to sell to you. And so the university is like, what are we going to do? So they went to the Empire State Development Corporation, which is a public benefit corporation. And they said, can you make this expansion zone, can you consider it blighted so you can use eminent domain and Columbia can acquire it? But the problem was it wasn't blighted. So Columbia did something that is very evilly smart. And this is not an argument I made. This is an argument that Norman Siegel, former head of the New York Civil Liberties Union, argued in a lawsuit that Columbia acquired around 80% of the stock in the expansion zone and then purposefully let it waste, didn't renew leases, and basically let it blight. And then they went to the Empire State Development Corporation and they're like, look, it's blighted. The Empire State Development Corporation's like, true, it's blighted. So they gave it all to Columbia. Now, Columbia's practices are often described as gentrification, which exacerbates pre-existing health disparities among people experiencing poverty, the elderly, and racial and ethnic groups. Empirical evidence, and this evidence is linked on my sheet, but I don't actually have the sources for you, but if you want, I can give you the sources. Empirical evidence supports the claim that gentrification increases food insecurity, chronic illness, and psychological stress. In Harlem, the share of rent-regulated private rental housing stock slipped 65% in 2008. It slipped from 65% to about 48% in 2022, leading to homelessness and housing insecurity. There was a report conducted by the Community Service Society of New York that found at least 1,000 evictions have occurred since 2017. And gentrification's relationship with race has been extensively documented, with lower class Black and Hispanic residents typically displaced by middle class white residents. My sister lived in Harlem, and her entire building was Columbia graduate students. That's empirical evidence from my own life to support that claim. We see in West Harlem, with the Black population declining by 14% and the Hispanic population decreasing by 10% between 2010 and 2020. Unsurprisingly, the share of households with incomes over $200,000 doubled over a similar period, while families with incomes below $50,000 declined. And this is an ongoing issue. There's groups such as Defend Harlem that are trying to put pressure on the university to renegotiate a community benefits agreement that the university has refused to enforce. They're supposed to, for example, make the 125th Street station accessible. And if you've ever been to the 125th Street station, there's no elevator. So if I finish my other stuff and I have more time to go, I can freestyle about that. But I want to talk about fossil-free research. This is another area that the university has been very extractive with the local community. I'm reading from an article published in Consilience, which is an undergraduate journal of sustainable development. The editor-in-chief at one point was Grace Fitzgerald. He was a fantastic person. In 2015, the U.S. exported fewer than 500,000 barrels of crude oil per day. By 2019, that number had grown to $3 million. So what's the reason for this increase? The reason is this U.S. senator, who's no longer in the Senate, named Richard Shelby of Alabama, and he pushed the U.S. Congress to lift the crude oil export ban in a bunch of congressional hearings. And though he argued the decision would decrease U.S. gas prices remained even higher after the ban was revoked. To convince his fellow senators, Shelby cited what should be a very credible source, a report published by the Columbia Center on Global Energy Policy, written by Jason Bordoff, who heads that center, and Trevor Hauser, who I actually don't know what he does. I think he worked for the Rhodium Group. I don't know what he does today. So we looked into this report, and we realized that Sharif Suki, chief executive of Tellurian, is listed as a part of the research team. Okay, Tellurian produces 79% of U.S. liquefied natural gas. He's on the research team of this report. I don't know why this isn't working. So, lifting the crude oil export ban likely represented a significant economic opportunity for Suki. What's more, technical breaks, 25 hours continues. Keep going, okay. What's more, I can't stop talking. What's more, oh, it's working, okay. What's more, the connection goes even further. A 2023 archived version of the CGEP website, CGEP is Center on Global Energy Policy, showed Tellurian donated $1 million or more to be a part of the Visionary Annual Circle. So Tellurian is writing the report, they're donating money to the research team and the research center, and they're being cited as an unbiased source in Congress, leading to more crude oil being exported. Unfortunately, this is not an isolated incident. Sunrise Columbia, which is a collective of student groups, a collective of students fighting for institutional climate change, or climate action rather, at Columbia, wrote a report titled Complicit Columbia, the Influence of Fossil Fuel Funding on Climate Research. And we discovered a consistent pattern. First, CGEP and Columbia accept research funding from and maintain close ties to the fossil fuel industry. Then we show these ties correlate to systematic bias in research findings that favor fossil fuels. Finally, fossil fuel companies take advantage of these favorable results and Columbia's prestige and credibility to lobby for beneficial government policies and downplay the severity of the climate crisis and gain public support. When President Trump was getting elected, he had about 20 fossil fuel executives pull up to Mar-a-Lago. And he's like, hey, give me $1 billion for my campaign and I'll cut so many climate regulations, you'll save money. And these people were like, sure. And those same executives that were in Mar-a-Lago come to Colombia. They give talks, they donate to Colombia. So this is all connected. The climate crisis is unquestionably a globally recognized catastrophe. While the impacts of fossil fuel companies on climate change is evident, the impacts of support from large universities are often overlooked. When universities such as Columbia receive funding from fossil fuel companies, they allow the companies a certain extent of influence over research outputs. You can read Naomi Oreskes' Merchants of Doubt, great book, recommended. I invited Naomi Oreskes, I said, come to Columbia. She's like, nah, I'm on research sabbatical. Kind of messed up. You can read Jeffrey Sopran, Doug Almond, a ton of other researchers who've written about this. The implications of giving companies such as ExxonMobil, who have histories of manipulating climate change research and advocacy to their own monetary benefit, a stake in the university's research, are extensive and dangerous. There was a report called Exxon New, published by the Columbia J School, that found that ExxonMobil has known about climate change since the 1970s, privately said this is a problem for our business model, but publicly has done nothing. And in fact, said the opposite, said don't worry about climate change. By looking at financial disclosures and publicly available databases on the fossil fuel industry, our investigation found that Columbia University has accepted at least $43 million from 42 corporations associated with the industry between 2005 and 2024. To determine whether a company was part of the fossil fuel industry, we looked at corporations listed in Urgewell's Global Oil and Gas Exit List and the Global Coal Exit List, as well as the Charles Koch Foundation. And if you go to the New York City Ballet, you can see the Koch Theater. And if you go to the Columbia Med School, you can see a new research project funded by Koch. We love Koch. That's a joke, by the way. Given that we use the most conservative funding counts available, our reported total is likely a dramatic underestimate. So, of the $43 million in fossil fuel funding we know about, at least $15.7 million went to the Columbia Center on Global Energy Policy. According to the findings of a 2022 peer-reviewed Nature study conducted by Columbia researchers, CJEP is a, quote, fossil-funded energy center. The study reveals that CJEP research exhibits a discernible sentiment bias by having a more positive, that's in quotes, more positive stance towards natural gas over renewable energy sources such as solar or hydroelectric energy. In fact, if you read the study, CJEP's bias towards natural gas is the same bias that the American Gas Association has in their reports. So this is crazy. CJEP is as positive towards natural gas as a literal industry lobbying group. I mean, it's insane. And this tendency was compared to non-fossil funded research energy centers like the University of Chicago, which doesn't receive any corporate money, or UPenn's research center, I forget their name, which they're actually funded by Zell. And I don't know why Zell is funding climate research. It's funny. Okay. Checks and balances to prevent such a breach of academic integrity are evidently not in place. 8 CJEP reports have been written by experts working concurrently for companies that are using and promoting natural gas. In a statement to my favorite newspaper, the Columbia Daily Spectator, Doug Almond, the lead author of the Nature study, wrote that, quote, unlike some prominent energy centers, Columbia's Energy Center reports do not typically face peer review by independent scholarly journals. This removes a natural check on any pro-funder slant. Real scientists do peer review. Marco does peer review. Paul does peer review. One day I will do peer review. CJEP does not do peer review. This lack of oversight, in turn, exploited by the fossil fuel industry, Industry memos specifically cite CJEP or Columbia as a means for oil companies to influence the public and policymakers. 2 fantastic senators, Sheldon Whitehouse and Jamie Raskin, who's not a senator, did a bicameral report published in May of 2024, where they subpoenaed a bunch of oil and gas companies about their ties to academic institutions like Columbia. And here's some quotes. In May of 2017, a Shell memo titled, quote, Global Methane Communications Plan listed Columbia University economics professor Jeffrey Sachs and CJEP founder Jason Bordoff as contacts who, quote, publicly recognize the greenhouse gas benefits of gas, a blatant example of fossil fuel companies using the prestige of the name of Columbia University to affirm the integrity of research that would otherwise be under great contention. Jeffrey Sachs, if you ever watch this, please respond to my emails. I've been trying to email you for years and you don't respond. Very rude. In another instance, the oil company BP's 2018, quote, communication strategy and tactical plan lists both CJEP and Jason Bordoff as, quote, opinion leaders that, quote, demonstrate BP as a trusted voice and, quote, illustrate BP's energy transition narrative. I went to CJEP. I was like, what do you think about this quote? They're like, yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I have a big problem with this because industries often seek to delay regulation by using the, quote, tobacco strategy. This is what Naomi Oreskes' book, Merchants of Doubt, is about. How tobacco companies used universities to say, tobacco, there's no problem with this. This is good. There shouldn't be regulation. And we see fossil fuel companies doing the exact same thing. Fossil fuel companies, as I said, are doing the same thing. A 1998 memo from the American Petroleum Institute describes a program for, quote, undercutting the, quote, prevailing scientific wisdom by, quote, funding for research contracts for work that would introduce uncertainty about climate change. ExxonMobil funded such research for decades. And at Columbia, quote, the French fossil fuel industry began funding studies on carbon uptake by oceans at Columbia University. This is from a journal article. In the early 1990s, research that would make climate change seem less alarming. In forming relationships with prominent research universities, fossil fuel companies are cementing their influence in government and policy making. A 2019 BP email makes this note of the strategy, explaining, this is from the email, that partnerships with Harvard, Tufts, and Columbia are, quote, key parts of BP's long-term strategy building outreach to policymakers and influencers in the U.S. globally, and enables BP to, quote, tell the story of what we are doing and why in a more personal and compelling way. Now I'm going to read the part that I told my parents I wouldn't read. I'm so sorry. The ties run deeper than just funding. Several of CJEP's influential program researchers and directors actively maintain close relationships within the fossil fuel industry. Many serve on corporate boards or directly advise energy executives. For example, David Banks filled the position of, quote, international climate policy expert in 2018, despite his work for the Trump administration, his adamant support for the fossil fuel industry, and his defense of President Trump's controversial tweet that, quote, climate change is a Chinese hoax. This man defended the tweet that climate change is a Chinese hoax, and he came to Columbia and he had a nice cushy job. Let's see. He further seems inexplicably intertwined with the fossil fuel industry. He was formerly the executive vice president of the American Council for Capital Formation, which receives direct funding from ExxonMobil, the Koch Family Foundation, and the American Petroleum Institute. And while Banks no longer works at CJEP, this is part of a larger problem. Another example, Tatiana Mitrova, research fellow currently at CJEP, publishes all the time. She's on the board of Schlumberger, which is the world's largest offshore drilling company. I went to CJEP, I was like, do you think it's a problem that someone who's on the board of Schlumberger is working? I think the guy actually worked for Schlumberger before. He's like, no, I don't think it's a problem. They're an oil services company. They're not actually doing it. Very funny. I love you, RJ. This pattern extends into CJEP's advisory board, which includes multiple members directly associated with fossil fuel companies. Arjun Murthy is director for ConocoPhillips. Jessica Oh is the former CFO of Shell. And Cynthia Warner currently serves on the board of directors for Chevron, along with former titles of president and CEO of Chevron-owned Renewable Energy Group, group vice president of, what even is a group vice president? These people are making up such fake titles these days. Group vice president of BP and chief executive vice president at Tesoro Corporate. This is even worse than like Columbia's EVPs. I mean, executive vice president is terrible. While researchers who worked for or receive funding from the fossil fuel industry do not inherently cause pro-industry research bias, funding contributes to sponsorship bias and opens up the possibility that Columbia researchers contributed to the efforts of the fossil fuel companies to obfuscate the truth on climate change. A 2018 study published in the American Journal of Public Health concluded that, quote, sponsorship may also influence the research agenda, namely the initial step in conducting research, during which the purpose of research, I'm going to turn this page really quick, and I knew I shouldn't, I'm good, thank you. If someone could tell me when I have 5 minutes left, that would be incredible. I got 10 minutes left, I'm right on track, okay. Defined, and the research questions are chosen and framed. A bias in the research agenda can affect all the subsequent stages of the research process and has the potential to affect policymaking by limiting the type of education that is available. Columbia University, this is why I came to Columbia University. We have a strong reputation, or had a strong reputation, for academic excellence and innovation. And Columbia continues to violate academic integrity by accepting fossil fuel industry funding. Polling from Data for Progress. I don't know if you've heard of Data for Progress. They're this fantastic polling firm. They did polling on universities' net favorability when they told people that this university gets funding from fossil fuel companies. They did it on Columbia, they did it on Harvard, they did it on Princeton, etc. They found our favorability dropped by 17 percentage points when survey respondents were informed about Columbia's fossil fuel ties. Now, I don't know if they did that say today, kind of where it'll end up. But please, Bella, do the study again. In light of these findings, it's imperative that Columbia takes decisive steps to restore trust in its research, eliminate corporate influence, and champion genuine solutions to the climate crisis. So we're talking about fossil fuel disassociation, and there's a strong precedent similar to the fossil fuel industry. The tobacco industry, as I mentioned, has historically funded research meant to purposely confuse the public and aggressively market cigarettes. With this knowledge, 19 schools of public health in the US and Canada signed a joint statement rejecting funding from an organization created by a prominent tobacco company, Philip Morris International. Peer institutions like Princeton University have already implemented a disassociation policy that applies to the sorts of unrestricted corporate gifts that fund CU-StandsUP. Okay, Princeton has already done stuff about this. So we have to do stuff. I'm from Princeton. It's very embarrassing that Princeton has done stuff and we haven't. Brown University has set parameters around accepting funding from organizations that engage in disinformation around climate change. And Cambridge University does not accept funding from fossil fuel companies whose business models are not aligned with net zero 2050 targets unless there are exceptional circumstances. And the greatest university of all on this front, the University of Toronto's Environmental School, not a climate school, environmental school, you should say that, recently announced it would cut ties with all fossil fuel companies for research, sponsorships, scholarships, or infrastructure such as buildings. Columbia must choose to adapt along its peer institutions by upholding its reputation and exemplifying values of academic integrity and unbiased research. The university trustees determined in 2021 that our endowment should not be invested in the fossil fuel companies due to their role in the climate crisis. And I met Ann Sullivan, who's the CFO, and I said, why do you divest? What does divesting mean? She said, we don't divest, all the time, which is very true. They don't divest all the time. She said, we only divest when a corporation or an industry really violates core Columbia values. And the university trustees have said the fossil fuel industry violates core Columbia values. We have a climate school. We have Lamont, which has pioneered research in the climate. We have James Hansen, who did a lot to spread awareness about this. Mari Tharp, who did a lot as well. To the universe, the same logic about divestment should be applied when considering the money flowing into the university. So now I'm going to lay out some steps Columbia could take. We call for comprehensive transparency measures regarding 5 minutes. regarding all climate research funding, public disclosures of donors, and donor disclaimers on research. No more of the CJEF. We're funded by fossil fuel companies, but we're not going to tell you. Secondly, we propose the university cease accepting funding from fossil fuel companies, and we recommend the university formalizes this by establishing strict criteria for acceptance of funds from fossil fuel companies. This company must not financially benefit from the extraction, production, or mass consumption of fossil fuels, and the company should not have a history or currently engage in the spread of climate disinformation, including public statements, funding organizations that delay climate change, and participating in trade groups such as the American Petroleum Institute. So this is a section on EJ, and I've spent 90% of this talking about gentrification of the fossil fuel company because I believe the university for many years has had an extractive relationship with the communities around it. I view environmental justice as realizing the fundamental American rights of fairness, freedom, and liberty articulated in our founding documents. And I think it is the moral responsibility of the university to invest in environmental and climate justice initiatives to take the first preliminary step to repair these relationships. This isn't about going out and doing for the community out of, the goodness of our hearts, as if Columbia has ever done that. This is about beginning to repay in some small part our debts. Additionally, environmental justice aligns with the university's commitment to a fourth purpose, which is to, quote, leverage scholarly knowledge to create societal and global impact in close partnerships with organizations outside academia. And I want to quote Robert Bullard, who Paul Goulet mentioned earlier, professor at Texas Southern University, who I also invited to speak at Columbia, and he rightfully said, no, I'm not going to slide down. Considered the father of environmental justice, he said, environmental justice is the, quote, right to breathe clean air, drink clean water, and to have our food safe to eat, and have our kids play on playgrounds that are not contaminated. For Columbia University, environmental justice is repaying the debts that it has accrued over years and years of extractive policies. Now I'm on my last page here. EJ, I got time? I got time, okay. EJ means providing financial resources directly to community organizations to support environmental justice efforts and share the benefits of project funding equitably. It means that Columbia isn't skimming 35% off the top of every single grant that we get. It means creating partnerships with community groups that prioritize trust, transparency, and fairness while centering the expertise and leadership of impacted communities. It means conducting assessments to ensure Columbia's practices do not perpetuate harm, addressing institutional barriers to equity, and promoting research that prioritizes environmental justice principles. And it means developing clear reciprocal agreements with community partners to ensure accountability in research and funding initiatives. From a student perspective, environmental justice is about reclaiming our future. I refuse to have an education funded by the very institutions destroying our planet. I refuse to be trained in an institution that uses our labor to legitimize extraction and injustice. And I refuse to accept a world and inherit a world of racialized sacrifice zones fueled by the same institutions we are a part of today. So I demand, thank you. I demand Columbia educates for liberation, not for exploitation. There is no climate justice without racial justice. There is no future for the Columbia Climate School, the Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory, or Columbia University unless we break with fossil-funded past. There is no prestige worth having if it comes at the cost of local displacement and planetary collapse. I mean, what's the point if there's no planet to live on? We know a better Columbia is possible. That's why we're standing here, because we care about our institution. We're not sitting here saying, oh, let Shipman do whatever the hell she wants. We're here today because we care about a better Columbia, one that stands with, not above, Harlem, one that centers justice, not greenwashing, and one that earns its place as a true climate leader and not a reluctant follower. I'm right on time. I got 1 minute. All right. For to say about, you know, specific grants that have been cut, like Marco's grant, like the NASA GIST, which has been in Armstrong Hall for years and years, and that lease is being discontinued, and about the broader program of Trump on environmental justice. And I can talk about that, unless we have other people coming. Do we have other? Is Barnard ready? Is Barnard ready? Okay, let's go, Barnard.
Okay,
Awesome.
great. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely fantastic. Funny and educational. And so next we are going to welcome voices from Barnard College. Please